All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. All right. Got my Deadpool shirt on today, so I am sorry, but I'm not sorry. So, um, I am trying to get this going here. I tried calling Brick. I just kind of want to go into some things. Well, I want to play this Angry Vet video and then I'll go back and comment on it. But I was hoping Brick Jonesy or OTVO would come up here and watch it with me, but they don't have to. I was hoping, but I'm gonna play this video. This is the Angry Vet video. I'm gonna play it at 1 1/4 because it's a 20-minute video, and then I'm gonna go through and review it. But
Get away from me! What's up? Where you stop and then you turn and stuff like that. I don't think anybody tackled you. Neither one of us ever moving around. You cut me a big break because you know you fucked up. Yeah, right. You fucked up, Lieutenant. Have a good night, Kevin.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chats. Bounce any assholes. The lights are not. These lights are so fucking bright.
Yeah, you gotta keep those filming.
West Main Street. All right. Approaching Rockdale City Hall. There's a library, law center, municipal court. You guys stop. Thank you. You know where the bathroom is? Thank you. Don't forget to donate to a homeless veteran if you get a chance. She looked right at me, hit me in the way. What a miserable day to be doing this, huh? This ain't a good spot. Fuck City Hall. Well, here we go. There's the sheriff. He didn't even wave to me. That was one. He's turning around, making a left at the next light. Comes another one. Didn't even wave to me. Here comes another one. We're gonna take a little walk, see where all these cops are going. And there's another one. Good evening. Don't forget to thank a veteran. There's beautiful, dear. Don't forget to thank a veteran this weekend. Don't forget to thank a veteran this weekend. Thank you, brother. Love you. God bless you. You too. Catch a big one. The kid was only like 16, 17 years old. The old timer. Here. Why are the homeless people always the kindest? Get to donate to the homeless veteran. Oh, not me. Just this weekend. Veterans Day. Veterans Weekend. Get to thank a veteran this weekend. Only 3 have waved to me. The rest of them, they look at you and then they turn away. Even in marked units, they were doing it. That's enough of this police station. Yeah, they're leaving me alone, but they're not even checking on me. We're gonna go to the library. Get away from me! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Ow, 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 ow. For what? What the fuck did I do? You're being chased. For what? For what? You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake.
So listening in front of the law center.
Donate to a veteran. I'm advocating for veterans.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Well, you stop and then you turn and tempo at it. I don't think anybody tackled me. Neither one of us ever went around. I'm Lieutenant Johnson. That's sort of the work of the officer.
Badge numbers. These guys.
That's all you need.
No, it's not.
You can ask them. But,
Or Lieutenant.
here's the deal, man. Just, don't say this stuff.
I'm done talking to you,
Okay, have a
Lieutenant.
good out there.
Hey, I need your guys' name and badge number.
Officer Tremblay?
Tremblay?
Yes, sir. 8345.
8345.
Hey.
I need your name and badge number.
Officer Roman. 535.
53 what?
535.
535. Thank you. I need your name and badge number.
Clerk 7862.
McClurkin 7862. How am I supposed to be careful when I got cops tackling me for no reason? I don't have to stop if I didn't break the law. So now you're going to be a smart ass? You cut me a big break because you know you fucked up. You fucked up, Lieutenant. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chats. Bounce any assholes. Give me a second. Go. Yeah, I'm afraid. I don't want them to know where my car is. Yeah. Yeah. I'm right across from City Hall. I don't want them knowing where I'm at. I had to walk up the street a ways and duck behind some buildings. They're circling. That's my wife calling. Give me a second. Hey, I'm not good. I'm gonna try to make it to. I don't know if you know what's going on right now. I was just gang tackled by a bunch of fucking police officers. My head is throbbing. I am in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And David just sent me the address to the medical center. So I got that in GPS. I'm gonna take a minute to drink this water and head over there. And I'll call you when I get over there. I'm on the phone with David and for public safety right now.
What worried me was you about throwing up and being dizzy. Sounds like concussion, man. All right.
Yeah, I think I might have a concussion. Fucking hair tie when I need it.
That's where they're all at, Tab, everywhere you've ever visited.
Alright.
You know where you're on?
Not yet, I haven't left the parking lot. I'm tying my hair.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, lights. Camera.
Seatbelt.
Seatbelt. I'm gonna turn this fucker on. Oh, it's still running. Alright. Alright.
Got your GPS going?
Yeah. Alright, we're wheels up. I'm on Johnstone Street. The lights are not, these lights are so fucking bright.
Yeah, you gotta keep those going.
That's Main Street.
Up on Main. Oh, the police over at the medical one.
No.
It's not.
Fucking headlights are killing me. Turning right on Constitution Boulevard. My depth perception is fucked. Okay, I'm not too far from it. I can see the red dot.
I don't know how much space every guy has looking for it.
I have a hard time seeing. Everything's blurry. I'm going in. The camera won't turn off.
Sorry, had my mic muted. Freaking realized it. So the reason I wanted to play that full video in its entirety at slightly faster speed is so that way, if anybody wanted to get on here and review this video and he takes it down and privatizes it or puts it over in members only, that way we've got proof that we've got it. Yeah, I know there was no sound. But now I'm going to go ahead and review this video with my commentary because I want to point out a lot of discrepancies in this video. Now, before I start this video again and go through it, what happened was he claimed, which nobody had seen the video, that he was gang tackled. That's the words he used. And of course, we can't see that live stream now because he's taking it down. That he was gang tackled, okay, by a bunch of cops at Rock Hill, South Carolina. And I've been investigating this. They have no such record of anything like that ever transpiring, okay? So no gang tackle happened. He was, in this video, he looks like he's having a conversation and mad, but yet the video he showed us all 2 months ago was him holding his head. Oh, they gang tackled and beat me up and hit me, but he had no marks on his face. So, yeah, this is all played up, man. And I'm going to go play this video and tell you what I think happened and what I transpired based on what I'm seeing. And without any further ado,
Get away from me!
Have a good night, Kevin.
United. It's the real 911 case.
The lights are not. These lights are still fucking bright. All right. Approaching Rock Hill City Hall. There's a library, law center, municipal court. You guys got a bathroom? Thank you. You know where the bathroom is? Thank you. Don't forget to donate to a homeless veteran if you get it.
okay, so here's the first problem. He says you can panhandle on the streets of North Carolina, but you can't go into a place of business or government buildings and panhandle. The first thing he just said was he had to go use the restroom. Where was it? And don't forget to donate to a homeless vet. So he's already panhandling in a public place, in a building. So there's the first problem. Okay, so let's continue.
You looked right at me, didn't even wave.
Now he keeps pointing out all these cops, cop 1, cop 2, cop 3. First off, they're all in their private vehicles, so no cops are going to harass you when they're driving in their private vehicles. So, yeah, and in South Carolina, what he's doing is not illegal at this moment. Now, what he might have done in that public building he was in to use the restroom may have been illegal by some sort of statute or rules of the building, but we'll get into that later. Okay, It is considered soliciting, but I will tell you this. It's not illegal in South Carolina. I looked up the laws. Even in Rock Hill, South Carolina, they don't have an ordinance. Okay. All right, TG. I'm just now starting to review the video, so this will give you time to listen to me point out all the flaws in this crazy guy's story here. So first thing is he's not breaking any law with his sign. It's protected free speech, according to the Constitution and in South Carolina and the even local city ordinance. So the only thing I see that he did wrong so far was soliciting inside a public building, which I believe you may not be able to do. But out in a traditional forum such as the steps of City Hall or a sidewalk, you're more than welcome to do. So let me get back into this. So
What a miserable day to be doing this, huh?
yeah, top number 2 is in his own personal vehicle. It doesn't
That's a
count.
good spot. Fuck City Hall.
Top number 3 is not in a work permit.
Oh, here we go. There's a sheriff.
Top number 4, yep, okay, we're doing it. They drive
He didn't even wave to me.
Okay, so far there's only been 2 vehicles that have, like, police vehicles that have passed him. Bottom line is the reason they're not stopping it is because he's not breaking the law. There is no ordinance. There's no state constitution law that says he can't sit there with a sign that says donate to a homeless vet. That is speech. Okay, that is speech is protected. Okay,
That was one he's turning around.
so there's no reason to stop him to begin with or harass him, and it's not what happens. But okay.
Making a left at the next light. Comes another one. Didn't even wave to me. Here comes another one. We're gonna take a little walk, see where all these cops are going. Oh, there's another one. Evening. Don't forget to thank a veteran. Yeah, it's beautiful, dear. Don't forget to thank a veteran this weekend. Don't forget to thank a veteran this weekend. Thank you, brother. Love you. God bless you. You too. Catch a big one. The kid was only like 16, 17 years old. Well, timer. Good. Why are the homeless people always the kindest? Forget to donate to a homeless veteran. Oh, not me. This weekend. Veterans Day. Veterans Weekend.
And it says most likely that here. Let me back that up so you guys can see that on the screen. First off, with my investigation, there was no complainant. Okay, nobody called. There were no calls. There were no complaints about what Kevin was doing because Kevin's not breaking the law. Okay, nobody phoned in. I've checked with all the records. There are no phone calls that are complaining about what he's doing because he's not breaking the law at this point.
Thank a veteran this weekend. Only 3 have waved to me. The rest of them
They look at you and then they turn away. Even in marked units, they were doing it.
That's enough of this police station. Yeah, they're leaving me alone, but they're not even checking on me.
We're gonna go to the library.
Get away from me!
Okay, now keep in mind, he says he's on his way to the library. Okay, so he's walking over to the library, but then he cuts the video. And now he's screaming over his shoulder, "Get away from me." Okay? Now, I don't want to sound like this guy right here, but I'm going to point out the obvious. I'm going to point out the obvious today.
Until you're sure you do.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Which is what?
So that's what I'm doing today. And this is get away from me as he's running from the police, or at least what he thinks is running. And he did say that in his video that he ran from the police. If the police are telling you to stop, why would you run? Why would you run? That's called evading.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck are you doing?
Library.
Get away from me!
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! What the?
Okay, now that doesn't look like a gang tackle to me. It actually kind of looks like this right here. This is really what it kind of looks like happened. Okay. That's kind of what it looked like happened, okay? So, well, if a cop tells you got to stop, you do got to stop. And at that point, you got to clarify whether it's a consensual conversation or if you're being detained. Because if you're detained, it's evading. And they better have a good reason why they detained you or it's an unlawful arrest. No, that's not right, Thomas. That's not right, man. If a cop tells you to stop, you got to stop or you catch evading charges. You need to make sure you clarify. That's why we're out there doing all this. People think you're not breaking the law. You can just keep going. That's not true. I've seen people get arrested for less. So, but where's the gang tackle? Where's the gang tackle? It literally looks like he might have been shoved one-handed or he tripped and fell over his own 2 feet based on that fall. Okay. Now they're picking him up and he's being belligerent. He's cussing and swearing. So of course he's going to go in handcuffs. So what happened to angry, belligerent people? So, yep. What's up, Mile High community? So he did not get gang tackled. There's another lie right there. So and it's his words, gang tackled. That's what he said when he put out all those live streams that are no longer on his channel. He took them down. So why did he take them down? Because he released this video because it's nothing but lies.
What the fuck are you doing? For what? What the fuck did I do? For what? For what? You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. So listening in front of the law center? Donate to a veteran. I'm advocating for veterans. Okay, so let's talk.
Okay, now I just did catch something. He said soliciting. I couldn't tell if he said in front of Town Hall Center or if he said in Town Hall Center. And hold on, let me go back and listen to that again real quick. Hang on.
In front of the law center? Donate to a veteran. For what? What the fuck did I do? For what? For what? You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. So listening in front of the law center? Donate to a veteran.
I can't tell if he's saying soliciting in Town Hall Center or eliciting in front of Town Hall Center. So let's do this. In South Carolina, soliciting laws. Now I know the panhandle is illegal. So So panhandle's is legal there. So let's see. Penalty for okay. There you go. So they're right here, guys. So South Carolina's laws, not for panhandling, but for soliciting. So soliciting on streets and highways. But as long as you have a permit, you can solicit. You just need a permit. So you can solicit with a permit. Okay. So, and he was kind of soliciting money because he was asking for donations. So he wasn't soliciting prayers. He wasn't soliciting, because it says right here, it's illegal to stand on a street corner to solicit business, employment, or contributions from vehicle occupants, which is what he was doing. Okay. So it would have just been a reasonable detainment. And then he fled. He evaded. Instead of just handling it, he fled, people. Okay. You never want to run from the cops. I don't care if it's unlawful or not. You don't want to run. You don't want to resist. You don't want to run. Just capture it on video. So there's a lot of jump cutting in this. So it sounds to me like he's playing to the narrative.
Let's talk. Well, you stop and then you turn and kind of go.
Well, I want to point something out real quick. Hang on, it says that he was being questioned. They turned off his camera while being forced to solicit, or I'm sorry, he was in handcuffs while he was being questioned and forced to surrender his ID. Right here, and his camera's still on. Okay, that's not true. But anyways, hang on 1 second, guys. I gotta do something real quick. Hang on. I'm trying to invite somebody, bring on a guest. If that person wants to, I'm just sending it. So I'm sorry. Let me get back into this real quick. Jump cut.
Stop and then you turn and kind of go. I don't think anybody tackled you. Neither one of us ever went around. I'm Lieutenant Johnson. That's sort of the officer. Badge numbers.
These guys.
That's all you need.
No, it's not.
So you can ask them. But
The lieutenant side.
Okay, so if you've broken a law, you don't have to talk. No, you don't have to talk to them at all, ever. You can always invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You do not have to talk to the police. That's how they gain probable cause on you to arrest you. In this case, he ran. Even if we find that these are unconstitutional laws, okay, there are still laws that were passed by the legislature. You got to take it up in avenues of court. You can't just you just can't do whatever you want on the streets, regardless of what you believe. You got to fight it in court and get the laws overturned and repealed and everything else. But bottom line is he ran from the cops, and it was very, here we go. Texas Carolina, you're live.
All right, what's up, guys? I can't really look at the camera.
Are you driving distracted?
No, I'm not.
Do you have your seatbelt on?
Safety first.
Okay, then you're following the law a lot more than the angry vet does, because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt yesterday on his live stream. It was distractingly watching the comments. I just want to point that out. He's a lawbreaker.
Word. You might have to like read some comments out to me because I'll be on the highway. I won't be able to see shit really.
Well, you made this comment this morning, and Sly Shy is saying it. Says, nah, you got to stand on your rights. Well, he wasn't standing. He was tripping over them.
I mean, did I not say that? I said, what is the definition? Look up the Oxford word stand and look up the Oxford word of run. And standing and run is two different things. And he definitely didn't stand. He ran away from his rights.
Slash tie, I'm not saying you're talking about him in specific. I'm just saying the definition
word
came up.
itself
But
means something. I mean,
now I got people sitting here saying I'm too quick to bootlick. I don't think I was quick to bootlick. Why else was I in cuffs? You know, but I'm not gonna.
If that's what they
But I'm
consider
not gonna.
bootlicking,
Hey, I'm not going to evade. I'm not going to resist. I'm going to let them keep screwing up. I'm not going to give them any reason. I'm not going to give them any other reason to forward this whole
attorney would tell you to do the same thing and give you the same advice.
Yeah, why make it worse? Well, the more you make it worse, the more charges are going to try to throw at you, which means you have more of a chance of them sticking.
Exactly.
So one violation is enough. You don't need more violations.
Shut the fuck up. Those are the two things that a lawyer, a good attorney, would tell you to do. Never run and shut the fuck up. I agree with that.
Now, this guy, ILB, said, did he run or did he get rushed? No, he ran. There was two cops. That's not getting...
Invading police means that you have foot movement.
Yeah, and that's what he was doing. Now, he was walking the library, but if they came over and tried to talk to him and said, hey, buddy, stop, come here. Well, you don't take off running.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you what an attorney would tell you to do. I'm not going to tell you, like, you know, you can do lawful whatever, but it's going to be harder to fight your case when you're running. And when especially when you're saying you're fighting for your rights and you're standing on your rights and you're not standing there, you're running from them, it's really kind of counteractive.
And what's crazy is this is the same man that yesterday on his live stream told the entire community to stop breaking the law.
And stop getting unlawful arrests and get arrested.
Yep. I mean, so I got a good question here. Now, this guy accused me of bootlicking, but it says, is it illegal to run if you haven't committed any crimes? Yes, it is. If they tell you to stop. If they identify them as police, because you don't know if it's a lawful or unlawful detainment yet.
Sorry, I'm trying to change my earpiece.
So, if a cop identifies himself and tells you to stop, you are obligated to stop. Oh, Slideshaw wants to come up. Uh-oh.
I love her.
I'm over here trying to expose the angry vet for the fraud that he is.
I mean, people have their opinions. They're free to have them.
Well, my problem with it is he's lied to the community, and then he's sat here, called everybody out, and then talked shit about the entire community.
I mean, he brought up my name a few months ago for no reason, especially when I was trying to, you know, be like not really just be in the dark, you know, for a while. And he drug me up out of my grave, basically. He me a ghost.
We hear you, Sly.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I think
Can
she's
you hear
having a
me?
problem with her. We can hear you.
I don't hear nothing.
Let me put my
Turn your volume up.
I can't hear myself. I can't hear y'all.
Can you hear me?
What am I doing wrong?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
You don't have your microphone on.
I'm gonna turn the TV
head.
up. Wait. Okay, but I can't hear me.
I can hear you perfectly.
I can hear you fine.
I can hear everyone.
So what am I doing? I can't hear me, but I can't hear me on my phone. Like I'm using my phone.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like my phone's operating just fine.
If you can hear us, why do you have to hear yourself?
Yeah, I'm using.
We can hear you.
All right, so you're gonna have to give me hand signals, right? Because I had my phone on. I turned the only way I could hear y'all just now is turning the TV up. But there's a kind of a delay between the TV and my phone. So, but I can't hear y'all on my phone, and I don't know why. So I'm gonna try to figure out the
Why
settings
don't you do this?
for
Why don't you do this?
you
Why
know
don't you
to find out why I can't hear y'all.
drop out and rejoin, and I'll wait for
You
the
know, you
delay.
understand what I'm saying? Like the other day when I was on the panel, I could hear myself on my phone. I didn't need the TV. I turned the TV down so I could read the chats, or I really kind of turned the TV off because I don't like reading the chats. But so I can't hear y'all. Like you know what I mean? I can't hear y'all. I can't even hear myself. I can hear myself that I'm talking, but I can't hear myself on this device right now.
I kicked her for a second because I think there might be a StreamYard connection for
I think
her.
there's like something misfiring with the app or something.
Sly, try rejoining again. If you can hear me, Sly, try rejoining.
Yeah. Because I'm having no issues, and I'm out in the fucking country, so I mean I'm now starting to get into the city, but kind of.
But you don't resist a unlawful or a lawful arrest. You never evade either one. There we go. Now she's joined. Let's see if she can hear us now.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us, Sly?
Yes, I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Okay, perfect.
There you go. That was I'm sure it was a StreamYard connection issue.
Yeah, I figured.
Right, you know I'm up here to fuss at you, right?
Well, I got the control of the button to kick you, so go ahead and fuss all you want.
Look,
I'm just kidding.
I get to say, you don't want to be kicking me now. I'm telling you.
I'm
But
just
anyway,
kidding. Hey, I'm just exposing the lies that he told based on the video he put out. That's all I'm doing.
I'm not.
He tattled on himself,
That's not
and
why I'm here. That's not why
okay.
I'm here. I have nothing to do. I don't know nothing about none of that. I didn't stay for the stream yesterday because y'all know that I don't get into that kind of stuff. So, but the reason why I'm here is honor your oath tells you all about that. No matter what state you're in, it's unconstitutional to say that you can't hold up a sign and that you can't ask for money. It's definitely, and he fights it. So you can't say that, oh, you get arrested for that or whatever.
That's not what I'm saying.
Huh?
Slide. That's not what I'm saying. I think you missed what I said in the interpretation of what I was claiming.
You said soliciting is an ordinance or a law in some states and all of that.
Panhandling is legal. Panhandling is legal.
So
Soliciting is not.
what's
Depending.
soliciting?
No,
What is
hold on.
soliciting?
Now hold on. Okay, but hang on. The state law, even if it's unconstitutional, it still is a law. You have to fight that in court. You
No,
can't
you
go by the
don't.
Supreme Court.
No, you don't have to always go to court. You stand on your damn 2 feet and say it with your damn chest. I am not breaking the law. You are not breaking the
I
law.
know.
Jeff has been arrested. He will
Okay,
sacrifice to get
right,
arrested.
right.
But
Sly, we're not arguing that. This man took off running from the cops instead of standing there for his right. That's where we're talking about this.
I'm only going by what you're saying. I'm not going by what Angry Vet did. I'm only going by what you said. You said
We're
you have to have a permit.
okay, but let me look. When you stand up for your rights, right? Sometimes you get arrested. Sometimes you got to sue, and then state laws get repealed or overturned or thrown out, and your case gets thrown out because it was unconstitutional on its face to begin with.
Right,
But
but you don't always have to sue. You don't always have to sue them.
well, sometimes you do. I mean, that's or again, if I let's just give me. I'm just going to give you an example. So in South Carolina, they have got a soliciting law. You can panhandle; it's considered protected free speech. But soliciting for donations, soliciting for business, and employment are those three conditions. Now you can okay.
Listen,
Let me finish. Let me
wait,
finish. Let me
no,
finish. Let me finish.
wait,
I'm not going to control my channel slide.
no. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm going to let me finish, and I will let you speak, but you won't let me finish. And this is my channel, damn it. I'm
So
tired of people doing this shit on my channel. This is my channel, okay? This is how it's going to work.
Stop being so sensitive.
I'm standing on my rights and my ground and on my platform. How about damn apples?
God,
Okay?
yeah, you would do it to a
Bottom line is those are the laws in South Carolina, okay? You need a permit for it. I'm not saying it's right. The Supreme Court has ruled in favor of panhandling and soliciting, but instead of actually standing there and having this debate with the cops and doing whatever's going to happen and transpire so you have grounds to fight it, this man in particular ran from that day, okay? All I'm saying is if you want to stand up for your rights, regardless if you believe in the law that it's right or it ain't right, that's not what happened in this case. And you've got to get it repealed, overturned, or sued to make change. It's one of those options. And now, with that being said, Sly, you have the floor.
All right. So I know a lot of people that don't have to go to court, that know the law, that have case law, that know how to stand and not debate, but you don't let them take your rights away and gotta go to court and gotta get a lawyer and all of that. Sometimes you have to you have to make them listen. You know what I mean? Like honor your oath. He makes them listen. Cameron, a lot of other people, they make them listen to him. They explain the law to them for where it makes them scratch their head and say, hey, I didn't know that another human being outside of law of enforcement knows more about the law than we do. You know what I mean? Like soliciting is just like I said, holding a sign, even if you're holding a sign asking for money. If you ask them for money, how you going to afford a permit? You letting your state just have control over you. Your state is supposed to honor the Constitution, right? Your state is not supposed to make ordinances and discriminate against certain people because they want to, because they can. That's why we don't have our rights, because we allow them to do what they want. Oh, we can't run from the cops. No, you don't have to stop and talk to the police if you ain't broke no laws. You don't have to talk to them. That's not resisting. That's not evading. Only time it's resisting is it evading is if you break the law. You don't have to stop. Now, it aggravates me so that people think that the cops have authority. The cops do not have authority over you. They don't get to tell you what you pay them. How are you saying I pay them for them to tell me what to do? That's crazy to me. And I'm sorry, I'm so passionate about that, right? You don't let another man have the control because the cop, you know how many people that got hurt? Yes, it's hurt because cops told them to stop. But when they stopped, you know what happened to them too? Oh, we just want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. I have that right. I don't have to talk to you. So out of fear, you stop and you give up your rights. That's what I'm hearing from you, BZ. Out of fear, you gonna stop and give up your
Yeah,
rights.
it has nothing to do with fear. But Texas gal's trying to get some word in there. I'm gonna let her. She
I
wanted to comment on something you were saying. So
apologize.
No. I was patiently waiting, and I'm fine. That's why I just raised my hand to wait. Anyhow, I don't. Maybe I'm confused about this debate. I didn't think that we were debating if solicitation is okay or not, but maybe we are. I thought that we were all in agreement that it's okay to solicitate, it's okay to have your freedom of speech. I feel like I thought the argument was, did he stand on his rights or did he run away from his stance? That I thought that was the argument, but if I'm wrong, can we reel me into where we're at? I'm sorry if I'm lost.
Oh no, I'm sorry, and it's my fault because I'm listening to BG. I'm in the chat and I'm listening to BG.
Okay.
I'm really not paying attention to Angry Vet because this is some other stuff that I really don't get into, right? So I'm not really paying attention to what he's saying about what Angry Vet is doing. I'm listening to him say that soliciting is ordinance or in certain states it's against the law and this,
They
that,
do
that.
have it written that way in states, but it is wrong.
It's written. It's written because we accept that it's written.
I agree with that because we're lazy Americans.
Right,
And we just,
right.
Yes, that we
That's not what
consent.
right. That's not what
I
I'm
agree
saying.
with that.
What I'm saying is it's a law in the state that you're in, but it's an unconstitutional law. I'm not agreeing with the law.
I hear you saying that, but you also said, "Oh, you can't run from the police. You can't not stop for the police, and you can. You don't have to run. You use your common sense. You don't run, but you do not have to stop and talk to the police because the police."
Oh, I never
agree
said
with
you had
that.
to talk to the police. I said, but you don't run. You don't run to catch more charges. If you want to stand there and they want to talk and you want to invoke your fifth,
If you broke
we
the
can't.
law, you don't have to stop. If you only reason you stop and talk to the police if they catch you breaking the law. That's
That is
it.
not true.
It
There's
is
reasonable, articulable suspicion
of
that
a
a crime
crime.
has been. Can I ever get a word in, please, Sly? I mean, you
I'm
get so
sorry.
defensive.
No,
I let you.
just hate
Let me
y'all.
get a word in.
I just hate
Let me
y'all.
get a word in.
I really just
Look,
hate y'all dragging it out. I'm sorry.
the Supreme Court, again, the law of the land, right? Supreme Court, they have said reasonable, articulable suspicion that you've committed a crime, that you're in the commission of a crime, or you're about to commit a crime. Now, to me, that's kind of covering a hunch, okay? I don't agree with it. But, however, the Supreme Court has ruled that, based on Terry v. Ohio, that all they have to do is be able to have reasonable, articulable suspicion. Now, in this state,
But wait,
the
no.
cops
Oh, okay. Okay, but you're wrong.
in
No, go
in
ahead.
this state,
You're wrong.
in this state of South Carolina, at the lower level of the municipality, these cops are enforcing the laws of the state or ordinances because they don't understand their own rights, so therefore they're easy to violate your rights, and that's why they're enforcers. They're not
They're
thinkers. They
not
don't know how.
enforcers. You let them enforce. They are not enforcers. The only thing they enforce is their fucking ego and their feelings. They are not law enforcers. You know who enforce the law? The courts and the judge and the jury. That's the only thing that enforce laws. Cops enforce feelings and their egos. That's it. They don't even know the law. They're not even trained to know the law, right? They only follow orders, right? Their orders, if the legislators or whoever in that state say do this, that's what they do. Now it's up to us not to keep letting them do what they want to us because we pay them. So if we keep bowing down to them, oh well, we're not going to argue with them. We're going to just take it to court. Ain't nobody got money to keep giving you to go to court. Right? So when do you say, hey, let me start researching and having this shit? You got a stack of papers, right? You got a stack of binder full of papers. Get some real shit in them. Look, pull it out when they say, hey, stop. I want to talk to you. Hold this up. Have I broken the law? The Supreme Court didn't say that they can stop you on a hunch. That's not what the Fourth Amendment is. I mean, whatever law whatever y'all say, they cannot
It's not what,
stop you on
not
a
what I'm
hunch.
saying.
But if
It's
you
not what I'm saying.
reasonable, you said that they gotta have reasonable suspicion of you're about to commit, or you're about to commit.
Reasonable suspicion.
Right. But they have to have proof. They can't have a hunch. They can't say, oh, we got a hunch that you might be getting ready to rob this bank. No, that's what the Terry v. Ohio was about. Him and his friends standing on the sidewalk, walking back and forth, up and down the street. The cop had a hunch. He didn't know for sure. He just thought because they looked suspicious. So he thought that they might have been up to something because they looked suspicious. That's what that's what the police get wrong, right? Because I look a certain kind of way don't mean I'm guilty of a crime. So just because I look some kind of way and you want to talk to me don't mean I got to talk to you. I'm not that bitch. I'm sorry. I'm not that. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not that. You don't let people just bulldoze you because they can. Because they got a badge and a gun. Because of the laws. Because if you consent to that shit. Every time you bow down to them, you consent to them taking your fucking human rights away from you. Every time you say, oh, a cop can do this, oh, a cop can do that, you allowing them to take your human rights away from you. Because that means you're not going to stand on your own 2 feet and say it with your chest. I am a man. No other man has authority over me. I can tell them when I'm a female. I'm not going to be going to no courts. Oh, I'm a fighting in court. Fuck out of here. I got no money. I'm going to stand on my rights. Yo, it prove me wrong. So you can't say I'm guilty and then prove me innocent. And that's what a lot of y'all do. Y'all allow them to say you guilty, right? And then, oh, I'm a fighting in court. I got to get a lawyer. No, fuck out of here, yo. And I'm sorry, I'm so passionate about hearing men say that they let a cop have authority over them. I'm sorry. It's just something in me that it does. And I don't say that you're doing that, BZ, but I hear certain things when you say state ordinance, soliciting is, you know what I mean? You gotta stand on it. If you let a state control you, then you consent to whatever they do to you. I don't let my state control me. I'm gonna shut up now.
Oh, you done?
That was a fucking 10-minute pause, yo. You ain't noticed?
Oh, I was being sarcastic. I had to turn you down because you were screaming.
Oh, but you ain't hearing nothing I said?
I heard everything you said. I just had to turn you down to a level where I could hear you, so my ears weren't hurting.
I apologize. I just gotta pass it.
But you're not hearing anything I'm saying. I'm saying regardless if you agree with it or not, okay, you can't argue that case with a cop. Why? Because the cops aren't smart enough to understand
Stop
what
saying
law
it.
is and what's constitutional, even though they uphold that oath, or I'm sorry, even though they swore to that oath. Again, it goes back to what I said. If they don't understand their own rights, how do you expect them to uphold yours?
Watch Cameron. Watch people that do it. Stop saying what you can't do. Watch people that can do it. Watch people that have done it. Stop saying what you can't do. Right? You're
Okay,
saying
well, let me give you an example. You brought up Jeff Gray. He makes them listen. Okay, if that's the case, how many times has he been arrested?
and how many times has the case been dropped? He's not even.
Wait, but there it goes to court. But it goes to court. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But its case is dropped, though. It goes to court and it's dropped. It's not like it goes to court.
I know. I know.
Because they know it's against. Because they know it's against the law.
But Sly, that's what I'm. But you said make them listen. The cops, you can't make them listen. So what you do is you have to comply. You have to comply.
No, you don't. You watch Jeff. No, you don't. You must not watch Honor Your Oath enough.
He still complies with. He still complies with it.
The only complies is if they threaten to arrest him. That's the only time he complies.
That's what I'm saying. He might sit there and talk to them and have an argument about what's right and what's not right. That's not what I'm saying. You're missing the whole point of this.
I'm not.
You're missing. You are.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are blinded with what I'm saying. It is my words are falling upon deaf ears.
He might argue the point. He might stand there and argue the point. But sometimes a lot of times he has gotten out of being arrested because a cop has listened to him.
I understand that. And that cop was actually smart enough to understand his rights. But look at the other 85% of the cops that want to sit there.
It's okay. You don't give up.
Slide. This is not the Slide Shy channel. So let me talk. When we having a conversation, we can't talk over each other. Okay. All I'm saying is this: Jeff Gray has to go to court to get most of these things dismissed. Okay. It's mostly fought in the courts because the cops are not smart enough to understand their rights. Therefore, they violate our rights. But when it comes to Jeff Gray, although we're having a conversation with the cop and trying to stand on our rights and argue the case, eventually they screw up, which is what we want, so we can take it to a bigger court or to a court and battle it there. All these battles are fought in a courtroom. Whether they get hold on, whether they get dropped at the dismissal level or if it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. These laws are being affected by policy changers, by litigation and the courts. It's not being changed by the officers. Until the officers actually can be able to think for themselves, they will keep doing what they're doing. The only way to affect change is in the courtroom.
What about thinking for yourself? What about you thinking for yourself? Fuck them because they're fuck ups. You already know that they're fuck ups. Why do you want to keep spending your money, hard earned money, on what you already know that are fuck ups? Right? You gotta start.
What are you even talking about? You're sounding like you maybe you need to go to Angry Vets channel because you're not living in reality.
Hello, I need to talk to Sly. Hello, I'm new to your. Sorry to cut you guys off.
No worries. I'm glad you came in here to get a word in. So go ahead, J. James.
Yes. Hello, Sly. How are you doing, girl?
Hi, ma'am. How are you? I miss you.
I'm I'm great. I miss you too. But I just wanna because I've been listening to you guys go back and forth, and both of you have great points. Sly, I get your passion on this, but you've got to listen because what the guy is saying is facts. Because um, I know you're passionate about what you're saying, and I know men have got to stand up. And you calling names that are doing it, but at the same time, you have to understand one important thing he said to you, and I don't think you got it. The police enforce the laws because they themselves don't know the law and they themselves don't know their rights. That's why you've got auditors out there teaching them their rights. But at the end of the day, Sly Shy, even if you do not want to stop and talk to them, and you tell them, I don't want to talk to you, I want to plead the fifth, they are still going to enforce themselves with their ego, with their feelings on top of you, and they are going to arrest you. That is what let me get your name again, sorry, BZ Watchdog is trying to tell you. Now, please
Honey, you
excuse
know,
my
you respect.
next, Saisha, I'm not done it. Sorry, I want to greet the other person that's on the panel. I cannot see your name. Everything is small for me, but sorry, but greetings to you and in the people in the chat. So I've been listening to Elisha, and I don't want to repeat myself. You telling him to go and watch this person how they do it, watch that person how they did it. But did you realize that just by the oath guy you talked about, he stood in front of federal buildings on public places with just God bless the homeless, and he was arrested for no crime. And the police came and they saw he was doing nothing. He was not panhandling, as they say, because I guess in certain places in America, if you're panhandling, they can arrest you. I don't know. There's so many laws in America. But he's not panhandling. People were making false report on him when they called the police. Oh, there's a guy standing in front of our building and he's begging for money, which is always a lie. He's just standing there with a placard saying, God bless the homeless. Now, especially the vet, because I think he's speaking about a lot of the homeless veterans out there, and I think he's in support of them because he was once. Now he's not homeless, but he's speaking. He's got a loud mouth for these people, and he's been arrested, and he has had to go to jail, and he has had to go before a judge, and he has had to defend himself from police that arrested him because he committed no crime. And he's still doing it today. The fact that he has done it in certain places where they know better, where the cops know better, where they've been taught about the laws, where they've been taught about the Fifth Amendment and all of these things. Maybe the cops are smart enough to say, okay, you are on a public place. We cannot arrest you as long as you do not go into the building if they do not want you there. And if they tell you to leave and you leave, then they cannot trespass you. They can only trespass you if you return, right? So I get where you're coming from, but you've got to listen that it's happening every day that people just go with a camera out there recording and they're still being arrested for nothing. And I don't know if you know it before I leave and go with peace. There was a young man that was walking home in the winter. He just came from work.
I
He's
remember that.
walking home. You remember that? I'm still going to say it for people who've never heard it. He's walking home. He's not he's not far away from his home. Two cops ran up on him and stopped him because he was maybe in a t-shirt. It's winter. He's in a t-shirt.
Was in the
Some
street.
people don't feel cold in winter. Let me speak, please. Some people don't feel cold in winter. My son sometimes goes out with just a t-shirt and a pullover, nothing else, no jacket. I'm like, God, it's winter. He's like, Mom, I'm not cold. So this kid is walking home. He just come from work. He's walking home. He's not far from his house. Two police cops runs on him and stops him and started asking him questions. And what did he say? I do not want to talk to you. I just want to go home. What did they do? They arrested him, they brutalized him, they abused him, they threw him down on the ground and took him to prison. They took him to jail. For what? He committed no crime by walking home. That was his crime. By walking home and not having a winter jacket. That was his crime. So you understand what the guy is trying to tell you on his panel?
Ma'am,
Listen,
ma'am,
listen. They're still going to abuse your rights,
Miss
fly
Jenny,
shy. That
Miss
is what
Jenny,
the police are doing. They are enforcers, and
no,
they're still
no,
going to enforce their power on you, plus
no,
with their ego
they
and
have
the rights that they have. So that's what I only wanted to say.
I'm
Anyway, thank you for giving
thank
me the
you,
voice on your panel. I'll just drop back down and
No
continue
worries, Jenny.
listening.
thank you, Miss Jenny.
No, I'm glad you spoke
You're
the truth,
welcome. You're
but I know
welcome,
Sly
Flash. I
probably
love you,
wants to.
girl. Take care.
I
Yeah,
know
'cause-
Sly probably wants to respond to that. So
yeah.
Okay.
My point is about that, right? I hear what y'all saying about what I'm hearing is they, not me, not I. I hear they. So what I'm hearing is they have control and you have none. I am 62 years old. There is not one police officer that has authority over me. I have videos that show that I don't let police officers have authority over me. Now, I've only been arrested one time. I'm 62 years old. When I got arrested, I was in my early 20s and a teenager. Like, no, I've been arrested twice. I was a teenager and then in my early 20s. But now, and since I've been grown, I don't fear the police. I'm sorry. Like, I know that they are abusive and this, that, and the other, but I don't have that problem. I don't even have that, like when I see a police or a police officer say something to me, I don't have that. I don't fear them. Like, you know what I mean? I stand up to them. You don't have authority over me. You can't enforce nothing on me, especially if I don't break a law. So I don't break laws, so I don't owe the cops anything, no matter
okay, let me ask you a question in response to what you just said. Okay. So with my situation, okay, I've always stood on my ground. I've always stood my ground. I've always been argumentative about the laws to the cops, and I've been fortunate until this last time. So my question to you, in your opinion, Sly, okay, you watched my video. I know you did. I know you watched the video because I've covered it. So me standing my ground the way I did, where did I allow him to arrest me? I mean, he decided to arrest me with his authority given to by the state of Texas, and all I did was not give him a reason to hurt me. I didn't give him a reason to where these charges could stick or add more charges on me. I allowed him to try to manufacture a charge after the damage was already done. And when this charge is beat, and this is where I'm looking at the long game, there's going to be consequences for that man's actions against me.
and money out of your pocket and money out of other people's pocket to fight that battle.
Okay, but where did I have the choice? Where did I have the choice to stand my ground and not have that happen to me?
You got shook when you got in the courtroom.
Oh, but no. We're talking out on the street. Remember, you're saying about the arrest. The arrest is going to happen, Sly. That's going to happen.
You, like you said, you ran into some dickheads and they overpowered you. They enforced their feelings and they cuffed you and they took you to jail, right?
And
But
okay,
so
now let's do this.
let me finish.
Okay,
When you got in court though, you said you were going to do pro se, right? But
I
then
did.
didn't wait. Listen to me. Then you said they snatched stuff out your hand. They didn't take this. They didn't take that. They da, and it kind of made you a little nervous. That's what your words.
Nervous, not scared.
That's no. I said nervous. I took it back. That's what you said. So that's what I went on. I didn't go on anything else only by what you said out of your mouth. That's the only thing I can go on, right?
Yeah.
I watched you. You did everything you were supposed to do, right? Far as standing your ground. Yes, you had some dickhead cops that didn't know the law. And then, two, you have to remember they're going to protect the new slaves. The new slaves are going to help them arrest people like you and any other auditor that might be holding a camera out on in a public street. Okay.
Here you go,
So,
Sly. Read Joe's comment. He wants you to answer that one.
no, that's not my complaint. Yeah, something coming in late. He know what I'm talking about. But no, my complaint is I don't even have a complaint, Joe. The discussion is they are law enforcement and they are going to enforce their will upon us. We have to stand. I mean, we can't fight with them because they're stupid. We have to take it to court. We have to turn legislator. I don't want to be a part of that system, right? That system is not going to change, BZ. That system is designed to generate money from the people by any means necessary.
Yeah, and I get that. Even with a lawsuit, okay, even with a lawsuit, it's we the people that still have to flip the check. I get that, Sly. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
No, I know
And it
you're not.
does take money, and it does take money to change laws. But here's what I'm looking at. Everybody thinks lawsuit pay for the lawyer. Okay, they that's what everybody's thinking. I told you, and I, if you want to have this conversation where it's not public, there's other things that I plan on doing that to take action to make sure that these cops they are held accountable, not just from a check being struck to my hand, but
One
being held accountable by their job, and two, criminal charges brought against them. Okay. And I can always get into that conversation with you off camera, but I'm taking it to a whole nother level than any auditor has ever taken it. And
how do
I'm
you
glad that this happened to me.
how do you
I'm,
know that though? Long Island, like people have done it. Like, how do you know that you're the only one that has done it? People have done
no,
it. See? What are you
no, they
saying?
go out Sly. No, everybody wants that quick check, but here's the thing.
Oh,
Nobody's going and
no, that's an insult. Stop. That's an insult to people.
so how many auditors have you seen bring a criminal complaint?
We're not.
Not an internal affairs. Hold on, you're not hearing me. Not an internal affairs investigation, but an actual criminal charge against an officer for doing what they did.
I can't name them by name, sir.
You can't name them because it hasn't happened yet. No one
God,
takes it that far. Some people are in fear of retaliation, and so they
why,
don't do it.
why do you wait a minute? You're diminishing other men. Well, you're saying that other people aren't qualified to do that. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I'm not saying I didn't say all. I said I'm using the word some because there are people out there that have that. Now, if you can't name
Auditors,
anybody off
even
the top of your
following
head,
auditors that have even done, you're not even following auditors that have even like I don't, yeah, we might have to talk private because I don't think you're understanding. Like, everybody wants me to listen and understand because, like, I don't know, like,
no, you have your own opinion, and there's nothing wrong with having your opinion. But what I'm trying to explain is I'm taking this to a whole nother level.
I got
I am not gonna late, and I'm hoping other auditors follow suit with me
what,
because that's the only
what
way we're gonna
level,
make change.
what level are you trying to take it though? That's what I'm trying to
That's
tell
the conversation we can have off camera.
you.
I don't want to play my cards in my hand on camera publicly right now.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, the system is designed for a reason, the way it is for a reason. That's why the states get to make up ordinance and rules and codes for to override the Constitution, to override our human rights. That's why they come up with, oh, you need permission to do this, you need permission to do that. Man, you got to have permission to use. You pay $14,000, $1,400 to Verizon or whoever y'all get them iPhones, $1,600 to whoever you get the iPhones from, and then you got to ask permission to use them. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, I don't want to live in a world where I got to ask permission to do everything. Somebody got to be behind me. Where you going? What you doing? You look suspicious.
I understand. I understand what you mean by like having permission, by asking permission to use the phone. I know you use that as an example. Thing is, I'm not asking for permission. I'm paying for a service to utilize that. That's how I'm looking at it, because I can always go somewhere else. I can always go. I don't even have to have a phone, do I?
I'm saying,
I
why
don't
don't
have I don't have to have the phone. I choose to have the phone. Therefore,
you?
I choose to pay for a service. I don't need permission. I don't need permission
Yeah.
to use
I
a phone.
As an example, like a car, you have to have permission to drive it. You worked hard, you bought a $40,000 car, then you got to get registration, insurance, and all of that, a permission to use it. You buy your house, you got to pay taxes, and you got to get permission to get the pipe fixed. You got to get, you got to have
Let me go
codes and
back,
all of this
let me
shit.
go back to the card thing. Let me go back to the card thing. You don't need permission to drive. Now, there are consequences that if you get caught not abiding by your driver's privileges, is what they call it, I guess, in the state.
Supply.
Okay, your privileges can be revoked, but you don't have to ask for permission to get in that car. Now, again, there's
Permission
consequences.
is a privilege. Then, if you asked for permission, that means it's a privilege. It's like, why would I have to ask another man to drive? Can I drive my car?
I don't ask for permission, Sly. I just ask for forgiveness when I fuck up.
But you go and get the registration and license and insurance.
That's the law that's required in the state. And unfortunately, our Constitution and our government gave those powers with the 10th Amendment right to the states. That is something that would have to be fought at either, depending on what state you're in, either at a lower level or get rid of it altogether at a federal level by getting rid of the 10th Amendment right to states.
Cameron does it. If somebody please drop his link in the chat, Cameron does it. A lot of other people I know does it. They don't drive with a license, registration, and insurance, no matter what state they're in.
James Freeman just did it for the longest time. I get it, and look,
He said he
Sly,
paid tickets.
I know, Sly. I am not debating that. If you choose to do that, you're not asking for permission. You're doing what you want to do, what you think is right. Now, again, with every decision we make in life, there are consequences, and you gotta pay for those consequences. Okay,
Then
that's
responsible people pay for those consequences. So if I fuck up, I am responsible and I pay. I don't need another man to tell me that have to be responsible. I already know that I have to be responsible and I have to take care of my responsibilities. I don't need a third party telling me what I gotta do.
And I understand that, but unfortunately, those are how our laws are written in the country, and
So
that's the social contract that you abide by being here.
that's what you consent to.
No, I don't have to consent to anything. Hang on, I got to answer the phone real quick.
I'm just saying that's what people consent to when they say that we have to go by this, we have to abide by that, we have to. No, you have to think with your own. You have to have your own discernment and think with your own brain. Yo, I know I'm not violating no laws. I know I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, yo, so I'm going to stand on I'm going to stand on business. I had to say that, y'all. Texas Gal, are you still there? Uh, she's gone. Well, hi, everybody in the chat. I'm putting my glasses on so I can read the chat, y'all. Right, Romy. All of this anything that has to do with the government, even though we pay them, right? They really believe that they own the people. Like we
Sorry, I'm
have
back.
to do what they say to do or else. And that's what I hear from a lot of people. Oh, we have to do this. It's state law, it's state ordinance, it's city ordinance. Nah, like you go deeper than any the Supreme. It's three rules, and I wish somebody in the chat, because I know Cameron knows them, but it's three rules of law, um, or something. I can't remember. BZ, do you know them? It comes God, um, man. I don't know how it goes. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm gonna probably have to. I got to take care of something, so I may have to go, or I can. You guys keep going for like the next between you and Texas Gal about 10 minutes because I have to step aside.
She left me.
Um, she left you.
I don't hear her.
She may be conducting some business, probably when she went off camera. So,
Okay.
um, it's yeah. I what I can do is I just if you don't mind, if you guys can just you can just mute the mic. I'll let this video play. I wanted to comment on it.
Chat. I
Um,
hear her.
I mean, if you run your mouth and talk to the chat, and as long as we don't lose anybody while I'm gone for a few minutes to handle something real quick, then I don't mind. That way I don't have to restart the stream. But I just need a few minutes to run up here real quick to the. Wait, hold on, she's back. I think she
Yeah,
might have lost
sorry,
connection.
I don't know what was going on with my phone. I wasn't on. I don't know what was going on while I was driving. I wasn't watching, but I was listening.
Yeah, you
I
went
just have a
black, and
few.
then you blacked out, and then there was no volume from you. So I don't know what happened.
I didn't say a word, so I mean, there was. I don't know if you could hear me or not, but I didn't say a word. The only thing I want to say is, I thought the topic was stand on your grounds, kind of stand on your rights. I think that if your rights are violated, yes, go to court, fight it, do those things. But I don't think Angry Vet stood on his rights. And that's just where I stand in this conversation. And that's it. Watch video, whatever we were doing before I had to use the restroom.
Thank you, sweetheart. I never watched the video. I ain't even watched yesterday's topic.
Honestly, I had never watched the video either. And this is where I stand in this. I had kind of dipped out of the community due to my teenage daughter and some other stuff and trolling, and I really don't want to get into it, but it was her family and herself felt like, and myself felt like she could possibly feel uncomfortable, maybe be in danger. So I kind of slid out of the community. I guess this video pops into the community. I have no clue about it. Next thing you know, I'm getting text messages and messages across my phone and my forum about Angry Vet talking shit about me and several other people, which I thought was a very odd thing because I hadn't been in the community or even messaging or anything to anyone for months. So I pipe in, I get tuned in, and here we are today. So that's why I'm involved, because he spoke my name into it.
This is why I try to stay out of a lot of that stuff. I really don't even know what's going on.
Well, I agree, and I do too. But until you say my name and put some false shit out there, I'm not going to get involved. But as soon as you put my name in there, I appeared like a ghost.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. That's right. Stand on your shit.
And that was it. And that's why I'm here.
Yeah, but my thing is, I mean, I understand what BZ is saying, about, but that's what if that's what you feel in your heart, that like they enforce laws, then that's what you feel. I don't feel that way, right? I feel different. I feel like I've never been to court. I mean, yeah, I went to court once. Yes, I'm lying. Went to court once, and they told me I didn't know about a plea deal, and I took a plea deal. They said 4 years probation and some other shit, whatever. And the first time I went to probation, I told my probation officer that I was not used to reporting. I was not used to reporting to anyone. So that might be my last time there. And I never went back. And I didn't get arrested. So I have not been arrested since.
That's
Right.
good.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't believe that the cops have authority. Like, the government don't have authority over us. We pay them to keep us not even safe, right? Because they can't keep us safe. The Supreme Court ruled it. We pay them really to uphold the Constitution, to allow us to be free people and just protect our rights.
Believe me, I agree with all of that. I've been arrested several times, but you name one victim in any of my crimes.
Exactly, and all of that.
I've been arrested 12 times in my life. 12 times, been convicted. But name a victim in any of those crimes.
See, and that's the lawyers. The lawyers don't fucking help you.
It's because they try to tell you what to do as a free person. Does
Yeah.
that make sense? If
Yeah.
there's no victim, there's no crime.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying when they say
I agree with this. And I've been a person that's been a victim of the state because of what them trying to tell me what I can do with myself as a free person, because they view it as not okay.
Exactly. And as long as they got control and they can make you think that they control you, you'll obey and comply.
That's right.
And
believe me. And I love when people on my forum love to be like, oh, you're a criminal. I'll turn off my motherfucking YouTube page as soon as you can name one victim in any of my criminal crimes I've been convicted of.
Right.
I'm still here.
Stealing a candy bar don't make you a damn criminal. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?
You know what I mean? Goddamn. You know? So, I mean, I've never been convicted of that. To them, that's a victim because there's a store that's suing me, right? Or saying, yeah, we want to press charges. There is not one person in any of my crimes to say that they could press charges except for the state. The state against the state. There was no victim.
Right. And see, this is that pro se shit.
I've been convicted of prostitution. I've been convicted of DWI. Now you tell me, name a victim in any one of those crimes.
None. Yourself?
Myself. I wasn't really mad at myself either way. So I don't know what the fuck they talking about. So that's what I mean. Yes, the state does get involved when you are a free person doing what the fuck you want to do that has no victim. They should not be involved.
Exactly. And that's what I mean by they don't honor the Constitution, right? Like, if I'm not bothering nobody, why are you bothering me? Right?
Exactly. As long as I'm not hurting children, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't play that game.
Listen, Texas gal, I was being hurt by my mom, mom's boyfriends. I was being hurt, right? And the state, you know what the state offered me? A group home. They wanted to get me, not help me, just take me away from my mother.
I understand. I was taken away from my mother as a young child. And what did the state do? They allowed grown men to touch me, rape me, and hurt me in the system. As a young child. Do you think that any of those things would have happened while I was in my mother's care? Absolutely fucking not. So fuck the state and fuck the government, in my opinion. And I've been like that since I was 8 years old. So fuck them.
Yeah, and they think that stuff is supposed to help you. They're taking you away from your environment.
They took my innocence from me.
Yeah, they did. But I needed help. I needed to be taken away, but I needed to be helped. They didn't help me. They just took me away.
What
Yeah,
we
I mean,
needed was this was right after the Vietnam War, and they were giving legal heroin to people,
yeah. Oh my God.
and
Yes.
so my dad would go through withdrawals and all sorts of shit. There were arguments within the house, and so within those arguments, they took me away. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't help the problem. They only ensured to create more.
Exactly. My mom, that's when my mom got the heroin from my dad when he
Yep,
came home from the service.
a
Or
lot of
when
people,
my mom started using
a
when the
lot
war
of people,
ended. Yep.
a lot of people's story.
Yep.
I often at times know it too often because I was a bartender for 18 years. So I heard a lot of stories over a lot of years. And it's to say it's too often too many stories of children in the 80s.
Yeah. I stopped using just before crack like really took over Philadelphia. I
Yeah.
stopped, I stopped using. And I think that was like 84 or 85, something like
God
that.
had a different path for you.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely. I am so
Uh,
grateful because I ain't been back.
I- so all I can say is people say I'm jagged and all this, or yeah, the fuck I am. Life has torn me through, but I can tell you I'm still a positive person. I'm still a nice person. But don't make me feel like I'm a animal in a cage or in a corner because I will be reactive.
Right. Don't
I've been
rub
in
you.
that spot in position too many times. I don't play that position very well. You know, it's not my position in life. I don't like it, and you will see. And people will see. I mean, shit. You see him in the video where I do feel trapped. I'm in the corner. He pulls me out of line and puts me over there, and I feel trapped. And I start trying to react and make fun because, like, when I'm nervous or scared, I try to make jokes to make light on the situation. It didn't
Yeah,
help.
that happened to me in court, Texas gal.
Mm.
Well, not in. I don't know. What is it before? What is it? What is it when you go to court? And
Arraignment,
I guess so. When you get to say, um,
guilty, no contest.
yeah, I think so.
Excuse me.
But anyway,
Yeah, arraignment.
I was trying to. They was asking me questions, and I was kind of laughing, like, and the lawyer was telling me, "Oh, you shouldn't laugh because it'll make And I was
Look
like,
like you're making fun of the courts.
yeah, but I wasn't. I was laughing because
Nervous.
it's like he told me that this would happen. The guy told me, he said, when you tell your story, they're not going to believe you. It's your word against mine. So when
Mm-hmm.
they started asking me certain questions, I laughed before I answered them because my mind said, this nigga told me they was going to think that. Or this nigga told me they was going to say that. You know what I mean? So I laughed and they was like, well, nothing's funny. I'm like, you don't get it. I'm laughing at y'all. You know what I mean? I'm laughing at the shit y'all told me that was going to happen and it's happening. Did we lose the chat? Is the chat gone?
I'm here.
All right. I appreciate you for being here. We holding it
I'm
down.
here.
We holding it
Two.
down.
I got 2 ears and one mouth. I've learned to shut this one up more and open up the other two.
Yes.
It took a long time.
I understand what Miss Jenny was saying. She always tell me like to listen, right? But a lot of people forget that I'm 62 years old. Like I ain't just grow up. I ain't just start being a human being when I joined YouTube. You know what I mean? I have lived
Exactly.
in the world. I have done things. I was a drug addict. I was homeless. I done experienced some life shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and I've had experiences with police, but I just don't let them have authority over me. They to
I
move
don't
back.
either. I don't let nobody do that. I mean,
Yeah,
shit. I already had an abusive husband once. I ain't finna let nobody do that shit to me no more.
right? Nobody.
Nobody. God dang it, did I go the wrong way? I sure the fuck did.
Yeah, nobody. I'm sorry. And two, even a guy a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to him and he was like, but you don't listen. You don't listen. And my thing is, if you're talking a bunch of bullshit, I really don't want to listen to it. You know what I mean? Like I touch you and I have a habit of doing that. I'll cut you off saying, no, 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 or whatever. And that's a trait of mine that I probably do need to change. But I don't like to hear
I'm
a lot.
not open-minded to garbage. I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm not open-minded to garbage.
Yeah, so you understand where I'm coming from. I don't like to hear a man make a bunch of dumbass excuses. That's just my opinion. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna do it either. Okay. What the
Like,
hell? I got all off track.
yeah, how do you say, oh, if a cop, I just don't like it, it just makes me cringe. Oh, if a cop call you, you can't run. No, you don't run, but you don't have to stop for him.
No, you don't have to stop for him. But that's why I said now my attorney suggestion didn't say that it was lawful, but suggestion is to never run, but to never speak as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Like,
right. So when y'all
you
say
don't have to. You don't
right,
have to. Now, I'm going to take my attorney's advice because my attorney's the one that's probably going to be able to get me out of the shit,
right,
that the cops done put me into. Even if I'm right or wrong, the cops done put me in this motherfucking stew pot that I don't belong in. Does it make sense? Like, I'm not an ingredient that belongs in this stew pot, but he has to prove that I'm not the ingredient. But I'm not going to make his job tougher by running. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
no,
Not
you're
that I'm
right.
complying with the cops. I'm just trying to make sure that it's easier to fight later on. That's all my point is.
You're right, right? But a lot of people don't have money like that. A lot of
I
people,
understand.
and
I
also,
understand, but even if you have a public defender, do you want to make your public defender's job even tougher? The motherfucker who hardly cares?
but your public defender is not on your side. Your public defender wants you to take a plea to work with them. Your public
Well, yeah,
defender
I mean,
try to
they're paper
and get you
pushers. I
off.
mean, unless you're willing to help them fight, no, they're not.
No, they're not. So my public defender offered me a plea deal. He didn't say if I was guilty or not. He said take a plea. That's what he offered me, yo. I wasn't even guilty. He said take a plea. He didn't even want to fight for me.
Oh, well, see, that's different than mine. See, mine had just gotten a plea deal on her thing, thinking that it was a trespass, and she was like, "Oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? They're giving her time served. This one's gonna be off my caseload. I don't have to look into it." I understand her view, but then when she started to speak to me, we're going to court for it. She's willing to fight. So I think it's all on a person's name, what they're willing to do.
Exactly.
Personal.
That's
You know?
That's
Because
exactly
you
what
can hire an attorney as well, and that attorney not fight for you, just take your money and steal it.
Yeah, that has happened too. They offer you a plea.
Yeah. Shit. I remember talking to my attorney had passed away, and I had talked to some other attorneys, and they're like, "Well, I can get you some time served, or I can get you this," and I'm like, "Well, a fucking public defender can do that shit, bitch. That's not what I'm talking about,
Okay, guys, I am back.
Oh, okay, we thought we lost you, so we were just running the show.
No,
Kind of shittily,
I told
but
you I was gonna be about. I told you I was gonna be about 10 minutes. That's about what it took.
well, I think I lost a bunch of people.
According to this, you only lost about 4 people since I've been gone. So,
Whoop, whoop. I did my job.
Ludo said it. Public pretender. That's what they are. They pretend that they gonna help you, but they don't.
no, but guess what? Jeff has never ran from the pigs. So,
Yeah.
No, okay. When y'all say run, I don't mean you don't not literally run. That's you don't do that. You shot your.
no. What I'm saying is, if he was told to leave under threat of arrest, he tucked tail and left to avoid the arrest, which I've done too, and I'm sure other people have. And there's nothing wrong with that because your rights have still been violated at that point.
Yeah, a lot of people have done it, but as long as you get it recorded, that's what they told you to do.
Right.
Walk to the corner. If you this is private property. As long as you get that reported and you leave under a threat, only under a threat of arrest, because you're not going to move me off a public sidewalk unless you threaten to arrest me, right? Then I got that recorded, and that's my witness, my evidence that you violated my rights. That's and then that's when I
Why is
fight.
that damn thing half my because of Carter, Jimmy Carter. Duh, stupid.
Hey, I'm not, and I'm not, and it's not what I was saying at all, Sly. I wasn't saying, tuck tail and run is considered running. That is standing on your ground because you've got it on video that you were threatened to be arrested. Which at this point, okay, I'm going to avoid these criminal charges. I'm going to avoid getting
Yeah,
arrested.
yeah.
But
And
it's
it
like in
Really
my
haven't had the conversation enough to establish that.
yeah. But look at my situation. I didn't even get the opportunity for that. He did threaten to put me in the back of the car.
but
So me
listen,
backing up, walking away, and then simply asking for the CAD number as I was walking further back.
BZ, your situation is totally crazy because they were being like I said, those guys
And,
are new slaves. Listen to me. Those guys are the new slaves, right? The
yep.
cops are going to protect them. The cops are going to protect them and believe anything they say because they are going to help get you guys arrested.
So let
But
me let me let me put
guys
this in
public
perspective. The
doorways
people,
and shit like that.
the,
That's why they
the,
put in
the,
doorways. Go ahead.
the legal counsel, not the attorney I'm hiring, but other legal counsel that I've talked to. Okay, because I do have a couple friends that are attorneys that just aren't able to pick up my case because they're not here at the moment. Okay, they said that what they feel happened without seeing that body cam footage, and they're agreeing with me on 99.9% sure that cop made a wrong decision to put his hands on me unlawfully, put me in cuffs, threw me in the back of the patrol car, and then sit there and had to figure out once the supervisor showed up that we don't have grounds for trespassing. His hands are messed up. This is going to bite us all in the ass. That you guys need to manufacture some sort of charge and get creative because it's going to bite us all in the ass.
Generate money by any means necessary, no matter if you didn't do nothing wrong or not. They generate money by any means necessary. That's why you on here 3-4 hours a day trying to get money for a lawyer. Generate money by any means necessary. They don't give a fuck. They know you didn't say you told. Well, they didn't watch the tape, but they believe what that man said. That you came up here starting shit and you told the man to go back to Africa. That's what they heard. They don't know what else you said. They, in their mind, they said that your ass came up there to start trouble. You was giving him, you heard him when he made the call. He said, he said, yeah, he up here giving me hard time. He said it. He said your ass was giving him a hard time. They are automatically taught to, you're in charge, don't nobody go past you. So he called the cops. Oh, 911. Yeah, man, giving me hard time.
Texas guys, you have your hand up. What's up?
I was just gonna say, like, for instance, in my situation, my cop turned off the body cam and talked to the assistant chief at the time, and basically lied to the assistant chief. And so the assistant chief thought, oh, okay, well, we have reasons for trespass, and come to find out the guy didn't do any of his protocols or nothing right and lied to the chief because they believe, like she's saying, they believe in these people or slaves that she calls them, these workers, everything they say.
It's true, and that's why they hiring them. You see, the cops are getting younger. They're hiring these people that they can indoctrinate to think that they have authority. Look at New York. All of the door guys, most of the door guys are foreigners. Look at the cops. Most of the younger cops now are Mexican. I mean, Puerto Ricans and Mexicans and stuff like. You know, I'm not prejudiced, y'all. I'm just saying. I'm just using labels like 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 everybody does. But they are hiring people that will do what they're told, right? They're not hiring people to follow the law. They're hiring people to do what they're told. We can't. We can't stop it, right? It's not. Only way this is stopped is when this all folds, when it all comes crumbling down, and it's about to happen. But you got to be ready for it. But no, the only way that this will change, nothing is going to change in this lifetime. It's already set. It's
You got
already.
to remember, we got to change it by department to start to show that the system is broken before we can get into it. That's why I'm attacking. I might as well attack a big damn police department like Fort Worth PD, who have been nothing but have already set case law for filming, have already gone and just decided they're going to snatch people up and allow people to sit there and go to court and take these stupid plea deals and keep collecting their money without taking it to trial to show that these cops are just doing whatever the hell they want with no training, no leadership, no accountability. And I'm gonna put the damn choke collar on goddamn Fort Worth PD. Once I do that to a big city like this, then they're gonna have to start wising up, or federal oversight will eventually hit. And you don't want any federal government to come in and oversee your department, because obviously if you can't run it and the federal government's got to come in, that usually means that your career is pretty much gone.
Look at what law enforcement is doing in New York, BZ.
No, I'm talking about, look at Albuquerque, New Mexico. They were under federal oversight for 10 years. They had to do everything the federal government told them to do and check all those boxes to get out from oversight. Now that they're out from oversight, now they're starting to screw up in other ways. And that's what Brick Jonesy and Leso TVO have been uncovering.
I'm going to have like 15 minutes on here. Are we going to cover what we said we were going to cover? Or
I'm trying to, but we got, Sly, who's been running the show here.
Really, I'm gonna let y'all have that, because like I said, I don't really know what's going on. I really don't want to get into the drama. Y'all
Just
go with this.
Y'all video. That's all you gotta do, Sly. Just drop down and watch the video so you're not getting targeted by the angry later this afternoon, because I'm sure he'll do a live later on this. So
well, yeah, but I don't get into none of that. Everybody should know that I don't get into none of that. That's why I left the other day. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. BZ, stay strong.
Bye.
Stand on business, man. I understand that you want to take this fight to wherever you want to take it, man, but don't end up a bootlicker, all right? That's all I'm saying, man.
No, that was a different life ago. I'm not going back to it.
All right.
Never did.
Coming back, chat. See you, Texas gal. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
I hope she doesn't get offended when I tell her to go back to the chat. Is that bad?
No, I was just like, I mean, we keep getting like way like I'm trying to rein us back into the beach at least. I mean,
I know.
It's okay that
I know. Let me start the video. Let me start the video. Let me start the video. I only got 15 minutes and I got 9 minutes of this left. So
I'm done talking to you. Hey, I need your guys' name and badge number.
Officer Tremblay?
Tremblay?
Yes, sir. 8345.
8345. 8. I need your name and badge number. 53, mate. 535. Thank you. I need your name and badge number. McClurkin 7862.
all right, let me stop that right there real quick. Comment on that. Now, if you remember correctly, TG in that other video, he claimed that he didn't get anybody's names and badge numbers.
Yep.
And he just went through and got every single person's name and badge number without a problem.
I mean, I didn't see a problem.
So I don't know. Someone sent me a City of Rock Hill soliciting thing here. Let me email the link to somebody real quick because I think I sent him the wrong link. But I just want to point out his fall. Everybody says in the chat that it looks like it was fake injuries, which I think you and I discussed. It looked like he fell and maybe even been slightly pushed with his momentum running away. That it looked like he fell. It did not look like he was gang tackled. Oh, she dropped down again. And so forth. Brick, the link is in there. The link is there again. So check the new link. I might have accidentally had that. I might have accidentally had this link up here right here. This is Kevin falling right here. This is Kevin running away.
Damn.
There you are. You're back. I must have lost signal again.
I just pulled in here.
I was while I was waiting on you to come back. I was showing the clip of Kevin running and falling and eating it. Brick, did you see Kevin running and falling over? This is what happened when he ran from the cops and fell over. This is Kevin running.
Damn.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. But
Almost
in this video,
Brick, so good morning before it changes.
hey, all I know is in that video, as we pointed out, TG, and as Brick.
No, today's the 12th.
No, 14th. But as Brick and I said, and TG, we also said that what if he was running and he tripped and fell when running away from the cops? And Brick, did you see the part in this video where he kind of feet came up where it looked like he fell? Did you get the chance to see that?
I didn't. Well, I sort of did. I rolled it back, but did not actually see it. So if you want to just go through that part real quick.
Yep, so just want to catch you back up. This is right about here. I'm gonna actually slow this part of the video down so we can see it in slow motion on what happened and what he says.
Okay. Right, good. To the library.
This is where he goes to the library, and then it jump cuts.
Get away from me!
So I hate to do this, bro, but a call just came in. But yeah, I can't really tell whether he fell or got pushed. He could have been pushed.
I'm not denying that he may have been one-handedly pushed.
Because I've got to go, and I'm gonna stay up here, but I'll be back because the call just came in. But okay. I will say this before I go: do not run from the police, and if you do, you better be fast. So let me mute up.
Yeah. Yeah, go take your call, man. We're gonna be right here. So back to this.
Bounce any assholes.
This is where he after everybody's name. Hold on, where he is. Okay, right here. That's where we were.
You know you fucked up. You fucked up, Lieutenant.
He said, "Yeah, right," and started laughing at him.
Oh my God.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chats. Bounce any assholes. me a second. No. Yeah, I don't want them to know where my car is. Yeah. Yeah. I'm right across from City Hall.
Now, TG, I know you got to get here shortly in a few minutes, but I got to ask you a question. Did you ever remember seeing the video where he was immediately after this situation where he was holding his head? And I think you saw that video, right? Where he was like,
I saw it, a few days after it was posted, because that I didn't see that video originally. I saw the video, I guess, after, like, maybe, no, it was like a week or so later, I guess, when people are asking to see the video, wanting to see the video, and FOIA requests are going out to the police department, and then my name was mentioned, and so then I had to go back and watch it.
But you remember how he was like acting like he was hurting and he was holding his head. And then now in this video, we're watching him in the car. We're watching him walk back to the car on a separate camera, and he's not playing it up like he was doing on that one live stream.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not buying the story. I mean, even when he said you guys fucked up, the lieutenant started laughing. It was like, yeah, right. They started laughing. Okay. So I think they maybe obviously see that there's something wrong with Kevin. And that's why they just laughed it off and walked away and didn't proceed or escalate any further.
I mean,
if cops are trying to yell at you from across the street and you start taking off jogging or running and saying, leave me alone and get away, well, yeah, they're going to rush into a sprint because it's like a rabid dog chasing prey because you took off running or trying to get away. And for him to take off like they did, and I never saw one cop put two hands on it. I saw one hand possibly push him from behind, but that shouldn't have been enough to sustain all those injuries. And the way he fell didn't look like he face planted or anything. It looked like it actually
any injuries on his body. I didn't see any red marks. I didn't see any scratches, any scuffs, any concrete, any grass, any sand, any dirt. Nothing on his clothes.
And they picked him up and they walked him. Other than him cussing at him, I didn't see anything that would have warranted excessive force, like he claimed, like beating him and hitting him in the head and gang tag. I saw two cops. He said there was 5 or 6. Yeah, maybe afterwards when he was in custody and everybody was coming out to see what the hell happened. But the story is not matching up to what's on the video. Even though he tried to cut and edit this video, it's still not matching to the story he told.
I agree.
Now, why Rock Hill, South Carolina doesn't want to really kind of release any information is probably because they're laughing at how they don't want to comment on something that, from a crazy person. Because that's how he's painting himself right now, as a crazy lunatic not living in reality.
Wow.
And I said I would retract my statement and apologize if he truly got beat up. But from this video, he didn't get beat up.
I didn't care either way. I mean, honestly, I just, didn't know why I got brought into drama. So then now it hurts my interest.
Happened.
And then
that's really what happened. Okay, let's just call it what it is. Okay, he had a little extra momentum. He got a little extra momentum and couldn't stay up. I mean, look,
all that McDonald's way down that gut.
I mean, that's exactly, if you look at the video, that is almost exactly how he felt. Now, this guy's head didn't get hit. There's no marks on this guy, just maybe a little bruised pride. And I'm not saying that I'm a slim guy, because I'm not. I'm a big dude, and I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't be dumb enough to run from the cops to allow me to be in that position. But I think he went and did that live stream and faked it more than what it was after all of this was all said and done. I think it was on that live stream a complete fake, because I'm not hearing him act or say the same things he did in that live stream. It's almost like he went back to his car, thought about it, went back and redid the live stream to where he was sitting there going, oh, I just got gang tackled. I mean, dude, let's be real. It looks staged. The live stream from after it happened is almost like, here, you know what? Actually, here, hang on. Let me pull this up real quick. It almost reminds me of, I heard a zipper. Heard something crazy going on.
Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy.
Nothing
so if
crazy.
I go down here to manage video, I'm going to show you something. Now, everybody has seen my arrest. Okay, everybody has seen my arrest. Okay, not a big deal, right? I didn't run. I got wrongfully placed in handcuffs and all that other shit, and I had some messed up hands. Okay, I get it. But here's a 10-minute video after the situation. Oh, hang on. I did this immediately after I was released from custody. So look at my hands, though. You see the damage? Look. Let me go back to. Watch the damage on my hand when I lift my hand up. Touch my face. See how my hand's discolored? That's from the handcuffs. And I'm going to go into this on my after my brutal attack video, like he claims he did as well. Copying me 3 days after.
Rough me up.
Okay, Kevin, how come you didn't show your injuries? I showed mine. I showed my injuries. Just saying, if you had injuries, it sounds to me like in this crazy world, it didn't happen the way you said it happened, and then you tried to copy my videos 3 days after me to gain sympathy, to raise funds, to put in your pocket. But I didn't try to raise funds this. Now, Chili did do a fundraiser while I was doing this, because I didn't know.
I didn't see any wounds at all. I just didn't. I didn't see any grass.
Yeah, but look at my hands.
Dirt on his clothes. I didn't see anything that would indicate a police scuffle.
Well, and look at this. My hands, I didn't resist. I didn't run. And look at the kind of the trauma that my hands still took due to the handcuffs.
Right.
Those are marks from not even resisting or running. So his injuries that he's claiming, where are the scratches? Where are the bruises? Where are the red marks? Where is something that indicates a use of force other than him falling to the ground and softening his blow and throwing his feet in the air? So I'm just saying, guys. So I'm exposing him for the fraud that he is, just like his organization is. I mean, I'm using his words against him. I am not sitting here and trying to attack this. This man went after me yesterday, and that was a mistake. He should have never gone after me. I thought we had made peace. I had reached out to him, trying to get help from Scars, and he tells me that there's no help. Okay, well then, okay, I understand. Maybe there's no funds. Get it, okay? But then you go in and attack me for no reason on 2 different live streams yesterday, and then you take them down before anybody else can review them. Thank God I retrieved them. What's that?
All of his live streams.
Oh yeah, he has taken every single live stream down off his
Every
off
single
his
live
channel.
stream. Every single live stream.
That's right. So What are you hiding, Kevin? What are you hiding? Because I haven't been hiding anything. What are you hiding? You called and shit on the entire community, and now you're over here lying and being caught. What are you doing, Kevin? Shame on you. As DMA would say, you need to do better. I mean, I don't know what's worse, the cops or the angry vet, because they're a bunch of liars.
Well, a vet that's stealing from a vet's not. That's pretty low.
That's low. It's low. It's low just stealing from people in general that may or may not have the money, but they're donating to what they think is the right cause.
Hi. Okay, hi. All right. Sorry, busy.
All right. I'll talk to you later. I know you're busy.
All right. Yeah, do your thing. I might just be listening.
All right.
All right.
Rick Jones, he's on a long phone call, so he'll be back whenever he's back. But we'll go ahead and continue this shit show.
I don't want to know where I'm at. I had to walk up the street a ways and duck behind some buildings. They're circling. That's my wife calling. Give me a second. Hey, I'm not good. I mean, I'm gonna try to.
Sorry.
I don't know if you know what's going on.
I'm good.
Right
I
now.
just have to use the restroom first.
I was just gang tackled by a bunch of fucking police officers.
Wait a second. Gang tackled by a bunch of effing police officers. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he got gang tackled, and I will play that part of the video again. Put a 2 if you think he's making this shit up. And here we go with the video.
We're gonna go to the library.
Put a 1 if you think he...
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Gang tackled, huh?
For what?
I only see 2 cops there.
For what? For what? You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. So listen in front of the law center. Let's donate to a veteran. I'm advocating for veterans. Okay, so let's talk about Jesus Christ.
Fucking hair tie when I need it. The head is throbbing. I am in Rock Hill, South Carolina right now. I was just gang tackled by a bunch of fucking police officers. My head is throbbing. I am in Rock.
Josephine, I didn't say a gang. I said gang tackled. I only saw 2 slightly pushing him with his momentum falling to the ground. But I didn't see a tackle. I know the definition of a tackle, and I did not see a tackle. Did anybody else see a tackle? I didn't see a tackle. So I understand, Josephine, that's not what I'm saying. Forget the gang. Where is the tackle? That's what I'm trying to say. Let's look at the facts, not what your perception, because then you're going to go into crazy loony bin perception like this guy. He was not tackled. He was maybe one-handed shoved, maybe. I can't confirm nor deny that. But a one-hand shove with you flying a momentum with your head overturned like this is not being tackled to the ground. Okay? You were not tackled. You were not gang tackled. Okay? You literally fell to the ground and were handcuffed. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Rock Hill, South Carolina. And David just sent me the address to the medical center. So I got that in GPS. I'm gonna take a minute, drink this water, and head over there. And I'll call you when I get over there. I'm on the phone with David, and for public safety right now,
What worried me was you about throwing up and being dizzy. Sounds like condition, man. All right.
Yeah, I think I might have a concussion.
Okay, for you to have a concussion, your head would have to hit the ground. You landed on grass. Your head did not hit the ground. Okay, you do not have a concussion. Jeez. How come there was no signs of physical injury to this man whatsoever?
Hair tie when I need it.
That's where they're all at, Tab. Everywhere you've ever visited.
All right.
You know where you're on?
Not yet. I haven't left the parking lot. I'm tying my hair.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
All right, lights. Camera.
Seatbelt.
Seatbelt. I'm gonna turn this fucker on. That's still running. All right. All right.
The GPS going.
Yeah. All right, we're wheels up. I'm on Johnstown Street.
All right, any of you guys who want to come up and discuss this, come on, let's discuss this, because this is, you got people in there that are trying to defend him, but we got the video. It's not what I'm seeing. I knew Josephine would be the first one to run up here. She always is.
You knew it. You knew it.
I already knew it. Josephine, look, I'm not asking you to defend the guy, and I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just asking you to look at the facts of the video of what I'm pointing out, because all I'm doing is pointing out what I see. And look, your perception of one or more is a gang. That's not what I was saying. He is claiming he was gang tackled. Now, I don't see a tackle. I maybe see, and it's a possibility because the camera view is bad, one hand as he's running away with his head over this way, which could cause you to be off balance, and have maybe one hand shove you that could cause you to fall into the grass. He fell into the grass. He didn't even fall into the concrete.
It doesn't matter.
So, okay.
Did I explain what a concussion is and how you can get a concussion?
I can, but 1 second. You still, most likely from this incident, you would have to hit your head or cause some sort of trauma.
No, you don't. I had concussions caused by the cops. I never hit my head. People get concussions in car accidents when their head is suddenly jerked. There's space in between our brain and our skull. When the head
Dr.
is
Josephine,
jerked,
I'm not talking about that. I watched the fall.
Inside of the skull, causing a concussion. Even if you hit grass, you can still get a concussion. You shake a baby, it's called because of the movement of the brain.
Dr. Josephine, that's not what I'm saying.
I've worked in the nursing field for over 30 years.
You ain't got to yell. I'm going to have to turn this microphone down.
You don't got to be a doctor.
I didn't say it. See, this is where you take things so out of context. Because you were describing it, that's why I was calling you Dr. Josephine. But that's not what I'm saying. Watch the video right here, okay? This man is not concussed. This man is not concussed. Here, I can slow it down for you. He lands on his knee, and then lands on his shoulder, and his feet go up. Okay?
Really
so I'm trying to explain there's no whiplashing effect in this video. Now, I agreed, in a car accident, whiplash, that little space of brain that's there. I understand the definition. I understand that you know what you're talking about. But I'm saying in this particular case, none of those factors would warrant a concussion. You know, he wasn't violently shaked or shook. He wasn't tackled to the ground. He didn't have any kind of whiplash. I mean, look, I'm looking at this video in even normal speed. Let me put this back in normal speed. I slowed it down so everybody could see it. I had it in 0.5, but let me put it normal.
Yeah.
He's going across the street and he jump cuts the video.
Get away from me! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Ow, 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 ow! Ow, ow, ow! For what? What the fuck did I?
So you tell me,
They did
Josephine.
attack him.
What's that? I'm sorry.
They did attack him.
They just shoved him with one hand. He was already running. He fell on his own.
You know, if you're running and somebody shoves you from behind, you can fall.
No, and I get that. I'm not denying that. But the way he fell, he didn't face plant or anything. The fall was softened by a knee and his shoulder or his hand. Okay, now watch this. This tab right here is basically how he fell. Now, if someone had literally pushed him from behind, it's still the same motion. Watch this guy right here.
Damn.
That's pretty much how he fell, okay?
It looks like it could have hurt his neck, too, from that fall right there. The way the head moves. Did a doctor diagnose with a concussion?
Nope, not that I know of. He hasn't put anything about it. He hasn't commented. I don't even think he went to the doctor, to be honest with you. But, you know, hey. Now watch this guy. Now the way he fell, okay, this guy here in this video has a lot more momentum than the angry vet did. Okay, so this guy kind of more landed on his side and maybe could have jerked his head and possibly got a concussion. The other video, he didn't have that much momentum.
Why was Angry Vet running in the first place?
Well, and that was another concern.
He knows he can't outrun them.
Well, and that was my point, and that's why he jump cut that video, because why not show the whole video? If something truly happened to you, why not show the whole video of what happened? That's important.
Yeah.
Let people decide and get you sympathy based on what the reality of the video says. I'm
not fond of Angry Vet. I think you know that.
I didn't know where your position was on it until just now.
Respects everybody.
And look, I'm not claiming that the man didn't have his hands, but here's where I have a problem with this. He's out there at City Hall or the police department soliciting money, okay, which asking for money should not be a crime. I agree with that part of it.
According to our Constitution, we have the right to do that.
No, I get that. According to the Constitution, right? But what happens? We've given laws to the states for the states to go ahead and make up. Even though they may conflict, that's where they need to be challenged in court so they can be repealed or overturned or struck down.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Okay. So if he doesn't believe what he was doing was wrong, why did he run?
That's a good question.
If you're going to stand up for your rights and everyone else's rights, why did you run?
He knows he wasn't going to outrun him. What he run for in the first place? That's all I'm saying. If I know I can outrun someone, I'm not going to run.
Well, my thing is, you saw my video. When that cop started, I started walking backwards and realized, okay, this ain't going to go too well for me. And I told him on camera, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. And he was still making his little snide comments. So I let him screw up. I give them enough rope. I let them hang themselves. Yeah. I'm not going to get hurt trying to and end up with more charges,
right?
Whether I think it's right or wrong.
Running away is
what they got to do. And as soon as I get it done in court, then we can go from there. We'll fight it in the courtroom because I'm not going to win on the street. Nobody ever wins on the street. You have to take it to the courtroom. You have to take it to the laws. You have to get the laws thrown out. You have to get the cases dismissed. You have to get the check written from them admitting fault and you winning your civil litigations. You have to go and file criminal complaints against these gang members that assault people for no reason. You have to file internal affairs complaints and hold them accountable so that that way it's documented in their file, whether it was founded or not. At least then it's documented that they did something to somebody. You have to do all these things.
And most of us, I certainly don't know how to do all that.
Just be, well, I'm going to get some content for YouTube and hope that I can grift donations out of people and get my clicks, likes, and views from YouTube. You can't do that. That's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. Hang on. Uh-oh. Something may have just happened. Hold on. I may have to pull up something real quick. Something may have just happened that I'm pulling it up. Hang on.
Let's take it. Mama? Yeah. I don't know. And there was a guy who had like hardly any hair up top. Tattoos? Yes. Yes, they cleaned him up in the corner pretty violently and took him in the elevator. What they did was them out on. All right, let me call my wife and cut this off. I'll come back on later, everybody. I'll be back later.
And the hospital.
Put the pressure on that.
They arrested that guy. He was arrested too? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. What did they get him for? What did they get him for? He was mouthing off.
Mouthing off.
All right. Is he still recording? That was not. They should have it properly, right? I want to find out where he's at. Yeah. He can be in the team.
Constable's office, you can just hire our own security force. I mean, I give a number of options. We're gonna have to put them on cameras. We already made a plan for your department. The grade was come down and get around develops. Basically, we have a CPA deposit garage.
I believe he was, guys. I believe he was arrested at this county commissioner's meeting they had this morning.
And that would eliminate the need to security at law.
For mouthing off?
Any other questions regarding?
Well, right here, let me go back to it real quick because this was his live. I was trying to find out where there was a encounter with the cop because this is his phone.
somebody out there? Did arrest somebody out there? Three so far for this meeting. They took one guy out.
No, I don't know if they arrested him, but they might have. This is taking him down, so I don't know if they did or not, but they definitely should be out there. Oh, they arrested that guy.
You can arrest him too?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
What did they get him for? What did they get him for?
He was mouthing off.
All right. Is he still recording? That was I should have probably right. I'm gonna find out where he's at.
Yeah, he's being detained.
I was thinking, what?
Says because he was being detained or because he was mouthing off. So I'm just trying to get any more details about this county commissioner's court. So hang on, guys. Trying to see. I was supposed to go, but I ended up doing this live stream and didn't go. And let's see if I can find CJ on here and see if he said he was recording. Maybe it's over here. CJ Grisham.
Any other notes? Of the year. Senior Quentin Gibson was named to the when we come together Christian University, let all things work for all. Added the name Fort Worth on November 4th. Here, Joshua Llewellyn, Joshua Mills, Kevin Novak. Would you like to fund travel to state and national parks in our motorhome? Other job titles with the county support staff and the DA's office. Her most memorable moment is the moment we're celebrating marrying her husband for 54 years. And what she likes most helping. Actually, hang on. Let me slow that down for a second. Slow it down right there. Next, we have Noah McDonald. Okay, so Nona is a court coordinator of the 297. There was 30 years. Born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Northside High School, Tarrant County College. Has 3 children, 11 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Fact, Noah motorhome. Other jobs, this is a moment we're celebrating, marrying her husband. What she likes to do for fun, travel to state and national parks in her motorhome. Other job titles within the county, support staff in the DA's office. Her most memorable moment, this is a moment we're celebrating, Mary.
So Mata was somewhere back here. Okay, I think you can see it on the video. Can you see right there on the video, Josephine? Right here, Manuel Mata's back here. This is at the 28-minute mark. I see him right there. Okay, so.
It can be done. 3 great-grandchildren may become number 1 when they're a little older and they can talk. Let's give it up for 30 years. Okay, next up on the agenda.
Okay, so at this point, 5 minutes in, after that, I think he's already been taken out.
Passage unanimously. And we do have a reception on the 4th floor. So for those of you who are here for this and would like to escape, now is the time.
Excuse me.
Maybe I'll just move to the end.
Can't really hear what's being said in the video.
No, they're not. It's because, oh man, they're not really saying much. You just hear background noise because he's not talking. No one's really talking. But I don't see Mata in this view right here. So something happened between the time we saw Mata in the video and this footage right here. Because I don't see Mata over there anymore. Unless he's sitting next to that guy and I just can't get a good view. I'm going to try to skip forward a little bit. I think Mata still might be over there.
Julie Griffin, Gerald Van Cox.
In the corner. He looks to appear to still be over there in the corner.
Mental health and
Regional Transportation Council on Mental Health Jail Emergency.
I mean, he's not getting caught. He's not getting caught on real good volume. So I'm just trying to see where this would be. CJ Grisham.
Okay.
Yes, people.
Here in the county jail, unfortunately, as you're probably aware, all inmates receive.
Okay, somewhere maybe here.
Regarding protocols, any inmate is allowed to request care from medical. They can do so via the computer tablets that the sheriff was referencing, or they can tell the request to see patients. We also respond to calls for medical assistance in jail.
We're going to take a recess now. We'll be back in 5 minutes. I would advise everyone to stay.
Excuse me, sorry.
Is this a fake?
Why didn't you carry your gun into the courthouse?
I did.
No, you weren't. You were made to lock it up.
No. I carried it into the courthouse until your people changed the rules.
So why didn't you carry it in? Why didn't you go past us?
Because I made an agreement with you guys.
Yes.
Okay, so I won't do that agreement anymore then.
Okay.
I carry it every
Then you'll
courthouse in the
sell
city.
You'll face the cops.
And you will too when I sue your ass because you know exactly what the fucking law is. And it doesn't say T-hole. It says 926C, 18 USC 1926C.
Right here.
You don't have to debate it. You just gotta violate, you just gotta protect my rights. Excuse me.
Don't touch it.
Don't fucking touch me.
Don't stop doing that shit.
Excuse me.
Back the fuck up.
Don't tell me to relax. You're assaulting. Don't tell me to relax. Let me touching me and I will leave. And I will sue every one of you. Don't tell me to fucking relax when you're touching me.
Y'all are gonna use a qualified immunity. You know what qualified immunity is? You're gonna lose it.
Y'all don't need to touch him.
Don't touch him.
As soon as you get my stuff out of there, I'll leave. And I want everyone's name and badge number, Chief. Where you at?
I'm right here.
Everyone that's right here, I want everyone's name and badge number.
Don't fucking touch me.
Your guys are putting you in jeopardy, Sheriff.
I don't care.
I would just like the badge number of the big cop.
My stuff's in here.
We blocked
I will right here. I'm not ready to go, so I don't know what you got arrested.
I know where it's at.
You got a name? You got a name? You got attitude?
Please don't do this.
I know, I got him.
Lady, please don't do this.
I want to know.
Currently, they're harassing CJ. I got his
What's
phone.
your name? Where's your badge?
Okay,
Right.
we got it. Hey, officer, we're good. Let me get your name and badge number.
My name's Lieutenant Doki, 76519.
76519.
73057.
73057.
Huh? Is he under arrest?
Now you're on the
What is he under arrest for?
They're getting me for UCW, even though I have a license on my hair.
Excuse me, I'm not even tensing up. What are you doing? Don't sit here and try and play it for the camera like I'm tensing up. I'm going legally. That's my relax. You're telling me to relax while you're falsely arresting me? Have you read 4615?
This is
the third person they falsely
Sheriff,
arrested.
I've got my law enforcement credentials in my pocket, Sheriff. Don't do this.
Which pocket?
Sheriff, in my back pocket. I just showed it to the chief. Well, then check it right now and get me out of these cuffs. And then read Penal Code 4615.
They're violating his rights.
You can't even arrest me for unlawful carry because it doesn't apply to me. 4615 is non-applicability.
Which pocket?
It's in my left back pocket.
County had to learn the hard way. Your
Did
constant
you
county
need me to go in your
I
pocket?
saw the video.
No, I can get it to you here.
Yeah.
No. We're going to do this publicly.
We're gonna take him back there.
We're gonna get this out.
I'm
gonna
Sheriff, I've got my
over there.
ID in my back pocket. They're breaking the law. You're about to get held responsible.
Let's just get you out.
It's in my back pocket.
I'm gonna take it. Is there anything to stick me?
No. 4615, Sheriff.
Look at it. If you're law enforcement, identify yourself.
I did identify myself. I've already identified myself. I showed it to like 5 of you people.
Hold on to that.
No, look,
Put it in
open
your
up to the
pocket
middle,
that's still
right there.
recording. Just
Nope,
stick it
not
in
in
your
the middle.
pocket so he can have it. Yeah.
Right there. There is my peace officer. Excuse me, Sheriff. I am begging you to read 4615 before you do this. I am begging you to read 4615.
Where's your ID?
It's right there.
Very well.
Yes, they do know me very well because I opposed them in the legislature. They don't like me.
Yeah, and they didn't recertify him because they made a mistake in 2016 when they issued your.
They don't issue it to me. The DOD does.
What did you do with the army?
Excuse me.
I was a counterintelligence special agent. I investigated national security crimes, sedition, treason, sabotage, espionage, terrorism. That's what I did. I wore a badge and credentials. I wore a gun. I had arrest authority. Everything that's required in 926C.
You had 1811 authority?
Yes, 18 USC, not 1811. What are you talking about, 1811?
Talking about military peace officers.
Yes, there are only 3 Army MOSs that allow you to carry under LEOSA. There are only 3 Army MOSs. I'm one of those 3. It's CI, CID, and MP. Are you saying that I falsified a federal document?
I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that if I saw counterintelligence, listen, I would have thought, you're not a peace officer.
I wouldn't have issued a law enforcement officer, a peace officer identification from a peace officer. It says right there on the top, qualified law enforcement, federal law enforcement officer. Yes, I am now.
Yeah.
My website is I sue bad.
I just need to go home and file my lawsuit. No, I got everything. I'm released. I think I got everyone's names and badge numbers, but I can get it from the sheriff. It's fine, and yeah, I'm fine. I've dealt with bad cops before. I'll do it again. All right, guys. I don't know if I'm still even on live. Looks like they might have cut off my camera. Nope. All right, well, so did I see that Mata was taken?
Mata?
Yeah.
I don't know him. There was a guy, he had like hardly any hair up top.
Tattoos?
Yes. Yes, they pinned him up in the corner pretty violently and took him in the elevator. What they did with him, I don't know.
All right, let me call my wife and cut this off. I'll come back on later, everybody. I'll be back later.
Okay, so CJ Grisham. Oh, Texas gal, you're back. What's up? No volume. I got no volume from you. Hang on. It might be me. Hang on.
I can hear you.
Okay. It was me. It wasn't you. It was me.
I still can't hear her.
Nope, you're right. I can't hear. Nope, I can't hear you. I see your lips moving, but.
Some about 10. Give her 10 minutes, maybe.
Okay. I saw a thumbs up. So CJ got arrested temporarily. Mata got arrested, though. That's going to violate his bond conditions.
Uh-oh. Maybe that's the intent.
But
so they let him go.
They let CJ go because they. Wait, I heard something. What's up?
Can you hear me now, guys?
Yes.
I can hear you like it's a Verizon commercial.
Okay, perfect. Let me just put my earpod thing in here and then. So Mata got arrested. That was the last out.
Yeah, the last thing I've gotten so far is CJ was put in cuffs, almost arrested. They let him go, but Mata was taken, and at this point, we don't know where he's at, which means if he had any kind of recording within 25 feet of cops, that means that he violated his bond conditions.
Yeah, but what if they come up to him?
Doesn't matter.
Not a good thing.
He was in there recording. He was in there recording less than 25 feet to begin with.
That's just.
And he's dealing with the county sheriff's department, and the county DA is the one, and the county judge is the one that set his bond. So they all know what his bond requirements are.
Right.
Did he agree to those terms?
He had no choice.
But choice or not, those are the terms of agreement.
Yep, same thing Carolina got. You're going to be out on appeals bond, but you can't be within 25 feet of recording cops.
Okay. It's really hard to fight when it's your agreement.
It's his condition to be out on appeals.
How do these judges just make these rules up?
Well, they didn't have to give him the appeal bond. They could have denied it and locked him up.
And then it would have been a bigger lawsuit.
No, he was convicted. He is technically a criminal waiting for appeals now. He's a convict now. When you get convicted, you lose your rights. People don't realize that. Once you are convicted, that court can set whatever conditions they want and violate whatever rights you want, because that is the condition, or you can go sit in a jail where you have no rights, period.
So let's say for a traffic ticket, a judge finds you guilty and then says, I'm putting you on 1 year's probation. Any ticket of any kind, I'm going to lock you up. Can judges do that?
Not for a civil infraction like a traffic ticket.
That's what happened to me.
It's a civil infraction. I mean, now
They
could have probably they could have probably put some conditions on it to have it suppressed and sealed later on down the road. It's like me. I got hit with 6 months probation. I was told as long as I didn't get in any trouble in any kind, that 2 years after that was done, I could get it sealed, and it exists like it never happened. It was deferred adjudication. So you can't find my arrest because it's been stricken from, because I adhere to the court's
It was expunged. So it was expunged.
Yep. And a lot of times when they give you those conditions, that's because they're allowing you to either be released into society on a bond, which, I'm sure TG has had some experience with bonds, and they have conditions. That's for you to stay out of jail, while you're awaiting your trial or your case or whatever the case is. But if you don't want to adhere to it, they can just lock you up in a cage like an animal. So I'd rather just adhere to the conditions and go on about life.
I signed up to those conditions. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have to sign those conditions, and I could have sat there in jail and waited for my trial, but I decided those conditions were enough for me to not sit in jail. I would do those conditions instead of sitting in jail. Those were my choices. I chose those conditions, though. I signed my name on those conditions.
Under the threat of arrest, I had to sign the paper in court. The judge wouldn't even let me read what I was signing.
That's not right.
Threatened to arrest me. I have a clean driving record, put me on a year's probation for a bogus ticket. And he saw the body cam video of the cop where it showed I wasn't stopped in the middle of the road. But they can do whatever they want and get away with it.
Well, and see, that's the difference between where you live and where other people live. Some judges are corrupt. Some judges are corrupt, and you got to remember, you're inside their house. They can make those decisions because they also control your freedom.
I'm inside their house that my tax money pays for. Is that what you're saying?
Unfortunately,
Isn't that my house? Doesn't he work in my house?
Not when you're in that courtroom.
Why not? My tax money pays for everything in that courtroom, including the judge's salary.
I understand that. What I'm saying is the problem with absolute or sovereign immunity like they've got sitting on that bench is the problem, because they can absolutely do what they want on that bench.
Oh, and it shows.
No repercussions. You can't sue your judge. The judge that did that to you while he's sitting as a sitting judge, making that decision, you can't touch it. He's untouchable.
We got to change that shit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, why do you think we got to go through the court system? Because we got to get through the police of these wrongful arrests to get to the judge, to be seen in front of the judge. Then when they screw us up and do what we do, that's when we got to go through the appeals process to get to a higher court that can overrule that judge's condition. And we go from there. We have to get through it and experience it to be able to prove that it's happened so we can make the change. We can't just make allegations that it happened from this level and never going through that court system. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but there's a process, and to show you just got to fight it tooth and nail, unfortunately. And yeah, it's like Sly Shy said earlier, it does take money to fight it, and it shouldn't. I understand that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So his terms.
I dropped out of the
technically-
studio by accident.
So his terms, like my probation, I have terms. So he violated those terms, even if he said, you say he didn't agree to them, but he's free. He could have went to jail, right?
Well, yeah, and when I say he didn't
So
agree
then he
to him,
agreed,
I mean,
so then he agreed to him.
well, when I said he didn't agree to him, I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't sign that dotted line and agree to the contract that was put forth in front of him that on his conditions of release. I'm saying he didn't agree with the decision, and Mata's going to do what Mata does.
Okay.
And you just consequences. That's why Carolina's been careful. She don't want to go back to jail, even though she only had a couple more days. I think 1 or 2 more days, and she would have been done with time.
It's very easy for them to set us up to go back to jail.
Absolutely.
That's why I had to buy a dash cam. How are you going to give somebody a ticket for an unsafe lane change on a one-way street with one lane and get away with it, which he did? And threatened to arrest, lock me up. So I had to buy a dash cam to prevent me getting any more bogus tickets. It was the second bogus ticket I got up here. And I had to pay for it. Because of the criminal judges. The whole system's criminal.
Yeah, I agree.
Entire system.
Tired of the system.
The entire system. It starts with the cops and goes up.
I think it starts with the people who don't do their job. We, the people, are not doing our job to make
I
change.
agree.
We're accepting it. And so that's the problem. And then
Plea
with us
dealing
accepting
down
it
and this and
allows
that.
the cops to continue to violate people's rights because we just accept it. And it's our job to hold them accountable. And there's just a small portion of people doing it. And that's the problem.
And most people will plead guilty even though they're not and just pay the fine because they don't want to go through it.
Like 7:45 this morning with BZ. Am I in and out right now?
You were for a second, but you're good.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. I could kind of tell. But I had that conversation with BZ earlier this morning, like the court system is set up for people to not want to deal with this anymore. So give them time served, give them a little fine, let them be done with it. That's what they're hoping. That people will not do their job, be we the people, and hold them accountable. They're relying on the lazy American. And I was saying this at 7:45 this morning. And I say it right now at 12:45.
They don't want
to lazy Americans.
I'm sorry. They want to agree to plea deal down to a lesser fine so they don't have to plead innocent and pay maybe a bigger fine.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's what you're saying.
They're not willing to fight. Yeah, they're not willing to fight. They're not really willing to do the justice that the justice system is out there to do for us. They just say guilty and be done with everything because they're lazy.
Yep. Not me. I never did.
Right.
Never.
And there's a small portion of us Americans that do that fight back. And that's the problem. We need more home of the brave and be brave and fight than home of the weak and feelings. And now we enforce feelings of weak fuckers. Sorry to cuss, but my bad.
I hear you.
So, yes, I agree. It does start with policing, but it really starts with us policing the police. And then they can police, and then, you know what I mean? And go up and up and up. But we have to convince Americans to be brave and to fight.
That's why they're arresting all the auditors who are recording police. to
Because
stop
we're brave.
everybody else from joining in,
That's right.
from standing together.
We're weak when we're divided. We're strong when we're together.
I record them every time I see them.
I don't know who this fourth person is, but hi. I just noticed.
I'm Josephine.
No, I thought there's 4 people. Oh, Brick Jonesy.
Oh, Brick is up there.
Okay, my bad. I have my sunglasses, and I guess there's an accident over here on this highway as usual. So I'm going 5 miles an hour, so I can actually see the screen now.
Okay.
Is he not in the chat?
Who?
Brick?
He took
He's
a phone
muted.
call. He took a phone call, muted, and he's still not back.
Oh, okay. My bad. I just want to make sure everybody was involved in the conversation. I wasn't just drowning someone out. That's what I was concerned about. Well, Josephine, I don't agree with just, traffic tickets, threats of arrest, all that shit. And then you got corrupt judges. We have to hold them accountable and not sit there and be like, sure, I'll just pay this fine to be done with it. Tired of the weak-minded people.
I pled not guilty. I had a bench hearing, and then the court sent me a letter stating that this court accepts your guilty plea, and this is the amount of your fine. And I went, what? I never pled guilty. If I would have pled guilty, why'd I have a bench hearing? I went down to the court and recorded. I told the judge and the female clerk, I told them both what I thought of them. They're lying. I said, Judge White, you're a lying criminal thief. Judge White, you need glasses? You saw the body cam video where it showed I was pulled all the way off the road, that I wasn't in the middle of the road, because when State Trooper Cristofaro came to my window, I was already recording. I said to him, why are you coming to my window? He said, and he motioned with his left hand, well, because you're stopped in the middle of the road. I said, no, I'm not. That was the reason he stated. Made me do breathalyzer tests, made me do all the field sobriety tests under the threat of arrest. If I didn't do the test, he was going to arrest me right then and there. Tow my vehicle, all that shit. Well, I passed all the tests, passed the breathalyzer test, zeros all the way, and the judge let him get away with it, send me falsified court documents, and I recorded it. It's all over. It's on my YouTube page. It's all over. YouTube, the internet, that recording is all over. Of me telling the judge what I thought of him. And how dare you send me falsified court documents when I never pled guilty. After the fine was paid, and he overcharged me. After the fine was paid, I had him give me another letter stating that the court found you guilty. Okay, you found me guilty. I didn't plead guilty. They corrected their mistake, as he calls it. Then after the fine's paid, he sends me another letter stating that the court accepts your guilty plea and your fine is paid. Well, I had to go back down there. And if you didn't like me before, how you like me now? And then I received another letter stating that the court found you guilty, your fine is paid in full. Because you ain't doing that. I have no idea what paper I was forced to sign. I have no idea what it was. I was under the threat of arrest again by a supposed trooper, state trooper. He had to take off work that day and miss a day's pay, Judge. Assistant District Attorney Brianna lied to the judge. He was in full uniform sitting in the court with his gun in his holster. There was no court officer anywhere. There was nobody else. I don't even know if it was really recorded, those proceedings. And he was in a state trooper's car, illegally parked in the parking lot. Imagine that. And before the judge came into the courtroom, State Trooper Chris DeFaro went out into the parking lot and slit both my brand new windshield wipers, slit them both down the middle. Yeah, wasn't that nice of him? And I tried to get the video of the parking lot. I tried to get the video of inside the courtroom, if it was even recorded, which I doubt. I think it was a bogus bench hearing. Since when you have that and no court officer, no one else is around, just the clerk, a secretary, the district attorney, assistant, the judge, me. What are you kidding me? What's going on here? I don't know.
I don't know how they just find you guilty without you being able to defend yourself. But
The judge refused to appoint me legal counsel. He refused to appoint me legal counsel to help defend myself. And legal aid refused. Oh, we don't do that. Yes, you do. Absolutely.
Well, like let me just step in here. It depends on where you're at, because I know in Texas the city court does not require. They don't even offer you a public defender.
It's not like that here, Vise. Especially when I was in court before my bench hearing, where legal aid was representing other people who got tickets. Yeah, legal aid was there representing other people. I saw it. They always make me wait till I'm the last one up in front of the judge, so they don't have any witnesses to what the judge says or does. So they make me wait to be last. And while I'm sitting there, I'm hearing what's going on with everybody else. The judge made some guy pay a ticket for going 3 miles over the speed limit. It's not illegal to go 3 miles over the speed limit. It's not illegal. The reason being,
it is.
No, the reason being is it's too easy. Anybody can easily go 3 to 5 miles over the limit. Now, my uncle was a cop. He told me it's not illegal. My other uncle in New York City taught driving, gave driving instructions. I mean, they both know what they're talking about. It's sickening up here. Some guy got a ticket for parking too far away from the curb. And I'm sitting there saying, well, did the cop measure how far the distance was from the curb? It was a hefty ticket. It was like $500. I'm like, this is crazy. We're parking too far away from the curb.
In Dallas. They do that shit in Dallas. They will get you for all sorts of parking infractions in that fucking city.
And the guy said,
you better know your parking shit.
I said,
don't try to take that shit to court, yeah, they do measure that shit. In Texas, they have little parking people. They got city people for that shit, and yeah, they bust out their rulers and take pictures and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, well, the cop didn't measure it. The cop never measured it. Cop said he was 5 feet from the curb. If you're 5 feet from the curb, you're in the middle of the road. If you're 5 feet from the curb, you're in the middle of the road.
This mug.
It's just what they get away with.
We already heard that 100 times. We got the proof. It's hard to get out of that kind of shit here. They've been through it 122 times and not going to get burned no more.
It's just ridiculous what they do get away with. All for the money.
Yep. It's a motivation for a lot of things. Government number one.
To answer some people's text messages and phone calls I'm seeing here. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I'm gonna drop Bricky though, because Brick says he's gonna be on a long phone call.
Okay.
This is Guerrilla Publishing. It's live right now, so I'm sending a few text messages because I got to see if I can find out what's going on with Mata.
I hope they don't beat him up.
Yeah. I got lucky on my last arrest. They luckily didn't rough me up. I was lucky.
I've had them break my bones and get away with it. I've had them break the nerve, tendons, and veins in both my hands and wrists and get away with it. I've had them give me severe concussions and get away with it. They got
I'm
away
really
with
sorry
everything.
that's happened to you.
Oh, not just me. They attacked my 4 children. My youngest daughter
I hear
just
that as
turned
well.
18. My youngest daughter just turned 18. They followed her, pulled her over without any breathalyzer test, without any road test, without any blood work, without any urine test, said she was driving drunk. They strip searched my daughter. They body cavity searched my daughter and sexually assaulted my daughter. She just turned 18. They went after all 4 of my children. Texas girl, you don't know me. They falsely arrested me 7 times. They've tried to kill me multiple times because of crimes they've committed against me. And I won't shut up. And I won't be silenced. I'll repeat it over and over and over. It's been going on for 21 to 22 years straight. They tried to kill my son. They tried to kill my 2 best friends who witnessed their shit. And they've tried to kill me. No matter where I move. The long arm of criminal cops' corruption is a phone call away, people. You heard? No matter where I move. That happened on Long Island. Oh, and on Long Island, the cops, they sexually assaulted me 3 times.
Girl who can barely do a couple of push-ups to drag me out of a fighting position back to my mother and father, or my body back to my mother. I don't think, I don't know. Tell me what you guys think in the comments, because I think it's time that we get back to common sense instead of all this political nonsense. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you think that women should be able to serve in frontline combat positions when they're physically not as strong as men, and they don't have to.
You don't have to be physically strong as men.
Give me a bunch of 2s if you think that it's racist, bigoted, and homophobic
What's
to
wrong
not
with
let
you
them serve in
guys?
combat positions when
You
they're
think
not
because
as
you
strong
got
and
a
have lower
dick in your
physical
pants
standards. Let me know
that you're
what you
stronger?
think. Let's go.
Yes, we are.
No, you're not.
The quote went on a little longer, but that was the gist of it.
Physical
that was before
strength
you were
has nothing
nominated
to do with
as
it.
Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth, do you
You
know
gotta
what
be kidding
percentage
me.
of
Never
our
underestimate a
military is
ponytail.
comprised of women?
I have been trained in self-defense.
I don't believe that there should be any number, any certain number. I
DOD's
just feel like people
2023
should have to
demographic
hit certain qualifications. Are they mentally strong enough to do this? Can they, do they have the mental capacity to be able to go into combat and be able to handle themselves? I don't feel like we need to fill numbers with race and sex. Does that make sense to fulfill job requirements? I just don't feel like those things aren't qualifications. Now, if people are qualified to do a job, give them the job. I don't, that's just how I look at it.
It's all in the training. Train your daughters in self-defense, people.
I'm not a combat person. Does that make sense? You wouldn't want me in your front line. As a person in war, I would not probably be the best person to put because I'm not mentally sound enough to do so. Does that make sense? Like, it's just not something I'm capable of doing. So that's what they need to look at. Is this person capable of doing the things? Physical strength is a part of the job, but there's a lot of more mental things in the job than physical.
I agree with that. Oh,
So
absolutely.
That's where I feel like we are failing as a country because we try to involve everybody. Oh, everybody needs to be involved. No, the fuck they don't. If you don't fucking belong there, if you can't swim, don't get in the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Like, so we need to be, like he's saying, use some common sense. Now, I don't necessarily believe like the just male strength is the only thing in war. I mean, maybe back in the day when we had fucking like, Renaissance and shit, but we've got drones
It's all
that
in
are
the
flying
training.
and things.
It's all in the
things.
training. I am trained since 6 years old in many different aspects of self-defense. Many different aspects. Not only karate, kickboxing. How about hand-to-hand combat? I dated a Marine for 13 years. He taught me how to defend myself hand-to-hand combat.
I agree. But we can watch the video. That
all
was
in
all
the
I had to say
training.
about it.
One thing I always say,
If
you
someone
don't have to
qualifies,
be
that's
a
the only
big,
time you give them a
strong
position.
man. You just got to know where to hit. You don't have to be big and strong. You don't got to be a man. You just got to know where to hit. And it don't take a hard punch to knock someone out.
BZ?
So
Be
they
there?
never
lost a fight in my
That's
life.
part of the testing that they do.
I
Pickles
never
and
started
pickle
a fight
juice
in
is
my
something
life.
that you use
here.
for dehydration in the Ranger units. And so
He's just
lowering
talking-
standards to make
Michael's just talking about how
politicians
women
feel
aren't
good does
very
not
tough, and I just think it's fitting
create
that
a sense
Josephine
of
is having
military
that
readiness. It hurts us. And so that's the only point I'm trying to
I
make.
didn't
So
hear
be
you,
very
BZ.
careful about what you wish for just because you're touchy-feely and you believe in the false
Filler.
religion of progressivism. Because it is a faith-based religion. It has no basis.
He's talking about how women aren't tough.
Bullets
Love
start
it.
flying. Give me a bunch
That's
of
his opinion.
Agree with that.
It's not a fact.
Most of my Marine brothers here in this chat with me, 0341, era. And my dad was an 0848, Sean. 100%, dude. 0341, 81. So 81 mortars, I guess. 81 mortars, 0341 FO. And you served in support of the 81 mortar platoon, I guess. I think that's what you mean. It's been a while, man. I've been out for over 30 years, but still stay active in the Marine Corps community. And we love our female Marines. We just would not
It's a
want to have
mentally weak male that
It's just
thinks
crazy.
like that.
I mean, there's guys men that don't even qualify to be in the infantry. They just don't have the physical strength, don't have the mental strength, whatever it might be. But physical strength is the first thing you have to look at. I've seen 120-pound little dudes that can drag a big dude 250 pounds. I've never seen a girl that's 120 pounds that could drag a 250-pound guy. Because they don't have the bone structure, they don't have the testosterone. All right? Now, you may find an exception, but the problem with the left and these Democrats is
ignorance coming out his mouth. I'm telling you.
So every 120-pound man can carry a 250-pound man? Is that what I understand?
No, that's not what he's saying.
But a woman the same weight can't. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's what I understood out of that.
If the weight is
He's saying not every man even goes up to the qualifications.
So it's on the individual. If a woman can physically do it, then a woman can physically do it.
He's just pointing out an example.
On the front line. Well, his first statement was women can't be on the front line because they're not physically able to do it. But then he goes back and says some men can't. Well, then some women can. So the women that can should, and the men that can't should not.
Exactly. Let me give you a for instance.
Math.
I had an arm wrestling thing going on with this guy at work. All my co-workers, we were on lunch break. All my co-workers were gathered around us. We were having arm wrestling. Everybody bet on the guy to win. You want to know who won? I did.
The guy.
You cheated.
I won.
You cheated, Josephine.
And he was the same height as me.
You showed him cleavage, didn't
He
you?
was about the same weight as me, maybe 100. I was 110 pounds. He may have weighed a little bit more than me. But he was about the same height. And I put his arm down. Boom! Oh, boy. Did they not expect it. But don't ever underestimate the ponytail.
Are you done talking yet, Josephine?
Yeah, for now.
No.
For now? Just for now?
For now.
'Cause
Even
I
in
was gonna
death, I'm not going to be silenced.
I was gonna. I didn't say it. I'm just saying I was gonna change gears a little bit here, real quick. because I saw something that came across my feed that I want to look into.
Yeah, let's do it.
So
I can't really look, but I can listen.
No, I know. You can listen though. It's a video. It's Tyrant Terminator just put one out 2 hours ago. So it's labeled as $1 million lawsuit, ultra incompetent cops First Amendment. So, and I'm gonna turn this up, speed up a little bit.
Speed the volume.
Speed the volume, speed the view, speed everything up. I'm gonna speed the volume up.
GTA fans, hey, man, video for you guys, man. Someone sent this video to me. The coverage. This happened a little bit ago in the state of Georgia. Man, totally disgusting, man, what these cops did to this guy. A lot of y'all might know about the story already. I don't know if you know about the outcome, but it's just totally disgusting, man. Pitiful, man, and it's just the state of mind of police officers in this country at this time, which is unfortunate, man. But y'all check this out right quick, man. Check it out.
No, that's the other guy. The other guy is over there. They pointed out two different people. They got the guy with a warrant. This guy, I just got contact with him. Oh, it's wrong warrant. No, that's what I was trying to. No, because it's two different people. That's what I was trying to figure out if I had missed something. He told me to put his hands behind his back. Because they pointed this guy out too. The people at the store pointed him out also.
Imagine walking down the street, minding your own business, when suddenly you're slammed to the ground by police, without warning, without explanation. A real-life nightmare that happened to Antonio Arnello Smith, a 46-year-old black man in Valdosta, Georgia. The shocking incident was...
Oh, don't forget about Kevin Soper.
I used to live in Valdosta, Georgia.
Hey, it's not about you. Relax.
I saw this video last year.
Anyways, this is what happened to Kevin Soper, remember? He was walking down the road with his sign doing absolutely nothing. Lies. Anyways.
Was caught on body cam footage, where a case of mistaken identity led to a brutal arrest leading to several injuries, and ultimately $1 million lawsuit that rocked the local police department and the city, costing tax-paying citizens of America a huge amount due to unlawful actions of the cops. This is the body cam footage of the Valdosta police officer. The incident involving Antonio Arnello Smith and the Valdosta Police Department happened in Valdosta, Georgia, and sparked significant public attention due to allegations of excessive use of force and racial profiling. Antonio Arnello Smith was wrongfully detained and subjected to excessive force by Valdosta police officers. This cop thought he was the suspicious man they had received the call about. Upon confrontation, Mr. Smith was found to be very cooperative and even presented his identification, which he was not supposed to provide under the law of Georgia.
The state of Georgia has a loitering and prowling statute, OCGA section 161136, which allows police to ask for identification under very specific circumstances. The statute says that if a person is in a place at a time or under circumstances that would reasonably lead an officer to believe the person is engaged in criminal activity, the officer can ask the individual to explain their presence and provide identification.
Hey, you got your ID on you? Yes, I got my ID. What are you guys doing? We're out here investigating some suspicious activity. Well, I'm not doing anything. I've been around cameras, so I ain't been doing nothing. All right. So what were you doing over there at the Walmart? Waiting up for Western Union. Call my sister right now. She's in Florida. You have a cell phone caller.
Mr. Smith was found to be cooperative. He informed the cops he was just coming from Western Union, and her sister just sent him the money. The cop can confirm that by calling her. While Mr. Smith was informing the cop about details of where he had been, this cop named Officer Billy Wheeler had other plans in his mind. He just saw a black man being questioned by the cop. This was it. Ask nothing more, read no rights, just detain him.
Don't talk like this. Call my sister in Florida. Don't do this. What are you doing? Oh my God! What are you doing? Put your hands behind your back like you told.
In the case involving Officer Billy Wheeler and Antonio Arnello Smith, several laws and constitutional protections were violated, such as a violation of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, which indicates that Smith was targeted or treated unfairly based on racial profiling. This amendment protects him, as it guarantees equal protection under the law for all citizens. Official Code of Georgia, annotated, section the 16th of May 23. One which is about battery. In Georgia, a battery occurs when a person intentionally causes substantial physical harm or visible bodily harm to another. The force used by Officer Wheeler, which allegedly resulted in fractures and injuries, falls under this statute if deemed excessive and unnecessary. Mr. Smith was the victim of another violation of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, section the 16th of October 24, which is about violation of oath by a public officer. This law applies if an officer fails to uphold their duty to protect and serve. If Wheeler acted outside his legal authority, he could face repercussions under this statute. Official Code of Georgia, annotated, section January 1351, was also violated, which is about tort of assault and battery. In civil cases, excessive force could be grounds for a civil tort claim for assault and battery under Georgia law, especially where bodily harm is involved, such as in case of Mr. Smith.
So you guys see what's going on, man. Case of mistaken identity. Walking up to this man, you guys obviously see the sergeant. The sergeant, like I said, didn't ask no questions, no real thorough investigation. Just turn around, put your hands on behind your back, and pick up and power slam this guy on the ground, man. You know, and these cops are, they're, the justice system allows them to make these type of mistakes. You know what I mean? But regular citizens, though, we can't make the mistake. But these cops can, though. It's totally disgusting, man. I'm gonna let the video rock out, though, man. Check this out.
What are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, please. Put your hands. Oh, my God. Oh my God! Oh my God! Stop! Oh my God! Yeah, he might be broke.
Mr. Smith was detained brutally. His face, shoulder, and wrist were subjected to injuries when Officer Billy thrashed him on the ground. He was crying from pain. Something serious had happened, and the other officers also noticed that instantly. Mr. Smith's wrist was broken, his shoulder dislocated, and his face smashed. Officer Billy's face demonstrated expressions of instant regret. He knew he had made a terrible mistake, but this was not it. There was more to the incident.
Oh my God! 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 Oh Jesus! Oh it hurt! Oh my God! Yeah, hold on. Please, sir. Oh God! Oh! Jesus! Oh Jesus! Oh it hurt! I'm gonna take it off. Hold on. Slide it up your arm. Oh my God! I'm gonna take it off. I want you to relax. So hard to hear. Okay. Lay down. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, well, we'll get to that in just a second, all right? One thing at a time. It's coming. Do that in a second, okay? It's coming. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Put this arm up over your head. Put this arm up over your head. There you go. Hey, this was the other guy.
This was the deciding moment when the cops knew they messed up. Their faces were like, this cannot be possible. Officer was informed on the radio and told others they had detained wrong guy. The other guy they were looking for was found somewhere else. Mr. Billy could not look up. He was shocked. What did he just do? He hurt an innocent citizen.
Huh? No, there's two different people. Because they pointed this guy out to me.
Okay, so anyone talk about 27 and 29 through Florida OLM, please? Sierra 530 001 74 0050.
Officer was sharing details of the incident on the radio and putting 1029 on the ID of Mr. Smith to check for any outstanding warrants or status as wanted in connection with a crime, or to check for whether he was flagged as a missing person, fugitive, or has any other law enforcement alerts. Officer Billy could still be seen in the background checking on Mr. Smith.
Yeah, he could be seen checking on Mr. Smith because he know he been messed all the way up, man. This is crazy, man. Then he's going to go into the sergeant. Y'all going to see the minute he's going to go into the blame game. These people, man, instead of just taking responsibility for what you did, saying sorry, man, you wouldn't try to put it off on somebody else. No, you messed up, man. You messed up. But like I said in the beginning, the officers allowed to mess up, I guess. It happens all over the country, man. But I'm gonna let the rest of the video rock all the way out, man. It's TTA family. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this one in the comments, man. I've covered the story. Like I said, a lot of y'all might have seen it. I haven't seen it. It's my first time seeing it, and it needs to be exposed. No matter how many times somebody show it, we need to expose it as much as possible, man. So I'm gonna let the rest of it rock all out, man. I'll see y'all on the next one.
He knew had hurt him, and he was regretting his actions instantly. He immediately removed the handcuffs he put on him. Officer Billy's face was saying it all.
I got you. We got you. All right. Stay on the ground.
Good.
No, that's the other guy. The other guy is over there. They pointed out two different people. They got the guy with a warrant. This guy, I got contact with him. No, that's what I was trying to. No, because it's two different people. That's why I was trying to figure out if I had missed something. He told me to put his hands behind his back. Because they pointed this guy out too. The people at the store pointed him out also. I'll move you on, okay? I'll move you on. I didn't tell him something. I thought he was going to go.
Officer Billy, with guilt on him, started confronting and putting the blame on his fellow officer. It's all your mistake. You led me to believe this guy was a criminal. The officers started arguing with each other.
No, I thought I had missed something. He told him to put his hands behind his back. That's why I thought I had missed something. Because it's two different people. Because they just pointed this guy out to me. Reference to whatever was going on over there. They said this is the guy. Apparently there's another guy over there too. Because the lady. They wanted CT on him as well? I don't know. I hadn't even asked. They just said right there. I'm Antonio in 1607. The one that be talking about the witches all the time.
One other officers did not know what to do now. They were so confused, and the looks on their faces were miserable.
I'm so confused. Wait. Okay, so he's not the one with the warrant? No. Apparently he has a warrant. So whenever they were talking to him, Swartz said, "Hey, come over here and see there's another guy," because that guy said, "Hey, there's another guy also." So when I walk on the side of the store, people are there like that guy. I was like, "Hey, he's walking to the red roof in." So I thought this was the guy that they were calling about because he said. Because that guy said he's not the one that the call. He said it was this guy. So whenever he was walking down, I was like, "Oh, why wouldn't I go grab my car?" And I got him stopped here. And then he was like, "Hey, put your hands on my back." And I thought I had missed something. Oh God. Yeah. Drunk? Yeah. Good. Yeah. Hold on, sir. Hold on. We got an ambulance coming. Okay. You don't want to talk to the ambulance?
Oh my God.
Hold on, sir, one second. Can you just hang out and let the ambulance look at you? Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me talk to somebody real quick. Okay, and I'll be right back. I'll talk to you, okay?
Hey guys, I've got a hang on.
It's to hold my camera for me because I had to go to the restroom, and it was taking forever to get to public comment. Went to the restroom, came back out. I saw Chief Driscoll. His name is Driscoll. He's the deputy chief under the sheriff's department. And I was like, hey, we recognize each other. We were shaking hands, just kind of saying hi, because I saw him at the courthouse because they tried to play this game at the courthouse about me not being able to carry into the courthouse. But we figured it all out, and we had an agreement. But I just found out he's just as tyrannical as anybody else. So anyway, we were just talking, and he's like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm just going into the meeting. I'm here for the public comment. And he's like, well, he says, are you packing? I said, oh, of course I'm packing, Chief. I'm always packing. He's like, well, you're not going in there. I said, yeah, I am. He's like, no, you're not. And I says, well, yes, I am. And I started walking towards the door, and he grabs me. And that's when everything got bad, because he grabbed my arm as if I was breaking some sort of law, and he assaulted me. And so I explained to him to get his hands off me, and then of course it got loud from there, and he's trying to tell me I can't carry.
Southeast on Houston Street toward West 6th Street.
And of course my argument was I used my 4615 exemption as a retired law enforcement with the proper credentials.
Onto West 7th Street.
But regardless of me having credentials, anybody can carry in there because they don't have signage up under what they're supposed to have under 30-6 and 7 to post to guns out. They have a little no gun sign, but that's not what they're required to have. They're required to have 30-6, 30-7, 30-5 signs. So they didn't even have it properly posted for anybody could have carried in there legally. They tried to tell me that they were they had the right signs, but they didn't. I've got pictures of it. So not only did he violate the law arresting me normally, but he violated the law arresting me, detaining me. They made very clear, because I said many times I was under arrest. No, you're not under arrest. I said, can I leave? No, you're being detained. Well, for what crime? Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. Well, sorry, then you don't know what crime it is. And it took them a long time.
Continue on to Texas 280 Spur.
Because they're trying to claim that, well, T. Cole says you're not a real cop. I said, well, I don't give a fuck what T. Cole thinks. T. Cole doesn't run the federal government. The federal government decides who meets the elements of what is a law enforcement officer. So long story short, of course, they realized they were wrong. And he's like, all right, if you'll be rational. And I was like, well, if you'll be rational, just let me go since I'm not breaking any laws here. Well, if you'll be reasonable and, just take your gun out,
use the right
you can come back in. And I says, well, I'm not going to do that. You guys have already violated my rights. I am not going to go put my gun away. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go home and draft my lawsuit. So just be ready for that. And of course, they don't think they did anything wrong. And T. Cole's getting them in trouble. T. Cole's getting them in trouble because T. Cole is trying to say, oh, he's not T. Cole certified. Well, sorry, I don't have to be T. Cole certified. That's not what the law says. If you look under 4615, subparagraph 5, it says law enforcement or federal, state, or local law enforcement, but the federal falls under 18 USC. If you have 18 USC LEOSA license, then that meets the definition under Texas law. You don't have to meet, the feds don't have to meet Texas standards. And as an Army guy, if I tried to meet Texas standards anyway, I wouldn't know how to shoot. So we're back there, and eventually they took me back into this sort of secure area because they didn't want to be on camera. And by the way, not a single one of them, not a single officer back there, while they're spewing stupidity, had a body camera on. No wonder they wanted to put me back there, because they knew they were wrong. and they wanted to hide it. Then they shut my phone off, apparently, because my phone was shut off during my live stream, and they shut off my location sharing, so my wife didn't know where I was. She had no idea what was going on. She's freaking out. Then people on Facebook are telling her that I got arrested because nobody knows where I'm at or what I'm doing or where they are. And they know that 2 other people got arrested. So, yeah, Tarrant County is absolutely out of control. And I didn't go there. I mean, all I was going to do is read a list of the dead people that have died in Tarrant County. I didn't go there to cause problems. When I went inside to go back and sit down after I went to the bathroom, I mean, heck, I've even got a coat on. I'm not even open carrying. I'm concealed carrying. So I've got a coat on. And it's just because the chief stopped me and recognized me, and I recognized him, and we initially had, this is why you just don't trust anybody that wears a badge. Because even when you think you've got a decent relationship with somebody in law enforcement, and you think they're decent people, the minute it doesn't suit them or it's inconvenient for them, they resort back to their power, not the law. They don't give a shit about the law, just their power. And I was able to document, I do have pictures of the fact that they don't have any signage posted, so there was no reason to kick me out to begin with or to put hands on me. You know, and they're all talking about, you just need to relax. Motherfucker, you're arresting me for no reason. You're putting me in handcuffs. You're wrenching my arm back. You're lying about the fact that I'm apparently resisting. I put my hands behind my back. And then they'll stop tensing up. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're wrenching my arm back. Of course I'm going to tense up because but my hands are back there. Put on the fucking cuffs. My hands are right next to each other. But they want to play this game for the cameras of, you know, what their fallback is, which is stop resisting. So anyway, they were making all kinds of phone calls. I don't know if they called the DOD or not, and but they were out there calling everybody they could, away from me, of course, because when they first called T. Cole, they're like, well, he's good. And they didn't like that answer. So anyway, I'm just going to sue him. But I'm alive. I'm okay. I'm sure I'll find out what's going on with Mata. My only concern is they're going to try and revoke his bond. So I'm going to do a probable cause hearing to make sure they don't revoke his bond because he's on a cash bond. But, you know, these guys, they tried to do the same thing to me because I was like, I'm allowed to fucking go in there. And they're like, you need to watch your mouth or I'm going to get you for disorderly conduct. I'm like, fuck. You can't arrest me for speech. So I'm wondering if that's what they did with Mata. But these people have no idea what's going on. They think they're untouchable. And I'm not going to let this pass, either with Mata or me. I don't know what but I've got to head home. I was supposed to go to the Capitol after this hearing, but I can't go to the Capitol right now. I'm too stressed out. I'm literally just gonna go file my fucking lawsuit right now. They think I'm bluffing. They're gonna find before they even get out for the day that there's a lawsuit filed against them in federal court. This stuff's got to stop. It's got to stop. But anyway, I do appreciate people for letting everybody know that I got arrested. If you can let everybody know I'm okay, I'm on my way out, and I'll get Mata out as soon as I possibly can. But I've got these other appointments today that I got to get to. So you guys take care, be safe, and be free, and never, ever back down from a fight. Okay, there's a temporary pain of fighting back. It's a temporary pain of fighting back, but the Constitution, righteousness, and being on the right side and obeying the law is always good. So my only concern now is that since they know they fucked up, they're going to try and find some reason, some way to charge me. And because they're going to have to cover up for what they just did to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to find, that's what they did down in Aransas Pass. when we filed our lawsuit, like, oh crap, we've got to cover our asses. We better charge him with something. So that's all right. I'll fight tyranny wherever it is. And I just want you to know I've always got skin in the game. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to stand up for myself. I'm not afraid to go to jail. I'm not afraid to get put in handcuffs. I'm not afraid. So I didn't become an attorney to stop fighting and to surrender my rights. But these deaths in the jail, I think they did all this to try and draw attention away from the fact that we've got incompetence in Tarrant County and people's lives are at stake and people are dying at the hands of JPS and Tarrant County. Thank you for the 99 cents, whoever that was. I can't see. But just so you know, I was only put in handcuffs for a little while. Once they realized they had fucked up, at least they loosened them for me. So they weren't so tight. You know what I love? I think this is nonsense. You know, they falsely arrest you. They put you in handcuffs. They treat you like a thug. They push you around. And then they're like, calm down. Motherfucker, you got me in handcuffs and you're threatening to throw me in a cage. And you're telling me to calm down? What kind of stupidity is that?
Exactly.
Hell no, I'm not going to calm down. You're violating my rights.
Right.
It's just cops are some of the dumbest people on the face of the earth. All right, that's enough. You guys say, oh, Slim Jim, thank you, man. You guys take care. Be safe. Be free. I'm gonna listen to some heavy music.
So what do you think there, TG? And I know Brick will be back because Brick was over in that chat too. So
I'm in here.
I know you were. I saw you over there in the chat, you little traitor. I'm just kidding. So was I. I was in the chat too during lunch. No, that's some shit I see all the. And Brick Jones, he's in here. Him and I were both over in CJ's chat while we were still on the StreamYard. So I called him a traitor.
I haven't done anything. I've been on I-35 for literally like 50 miles.
Yeah, just make sure you flip CJ the bird when you pass him because I'm sure he's on 35 as well.
Doubles.
The double bird.
The doubles.
I'll remember that from our first audit together. I still got that thumbnail up too. That was the best thumbnail ever.
That was great.
But I got Tyrant Terminator. I think I've seen this video, but I mean, I think this is more just so an update on this lawsuit. That I mean, this dude didn't do much different than what I did. I mean, I got. Thankfully, I didn't get slammed, but I did get some temporary injury to my hands. We don't know if it's long term yet, but I mean, shit. I was just on a sidewalk recording. I mean, it seems to be the MO of Tyrant County and Fort Worthless over here. Just, hey, he's got a camcorder. Take out the. It almost reminds me of, you know what? Hang on, I gotta pull that up because it almost reminds me of that one scene of. Let's see if I can pull it up. This. Hang on, just bear with me here for a second. I'm just pulling it up. It just takes a second to get it. Here you go.
Lord, this drive is just.
Here you go.
Simulation. Hurt
you. This is like the Police Academy skit with Jim Carrey in it.
Okay, thank you. Because I can't see it. Okay.
Yeah, BZ.
I know.
BZ.
Yeah, I already know you're gonna. I know you're already gonna do this, and you do it every single time. Just let me run my channel, please. I'm already aware. I don't have to go through this every time I show a damn video. You try to. I already know. I got the disclaimer. I already know. You don't gotta warn me ever again in the future. I know.
Say you're in a seedy part of the city. When you stumble upon several silly suspects secretly slipping across the street. As a police officer, you must make split-second decisions separating the innocent from the despicable.
So, but I do have to stop it every 10 10 seconds or less not to get flagged on it is what I have to do. So, and I can always, if I have to, I can always trim it out. But I always try to stop at the 10-second or less mark, but for like a clip. But he's basically training these guys on who the suspects are in this police academy scenario. So.
Ready on the right, ready on the left, ready on the firing line. All right, students, select the most dangerous suspect.
So, did you hear what he said, TG? He said, "Select the most dangerous suspect," and the guy with the knife popped up. Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure you saw that.
I gave myself a thumbs. I said, "This guy."
And this.
No, he's no threat.
That's not what they teach in the academy.
That's about
21 feet. 21 feet. 21 feet.
Hold your fire. What about him? Not this time.
The guy with the gun. Not this time.
Believe me, there's a much bigger threat to the men in blue.
And this is no freaking joke. Nope. Nope. Here it comes. The first the guy with the video camera. Now there's much more threat to the man in blue, the guy with the camcorder. Absolutely.
It's always been a threat to Tyrant County because look, we have freaking case law all the way up to the Supreme Court about it, and they still ain't learned. It's still number one.
Actually, no recording has actually gone up to the Supreme Court. It's always stopped at the circuit. Now, that is a federal circuit, but every circuit is also starting to adopt it now based on other circuits. It's just nothing's gone through the circuit to the Supreme Court like Terry v. Ohio has, or Houston versus Hill, or all these big Supreme Court landmark cases, which is a shame. But the beauty part is, listen to what he says after he pulls the camcorder up.
Shooting like this, you're not going to survive.
Hold your fire, because obviously they're
Take him out and you can waste everybody else at your own leisure.
You hear what he said?
There's the real criminal activity right there.
Exactly. You take them out, and then you can waste everybody else at your own leisure. So.
Well, the funny reason that the funny thing about why things have never made it past the circuit is it's kind of hard to prove that criminal activity took place from the cameraman whenever he's holding the camera, and the camera is the evidence, and it's on video that no camera or no criminal activity took place. Like, it's literally the video. The video is the thing. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Well, let's get back in this TTA real quick because I want to see what kind of update there is on this guy.
You said what? As I was getting ready to put my hands behind my back, he forced me to pick me up. Okay. I know what happened.
And he was polite. He did not.
I'm back.
He did not want anything else to do with the cops. He simply wanted to go home. He told them he did not need them to take his care anymore and let him go. He was just.
Were you still here? We didn't even miss you.
There's a lot of feedback.
I'm going to ignore your comment.
Actually, I was wondering why you were quiet, Josephine. I figured I didn't even hear you leave. So.
Yeah, my landlord came to pick up rent. I told him to get the fuck out of here and he's paying you.
Nice.
Do repairs.
Feedback.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know if that's TG with all that feedback driving or.
I can pause it. I can, hold on.
I don't think she meant to do that.
She didn't mean to do that, I'm sure.
Should be back. Shit, hit the wrong button.
His arm clearly seemed fractured, and his shoulder was in pain. He could not stand anymore.
Hey, man, let me get your address real quick.
What happened to this guy?
You know, even if they had the right guy, they should have never done what they did.
Oh, don't yell in the mic. What'd you say, Brick?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just asking what's the occurrence here? What's the incident
Okay,
here?
so this video was played a while back. So this guy, the police were called. There was a report of somebody doing something that they shouldn't have done, and they were stopping a second person because somebody else had pointed out this gentleman. And this gentleman hadn't done anything wrong. He was actually coming back from Western Union, getting money from his sister. He's very compliant. He gave up his ID when he didn't have to. He was unlawfully stopped and detained with no reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime. And actually here, let me just rewind this back and show you. Let me just show you.
Yeah.
Instead of me trying to explain it. And then, because you know the law just as well as I do, so you'll see where the problem lies.
They attacked him.
Well, attacking is just an understatement.
Right. Well, they attacked him, broke his bones.
Y'all check this out right quick, man. Check it out.
No, that's the other guy. The other guy is over there. They pointed out two different people. They got the guy with a warrant. This guy, I just got contact with him. Oh, this one warrant. No, that's all I was trying to. No, because it's two different people. That's all I was trying to figure out. If I had missed something, he's going to put his hands behind his back. Because they pointed this guy out too.
Let me see if I got better.
Man, with these totally this officers.
I don't want to see the conversation. I want to tell you what happened.
46-year-old black man in Valdosta, Georgia. The shocking incident was caught on body cam footage, where a case of mistaken identity led to a brutal arrest, leading to several injuries, and ultimately $1 million lawsuit that rocked the local police department and the city, costing tax-paying citizens of America a huge amount due to unlawful actions of the cops. This is the body cam footage of the Valdosta police officer. The incident involving Antonio Arnello Smith and the Valdosta Police Department
in Valdosta, Georgia,
and sparked significant public attention due to allegations of excessive use of force and racial profiling. Antonio Arnello Smith was wrongfully detained and subjected to excessive force by Valdosta police officers. This cop thought he was the suspicious man they had received the call about. Upon confrontation, Mr. Smith was found to be very cooperative and even presented his identification, which he was not supposed to provide under the law of Georgia.
The state of Georgia has a loitering and prowling statute, OCGA section 161136, which allows police to ask for identification under very specific circumstances. The statute says that if a person is in a place at a time or under circumstances that would reasonably lead an officer to believe the person is engaged in criminal activity, the officer can ask the individual to explain their presence and provide identification.
Hey, you got your ID on you? Yes, I got my ID. What are you guys doing? While out here investigating some suspicious activity, so I'm not doing anything. I've been around cameras, so I ain't been doing nothing. All right. So what were you doing over there at the Walgreens? Waiting for the rest of you.
Mr. Smith was found to be cooperative. He informed the cops he was just coming from Western Union, and her sister just sent him the money. The cops confirmed.
No, I'm gonna turn mic real quick because it's feedback. Hang on. So Carolina, Mata got arrested. Carolina's in the chat. Mata got arrested, but we're just CJ's working on it. Yes, he did. The county commissioner and CJ almost got arrested. He was in handcuffs as well. So go back and watch that video. I'll put the link in the here. I'm gonna let this video play out so Brick can watch
that by calling. While Mr. Smith was informing the cop about details of where he had been, this cop named Officer Billy Wheeler had other plans in his mind. He just saw a black man being questioned by the cops.
You have a lot
Ask nothing more, read rights, just detain him.
Call my sister in Florida. Don't do this. What are you doing? Oh my God! What are you doing? Put your hands behind your back like you're told.
In the case involving Officer Billy Wheeler and Antonio Arnello Smith, several laws and constitutional protections were violated, such as a violation of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, which indicates that Smith was targeted or treated unfairly based on racial profiling. This amendment protects him, as it guarantees equal protection under the law for all citizens. Official Code of Georgia, annotated, section the 16th of May 23. One which is about battery. In Georgia, a battery occurs when a person intentionally causes substantial physical harm or visible bodily harm to another. The force used by Officer Wheeler, which allegedly resulted in fractures and injuries, falls under this statute if deemed excessive and unnecessary. Mr. Smith was the victim of another violation of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, section the 16th of October 24, which is about violation of oath by a public officer. This law applies if an officer fails to uphold their duty to protect and serve. If Wheeler acted outside his legal authority, he could face repercussions under this statute. Official Code of Georgia, annotated, section January 13th, 51, was also violated, which is about tort of assault and battery. In civil cases, excessive force could be grounds for a civil tort claim for assault and battery under Georgia law, especially where bodily harm is involved, such as in case of Mr. Smith.
So you see, you guys see what's going on, man. In case of mistaken identity.
I'll pause it.
Because I was literally not even. I apologize. I was not paying attention.
Bro, I told you I was going to play it for you. How can you not? What is going on with you?
I was distracted. Am I allowed to be distracted every once in a while?
No, not when I tell you I'm going to play it for you. Then you don't stop me or release something or say, "Hey, hang on a second." Or
you can barely hear it too. And
put all your distraction stuff away.
Are you able to turn up the sound in the video? I'm not sure if you can or not.
It's all the way up. All the way up. In other words, it's the same thing that somewhat happened to Brick is the same thing that kind of happened to this man here. And that's what I was trying to point out. And he could probably relate. That's why I was trying to show.
But you ran it for a long time with this big narration. I was just looking for the actual incident, and then something happened.
This right here. That's what I was saying. They were trying to tell you what happened that lit up.
Read no rights. Just
watch the copy.
Call my sister in Florida. Don't do this. What are you doing? Oh my God! What are you doing? Hands behind your back like a cold.
In the case involving Officer Billy Wheeler and Antonio Arnello Smith, several laws and constitutional violation of the 14th Amendment's equal protection fairly based on racial. One which is about battery, if deemed excessive and unnecessary. Mr. Smith was the victim of another violation of the official code of Georgia annotated.
So in other words, he picked him up and slammed it right on his face, and it ended up, I think, breaking.
Maybe the reason that I didn't see it is because it's running in fast mode, and that it's choppy. So
it could be just because for some reason the volume isn't great on the video. I mean, I know that the narration is definitely at a good volume, but the actual body cam of the footage, I don't know, maybe because it's a copy.
I saw them grab him, and then he was on the ground. That's all I saw.
Yeah, he basically picked him up and just you know how you kind of like what Kruger kind of was trying to do with Carolina, basically just kind of like take her across the body. Here, let me turn my camera on. Yeah. So basically take it like across the body and slamming, probably similar to how you were taken down from behind. That's very similar to what happened here. That's how he landed on his wrist and his face.
I mean, I don't know because I didn't see it. Like I said, I saw him get grabbed and then he's on the ground. That's all I see.
Well, you said it was choppy, so I was explaining it to you. It's at normal speed.
Battery occurs when a person intentionally excessive and unnecessary. Mr. Smith was the victim of another violence.
And they may not be showing it because of the violence. Right. I don't know if that's what you skipped.
That's why, because it did skip. So I did not. So, okay. I just want to make sure because I'm literally sitting here going, what the heck happened? And it's because they just simply did not put the takedown in there.
Oh, here you go. Maybe here it is. There you go.
Okay, now we see it. Yes, that is absolutely wrong right there. He body slammed.
Regular citizens, though, we can't make the mistake. But these cops can, though. It's totally disgusting, man. I'm going to let the video rock out, though, man. Check this out.
Put your hands. What are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, please. Put your hands. Doing anything. Oh, my God. Jesus. Oh, my God. You know my wrist. Oh my God! Stop! Oh my God! Yeah, he might be broke.
Mr. Smith was detained brutally. His face, shoulder, and wrist were subjected to injuries when Officer Billy thrashed him on the ground. He was crying from pain. Something serious had happened, and the other officers also know.
And basically, at this point, they start trying to cop-splain why they did it and realize that they screwed up. And the one cop's literally blaming they're basically blaming each other here. That one's like, why didn't you say something? Well, the other one's like, I just made contact with him. They pointed him out and just made contact. So
busy.
But you know that sergeant came up behind him and grabbed him and slammed him. I mean,
even if that was the right suspect, they shouldn't have done that.
I mean, you can answer that question if you want, or are you distracted again?
What was the question?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm up here. I might as well just end the stream. No one's listening today.
No,
So,
don't end the stream.
well, you know, I'm asking questions. No one's engaging, but everyone wants to sit on the panel. So, I mean, I ain't got room for people that are just going to sit here, stay on mute, and not listen. If you want to be here, then be here. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
I'm just muting so you don't hear background noise. I'm rolling cigarettes with electric cigarette machine.
I understand, but I ask a question and everybody's like, well, what happened again? I mean, look, are we going to listen and pay attention and converse with each other? Or am I just wasting my time up here? I mean, let me know, because I think it's kind of.
You're not wasting my time. You're not wasting my time.
Oh, no, I didn't mean about wasting your time, about wasting my time. Am I just blowing out oxygen and wasting my time? I mean, what am I doing here, folks?
I don't think you are. You're doing
Brick,
good.
I heard you say something, but I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I was invited, so I don't know.
So I'm just saying, I don't even know what my question was anymore because I went off tandem there. But you go ahead if you want, TG. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I had muted just because I was causing a lot of noise. That's all.
No, not a problem with that. Plus, I saw you were dealing with something out of the car, so at least I knew what you were doing.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate it. I'm listening, though.
Oh, that was my question. So what gives these people the right to just come put their hands on someone, especially from behind?
They believe, they believe it's their badge and their uniform and their immunity.
Right.
What was the alleged crime?
Walking while being black.
No, there was a crime that was mentioned.
No, they're saying that the other guy had a warrant, but no crime was actually mentioned. This guy said suspicious activity is all the words he used.
Okay, so they were searching for a guy that had a warrant, and then they saw this guy.
And attacked
Well, what happened was the other guy was being detained. The one with the warrant was detained down the road, but somebody else pointed this guy out who just came from the Western Union.
And they pointed him out for what?
Suspicious activity.
So, clear violation. Yeah, no actual crime.
Right.
Okay. And then this is Southern Georgia. And I don't know if you know the show Cops, but most of their old episodes are from Lowndes County, Georgia, which is like right there near this area. So yeah, I mean, this is just a bad area to be in anyway, in my opinion. Southern Georgia is just absolutely rife with corruption. So yeah, it's not surprising to see this type of activity from the Thin Blue Line. They're a gang, you know, and the criminal activity typically comes from them without a warrant, right? So without a warrant, there's no crime, there's no warrant, yeah, there's no reason for them to have even stopped this guy. They're literally wasting taxpayer resources.
Well, it just cost them about $1 million lawsuit at this point, but I mean, they did have a reason to stop and talk to the guy, but not stop to detain the guy, and especially take it any further than that.
I mean, I really don't see any reason to stop and talk to the guy. It didn't seem like he was really interested in talking to them.
Well, in the very beginning, he was telling the officer that he just came up from over there and he was on cameras.
They asked him, and he answered the question, which, of course, now he should have invoked his Fifth Amendment right. But the fact is that they approached him. They waste taxpayer resources. They're pigs.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying regarding the I mean, we get to the right end of this, but we get back here to let's see what the outcome is. This is about where I got before I back this up for you.
Then he left quietly, did not wait for the ambulance to arrive.
I need to get in there. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. You don't want to wait. No. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. They're going to come in there. Yeah, I guess if you want to cancel with him, you can. Or you want to back in your pocket? Or, here, it's pocket. He explained to you what was happening, right? Okay. I heard the whole thing. Okay. You don't want to wait for the EMS? No. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. All right. He walked out. He said, he will not be doing the
Mr. Smith was at first reluctant to proceed against the Valdosta Police Department. However, after the media got hold of the body cam footage, the public was furious. Mr. Smith's attorney, Nathaniel Haugebrook, filed a federal lawsuit on his behalf. Mr. Smith had initially sought compensation and punitive damages in the amount of $0.7 million.
New tonight, a very intense scene in Valdosta.
Police body cam video just released showing officers slamming the wrong man to the ground, breaking his wrist. It happened at a Walgreens in Valdosta. CBS 46's Brittany Miller is live in Midtown. And Brittany, you spoke with that man's attorney, right?
I did, and he revealed three things to me tonight. Number one, his client, Antonio Smith, is terrified. Number two, he's filed this federal lawsuit against the Valdosta Police Department. And number three, he says the officers you're about to see are still working with the force tonight.
The demands for justice surged even more after public outrage because in the same year when this police body cam footage surfaced, there was a national outcry over police brutality against people of color, sparked by the May 25 killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. The case went on for a year. The legal battle ended in Mr. Smith winning the case and settling for a satisfactory amount of money. A spokeswoman for Valdosta City Hall, Ashlyn Johnson, confirmed the settlement offer. In exchange for $350,000 and the creation of the Citizen Review Board, it says, Smith would drop all claims in his lawsuit.
Wow.
Yeah, let's be clear. That Citizen Review Board garbage is just stupid. I don't know why it's even... Yeah, it's a joke, right? It's just another waste of taxpayer resources. Why don't we just do this? Stop violating people's civil rights. Stop violating people's rights.
How about when we do violate the rights, instead of the
stop being so quick to just arrest somebody? Lord of mercy.
Well, my thing is, you know what?
Actually investigate. I don't know how many times lately in my crimes that they say I commit or trespassing. At any given time, I give the option, hey, look at the film, look at the evidence, do an investigation. They refuse to do any of those tactics.
I think they ought to start charging.
That could prevent a lot of this shit from happening if they could actually just investigate instead of just saying, well, I don't like you, so you're going to jail. I don't like what you're doing, so you're going to jail. It's not about what you like, motherfucker. It's the law.
Why don't they just start like locking up the cops? Once they start doing that, they'll think twice about touching somebody.
Well, and I like what you said there too, Texas Gal, because the funny thing is, we talked about, I know BZ and I've talked about how the investigating officer and the arresting officer are now one and the same. Well, the funny thing is that they're only arresting. They're supposed to be investigating because they've been married as the officers, the arresting and the investigating officer. But the investigating part just never happens. They arrest and then just take you off to a dungeon and then throw a charge on you. It doesn't matter.
And say, let the courts handle it.
Yep.
No, the court should not be handling things before, it gets to this point. You're supposed to handle and investigate it before it gets to the courts. That's the problem. They're like, well, let the courts handle it. No, you handle the situation now at hand now.
And this is exactly why officers are not supposed to be considered reasonable. This is why in the Fourth Amendment, it talks about a reasonable, unreasonable search and seizure, right? And that a warrant should be issued, right? And so the idea that an officer on the street is reasonable, it's just not even in the Fourth Amendment. It literally is stating that it's the judge who is supposed to be considered reasonable. That's why he signs off on a warrant, and then an arrest can happen.
Hey, Brick, I don't mean to get off topic, but I know you haven't seen this because you missed the first half of the stream.
But
I want to show you. I want to show you
you know, in my last arrest, I had one officer that was trying to be reasonable and watch my video, but then the officers that are above him in rank, you know, try to brainwash him to know what we do is right, what they do is wrong, you know. So he got brainwashed again and got into that brainwashing zone, did not watch my video, which was his natural instinct to do, was to investigate. But the other two that were higher ups were like, no, fuck that investigation shit. We don't do that. That's the court's job.
Yep, exactly.
Okay,
so,
hang on. I didn't mean to interject because I was trying to interject before she started talking.
I'm listening. I'm sorry. I don't have nothing else to say.
I thought maybe you couldn't hear my microphone for a few minutes, to be honest with you.
Something go wrong?
But Rick, I know you didn't catch this part, but you tell me if this identifies as a gang tackle since you've been tackled by cops. Does this look like a gang tackle? I slowed it down. It's at 0.75.
Get away from me! Oh, Jesus! Fucking Christ! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Ow, 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 ow! Ow, ow, ow! For what? What the fuck did I do? For what? For what? You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake.
I only see one cop escorting him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems I see with this video if he's trying to present a certain thing. I'm going to say that it very well may be an unlawful arrest, right? So
yes.
the statute that they are citing, I believe, was something about soliciting.
And it is against the law according to South Carolina state law and city ordinance.
Soliciting. What's the claim was the.
It's soliciting in front of town hall. Now it does say, it says soliciting business
at hall at Center Hall, at Center Hall,
yeah,
something like that, right?
It says soliciting business, employment, or donations from automobiles.
Right. So that statute may be unconstitutional. Okay.
Right.
And so, you know, if he's going to pursue it, which is, you know, a thing, you know, he can pursue it. It may be reason to challenge the statute. Right. Which is great. Great. You know, this is exactly what we're all doing this for, because there's definitely some statutes that are unlawful statutes, right? To say the least, on top of certain case laws, certain precedences that are also unconstitutional. So this is really what we're doing it for. So I'm happy to say that this very, very much so, in my opinion, in my uneducated, I'm not a lawyer. This is no way legal advice or anything like that. This is probably an unlawful arrest.
Okay, but I don't think he was gang tackled, though. I don't think he was gang tackled. Okay, go ahead.
There are some issues that I see with how he conducted it, and I'm not here to make fun of him as he did for me in my unlawful arrests and trespasses. I'm not here for that. What I'm here for is the legalities of these things and to be educated further upon these things. And so I want to make sure I make that clear, because I'm not interested in what he's interested in, which is to make fun of people in the community. This is exactly why I say what I say. This guy, Mr. Angry Vet Kevin.
This is how it's always. This is Angry Vet right here running from the cops.
Decided
always
to run. Okay. And because he wanted to run, right?
Run, Kevin, run.
He very well may have been pushed down or tackled or just simply tripped over himself, and they caught up to him. And so,
like this video.
Yeah.
Like this video.
Before I had left, you know, I mentioned that it's not wise to run from the cops. And that if you do, you better be fast. And the reason I say that is I am of the same mindset as Chili. You know, Chili says, I'm not here for them. I'm here for you, right? Because you can receive injury, you can get worse, right? And so the thing is, you know, okay, if you take the arrest, yes, there are legal ways that you can resist legally, right? However, you may receive injury or worse. And so, you know, while the arrest was unlawful, he was tackled or he tripped, however that happened. And that is the consequence of the actions that he took at the time. That is what natural law is, right? And so, yes, there is the legal and then there is the lawful. I do not consider it wise to run from the police, in my opinion. In my unprofessional, not legal opinion, I do not believe it is wise to run from the police. However, it may very well be legal. In every single state, it very well may be legal to resist in many fashions. But the thing is, you better, if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough, right? And so if you're going to run or resist lawfully, then you may receive consequences. So be careful out there.
And I want to throw this in there. Just because a state has a state law doesn't mean that you can't sue and win. Because here's the thing: you can go all like let's say soliciting.
Put a comment out there. That's my.
Let's say soliciting was.
That's just
Let's
my
say
comment on
soliciting.
it. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna stand for my rights, at least put a stand.
Okay, I know my microphone's working because I'm talking.
Don't sit there and play with my pussy and get it wet and don't put no dick in it. Okay.
Texas guy, I know you can hear me talking
that's
here.
what you're basically doing. You're out there playing with pussy, and then when the pussy gets wet, you get scared and run away from it.
Hello,
you know
hello.
No,
I am talking. Everybody, give me a 5 in the chat if you can hear me, because apparently she's the only one that can't hear me.
Lay it down, put it down, stand there. Don't be a bitch about it and run away.
Can I get a 5x5? Can I get a 5x5?
They run away.
I hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Because you didn't do me a favor by standing out there, because I agree with what you were doing. I agree with changing the law because it's unlawful. But I don't agree with when you say that you're going to stand for something for me and you run, because that ain't standing.
Okay,
I need you to stand and be stood and put your fucking heels in the ground like a bull does and don't go nowhere.
Britt, can you hear me?
Be a mule, don't go. Be stubborn as fuck.
Yes.
Okay, so she's the only one that can't hear me.
You look like a bitch. Don't stand for my rights and do that shit for me, because that's for you, not for me. I'm not no bitch about it. And that's where I stand on this situation.
I agree.
I agree with what he was out there doing and why he was doing it. Don't do it that way. That ain't helping us.
I'm just saying.
I'm done.
Anyways,
mute me.
I'm about to mute you because you sound like you ignore me or you don't hear me. So I'm just trying to. You just started talking over me after I got 3 sentences out.
No, I can't hear anybody.
Put your damn earpieces in. But anyways, what I'm saying, Brick, is even if it's
hello.
Anyways, she needs to hit refresh or something.
Guess we finally silenced him.
I'm gonna silence your ass. Anyways, so what I was saying is you go ahead and district court, okay, is the only place they're going to be able to override that state statute unless they decide to change it. It's going to have to go to a circuit or it's going to have to go to a Supreme Court level. So you better hope that you take your appeal of being convicted all the way to a circuit court or you're fucked. There you go. Now, if she talks over all of you, I don't care.
Well, and on top of that, there's another thing that I don't like about this video, and that is the chopping it up part. I mean, there's a whole lot of editing, right?
I said
just that on its face makes me consider that maybe there's some things you're hiding, right? And I don't want to believe that you're hiding anything. I want to believe that you're telling me the truth. This is why lives work really well, right? Especially if you're doing something like this, right? If you are doing the video and then you're approached by police officers, maybe it might be wise at that time to go ahead and stop the video. You see them coming up, go ahead and have your YouTube app ready. You can actually set the live up long before, have it just sitting in the background, and all you got to do is hit that live. Bam, now you're live. Now you don't have to worry about it, right? Because everything's live. You don't have to edit anything. However, the problem is that some people are doing things out there that they wouldn't want you to see live, right? Now, I don't care if you see it live because I'm going to do things the way that I believe is right. Therefore, I'm going to stand on what I'm saying. So if you see it live, cool. Yeah, I'm down for that. But
okay, let me say something that.
Go ahead.
Let me say something that brings up a good point about hiding stuff. I said it, and TG made a really good point. You remember that live stream he made where he was like, "Oh, my head, oh," and we talked about that whole head injury, and her and I had a conversation like, there's no marks, there's no redness, there's just nothing other than him groaning. But yet in that video where he's seen walking back, and it's almost like he went back and did that for show, because I don't see that in this new edited video. And second, why are all the lives now missing? Where are all his live streams?
Well, and two, here's another point. So afterward, right, there's some footage of what occurred afterward, right? He's not sitting there holding his head. He's not sitting there writhing in pain. It's not until he was doing that live stream, then all of a sudden, now he's writhing in pain. And by the way, not all concussions work that way, right? There's concussions where you'll get a concussion and there's no pain. You're just forgetting shit or repeating yourself.
No, that's very true. My friend that BZ helped, that her boyfriend beat her up, put her in a concuss, choked her, all these other situations. But the concussion part, she didn't feel it. And when I saw her, like when she told me what the officers looked at, like at her, she said they looked at me like I was an alien from outer space. I didn't realize what my face looked like at the time. I saw her 4 days later. It was fucking rearranged like nobody else's business. Does it make sense? But she didn't feel any pain. Now she was forgetful. And some things are like coming to her still to this day. And this happened in March. You know what I'm saying? And like things are like, all of a sudden, like a flash will come in her brain, she says, and like a memory comes about. She didn't feel pain.
Yeah, that was my experience.
And her fucking face looked like you should have felt like a truck ran you through and you should feel nothing but pain, but she didn't feel it. The way it looked and the way it reacted was different. My whole thing is like, I've seen fights outside of police. I worked in bars and shit, you know what I'm saying? And like outside fights, being in the country, right out here in my backyard with people, let's be real. When you land in the grass and you're like tussling with a couple people, you're going to have like shreds of grass all over you, dirt all over you, shit on your hands, dirt. Does it make sense? I didn't see anything. I didn't see any remnants of some sort of huge fight like he was saying.
Well, and this is exactly why I advocate for 1A absolute, because I know that there are liars out there, and I don't have a problem with someone lying. I have a problem with the lies, right? So you can lie all you want to me, but because you've lied, now there's consequences for that.
I don't have to accept the lies.
I just simply don't have to believe you anymore.
I don't have to accept them.
And how many lies is too many for me? Well, one is generally, is not accepted. One lie is too many. The reason I say that is because let's say
it becomes a continual habit.
Yeah. Well, the problem with someone saying, well, I just misstated. Well, then correct the record. But a lot of times people double down, right? And when the double down comes, now it's a blatant lie, right?
Yeah,
and so
I
that's
agree.
what, in my opinion, has occurred here. One lie is too many. He's doubled down. He said the same thing over and over. And in my opinion, he has lied about many, many things about this.
Oh, here you go, Rick. There you go. He said gang tackle, and I have it in the video. But now he's saying I got tackled.
No. This is the thing. I've already stated that it's not a problem that he was out there exercising his rights. And it's very much probably an unlawful arrest. My problem isn't even that he's lying. It's the lies. I don't care if you lie. You can lie all you want. It actually exposes you. I want you to be you. I have an issue with the lies. Now I just can't believe you.
Okay,
What do you mean play a clip? It's all over the internet. Plenty of people have covered
He's
you.
saying that
Do this for
tackle
4.5 hours.
when you've been tackled down to the ground.
I have played your video, so even if you take it down,
in grass,
I've got
there
it.
would have been grass remnants, especially if there were 5, 6, 7 people, like you said. There would have been some remnants of some sort of earth on you. A scrape.
And you can never trust a liar. You can never believe a liar.
That's right.
Well, let me point out the first
That's
slide,
why
and then I'll let you guys
you
comment.
base everything.
He said
whenever
he
you go to
got
court,
gang
the
tackled.
lies that the officer told, not the
Oh,
actions
okay.
that the officer did. The
TG,
lies. That's what
TG,
they focus on.
TG, let me get
Then
the-
everything is
let me get the-
discredited.
Let me get the first
everything
lie
that you
in
said,
first.
Angry Vet is discredited.
Let me get the first lie in. The first lie that's going to be discredited that we can prove from the video. He said he was gang tackled by 5 to 6 officers. I only saw 2 in that video. That's your first lie.
Unless he was tackled again or more joined in.
He wasn't. The video continued. He wasn't.
We'll never know unless the video shows us, right? That's why we videotape everything.
Yeah, and we don't chop it up into a bunch of different little clips. Yeah, try putting out a real video or maybe a live stream sometime. But the problem is that you lied. You lied once and you doubled down.
And that's why I never edited any of my videos. They were all
Right.
raw videos. Every fucking single one of them.
Yeah, and I kind of got away from that. I know I was doing a little bit of editing at first, and then I said, you know what? I'm doing all that. Like I don't need to narrate.
When you're doing that.
I don't need to narrate. You watch the video, you see what happens.
That's right.
And live streams work even better.
Well,
I don't know what plan you're. I don't know what plan you're.
Found a common ground.
I don't know what
motherfucking McDonald's.
I don't know what plan there is for you there, the Angry Vet, but to come against the people who are actually out here doing the dirty work, fighting the system, making sure that we overturn unconstitutional laws and case laws. If that's the goal, fighting against us, then yeah, you're definitely your plan's coming together. Yeah, you're fighting against us. You're making it worse for us. If you're gonna run, you better be fast. But you're not. You're not, Tav. You're slow. Okay.
Look at the screen, Brick.
I heart. Yeah, that's good.
I don't mind JJ either, so I don't.
I hope Christopher Ruff goes back and watches the beginning of this video, right, the whole video without commentary, and plays it later tonight, and just for the 10 hours tonight.
In the show.
I hope he goes with it. I hope he runs with it.
Run my own show.
But that isn't Christopher Ruff, as you know, of course. That's somebody.
I don't know which Christopher Ruff is it. There's plenty of Christopher Ruffs.
Hey, I appreciate the $2. Hey, man, whoever that is, if you want to throw some money in the kitty, there is a donation link
Believe me,
YouTube
people got a
takes
lot of funny jokes about me. I can laugh at
30%.
my own jokes that people make about me. I think it's fucking funny. I can laugh when it's fucking funny, even
Yeah.
if I'm the joke. You know what I mean? Fuck.
I mean, it's probably Angry Vet with
I
like
have
a
a
sock
decent
account.
sense of fucking humor. I mean, I really do. So, but my only thing is don't run. Don't run away when you're trying to stand for our rights. That was retarded. Let them walk up to you, have a conversation with you, and educate, because we're here to educate, not run away from education.
Right. Yes.
You ran away from the whole opportunity of what we're here to do. Okay.
Yeah. Or at
and
least
I'm supposed to stand by you for that, regardless if they attacked you. I'm still supposed to stand by you for running away from the opportunity of education. Okay.
Right.
Sure.
Well, the
Earn
thing
my
is
respect that way. Earn my respect that way.
Tav, you were going to get arrested, right? Regardless of whether you ran or not. You're an idiot, dude. You were going to get arrested regardless of whether you ran or not.
Or
you just happened to run
whatever.
too. I mean, no, I'm not
There
here
was
to
going to
make
be a
fun of you.
repercussion of some sort.
I don't want to sit up here and make fun of you because I'm not going to sink to your low level. You're a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. You're a liar.
Tab, this is how your fall went when you ran from the cops.
I'm not here to make fun of you.
That's how you landed.
I'm just a troll. Troll.
Just a troll.
Just a troll. Trolling on the troll stream.
Nah, but
hey,
really
since
though,
everyone's
look,
gone, do you want me to take a cruise on the pasture?
look, you guys. So here's the thing.
I asked you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to take a cruise on the pasture since everyone's gone? Okay, let's do it. Let's go fuck with some cows.
Yeah, if you want to show, yeah, go ahead, show.
All I know is he lives on a mound of lies and he lives on a mound of fries.
Well, so let me just say this, guys. So, as I said before, I feel the same way that Chili does. I'm only here to ask you to do what's going to make sense to keep your life intact.
Just tell the truth.
Well,
you know
I don't think running away was going to keep his life intact. It obviously got him concussed and beat up, according to him. So that wasn't
exactly.
Yeah, you don't run.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we have the 5A cop card and the trifold, right? I mean, in all brutal honesty, if it comes down to it, and I want to invoke my Fifth Amendment right, and they're going to continue to press towards me, I'm going to give them the card. And then if they don't accept that, then it's real unlawful detainment. And then I can just simply, do like they're going to get the information. They're going to force it. They are the Gestapos of America. Understand that.
All right. That annoying noise is now going to be over. I'm listening to you, Brick. I'm just taking a cruise out here. I actually just needed to see how much feed they had anyways.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. No, I'm literally just here to kind of encourage everybody just to be careful, because the reality of this whole, idea is that I need a cameraman. I don't need a jailbird, right? So I need someone who can film the interactions. And if you end up hurt in the hospital or worse, or going to jail, then I no longer have a cameraman. And it's not going to benefit anyone.
What's up? It's all the haters. You know who you are. You watch them every day. If you can't create your own content, steal somebody else's, right? And spit half-truths. Anyway, this is a quickie.
This must be now, right?
I don't think she'd be done that fast. Oh, well.
This was 3 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Hey, he's wearing his seatbelt. He's stuck in the shoulder.
Had to get my
See, hold him account.
winch,
There you go.
my winch, grease hitch winch, or whatever needed to be. Had a locking pin in it, and I needed to cut it off.
You guys have enough feed?
What's up, William? So So this is a quick 10-minute. Gonna let you know how the channel's gonna run from here on out. I don't need fake patriots sharing any of my content. I know who to get anything that is substantial out to whoever it needs to get out.
Bro, he has one live stream in his list of live streams.
Yeah, this is the one from 3 hours ago. He shut everything else down.
That's wild, bro.
The closest one. You want to punch it into GPS? Pull over. I've made all my lives private. I'll go back through them when I have time. Don't have time to go through that all. There's asking other auditors, fake auditors, wannabe auditors, and members of this alleged community. And that's just not that's not helping anything. You know, y'all are going to need to learn on your own who's who and who really cares about your rights and not just theirs. All right, that's close to thing. All right, punch that in. And privatize. I'm probably just going to privatize everything until I can square everything up and redo some old videos. And I don't care about my 4.5 million views. I don't give a shit about that. I make less than $150
Then why
a
did you
month.
mention
I
it?
really don't care.
Then why did you mention it?
But I do care about what I'm trying to get done for you, the real
Your
people
scam?
that actually.
I'm sure you do.
Here, let me go ahead and let you guys comment from here so far.
Yeah, I mean, I see a turd laying on the ground, and I just walk around it.
My dog shits in the house, and I don't give a fuck. Is what he's basically saying.
No, this is an outdoor dog for sure. Yeah, he can live on the property, no problem. But he is outside dog.
He don't even deserve a doghouse. Motherfucker better make him a pallet underneath the bucket bushes.
Well,
I'm trying not to be mean by laughing, but I just can't help it.
Well, we do have a fence, you know, the border, right? So yeah, he's got a lot of room to roam. So
I got electrical gates around here.
He's got opposable thumbs. He can build his own shelter. Oh my gosh,
I got electrical fencing to keep your ass in line around this motherfucker. How about that?
I mean, he's not very fast.
I'll just make him piss on it. Just piss on that electrical gate and see how far you go.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, you know, just going back to the point, it may very well be an unlawful arrest. I tend to agree with that part.
Yes.
However, you fought the law and the law won.
Well, you ran from the law, so the law ran. So the law ran you.
You couldn't run faster.
Look, I'm a big guy too, so I'm not gonna hate it for
African in you to go.
Look. I know he's a big guy like I am, but was that really running or was that kind of just trotting?
That was a trot.
Hey, whatever. You know, my jokes are free. That's why I don't get paid for them.
Well, once you get that,
a freaking.
Once that cow starts,
I knew you would like that, Frick. I knew you would like that.
Well, you know something though, I've been out on the farms and stuff too, so I know what it's like. And yeah, once those big old beasts of burden get to moving, you know, and they get all that weight moving, it's kind of hard for them to stop it.
Yeah,
just
keeps going.
Yep.
You know, it's like a locomotive, man. You know.
Yeah, I've ran to the bus a couple of times, like while I was in school, because you know, like in class, and I got to, oh crap, I got to get to the bus. The bus is leaving, so I got to run to the bus.
For you.
Huh?
See this? You got to look at it. I don't. So how about that? If you don't want to look at it, you can turn away. I don't see myself in my ugly face. Joke's on you. Fuck. Dumb.
But if I run, right, and I got this big old heavy backpack, right, I'm running, right, I got all these books in there, and I'm running to the bus, and I tripped over, this or that, oops, I didn't see the sidewalk at the moment. Yeah, I've tripped a couple of times. I don't know why necessarily, but I do remember tripping a couple of times when I was in school, and I got all this weight.
You mean like this? You mean like this?
All this weight.
Got all this weight on my back.
The timing of this is great.
Go, Kevin. Go, Kevin. Oh, Kevin.
On a roll, bro.
It's crazy. Well, he's rolling all right. He's rolling all right.
And the thing is,
honestly,
I don't know.
In all honesty, I do believe in the stance he's standing for. In all honesty, if he would have just stood there and educated them and filmed it and maybe not chopped up this video, I think there would have been a lot more credibility to his story. And that's all I'm looking for is credibility here.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking for.
And then on top of that, right? So let's say that the ordinance or the statute is unconstitutional. Okay. Now they tell you to move along, which is unconstitutional. Now you've moved along under threat of force of arrest, right? And that is unconstitutional. You don't need to get arrested. You don't need to get tackled. You don't need to get torture cuffed. You just simply move along and then you take care of it from then. That's how it works, right? So, the unconstitutional part, it's just, that's all you have to do. You don't have to do all that extra stuff. I need a cameraman anyway. I don't need a jailbird. I don't need a guy in the hospital. I need someone who is able to film these interactions, find out what is and isn't unconstitutional in these places, whether it's case law or statute or ordinance, so that we can get these things overturned. Like this is insanity.
I was trying to hurry up and play this before he privatizes this one too.
Complete insanity. I mean,
go ahead.
Nothing. I was just reading a comment and just laughing. He was like, at least I don't have to look at it. And it was like, well, you're the one who fucking complained about it. Ain't nobody else said nothing about my face but you. And then you're talking about you don't have to look at it. Okay. Then what was the point of the roast, the comment, or any of it? A waste of your time, your breath, our energy? Okay. Cool. Like, I love people. I love people wasting time, breath, and energy. Fucking shit.
I wonder if I can do this. Hang on a second.
The mental capacity of some people is just baffling to me sometimes.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now you guys are talking. I can read it.
Overcoming because then I have to have a normal conversation, and I'm still thinking, where in the fuck is this person's brain at? Well, at least I don't have to look at it. Was that your third grader comeback to an adult conversation? Okay. I was just saying, I don't have to see my ugly face. You do. If you don't want to see it, turn away. And then
why does he keep saying
I don't have to look at it? Well, if you don't have to look at it, why'd you mention it? Does that make sense to you? Arguments that people have? Oof. Annoying.
You can turn it up.
Okay. I just had it subtitled so I could actually, read it before he deletes it.
I can't hear it. You can have subtitles and a voice on too,
I'm sorry, what, Mr. Interruption?
I'm trying to hear it too.
What'd you say? I have it all the way up.
No, it's not. I can't hear anything.
It is. You got to turn your speakers up, man. It's up all the way.
I can hear you. I can't hear the video.
No, I get it. I'm just patiently waiting. I'm trying to be, this is my New Year's resolution, trying to be more of a patient person. It's not really working out always, but most of the time it is, I guess.
Do you hear it now?
goddamn angry vets. We want to hear your
No.
bullshit coming out of your mouth.
No, can't hear it.
Oh, did we lose our BZ?
He might have had to refresh.
Click.
Yeah. What's up, GS?
What's up, GS? Is GS in the chat?
Yeah. He
hey, there, is it the real GS though? Is it really?
That's just not. That's not. Y'all are going to need to learn on your own.
That's really him.
Who really cares about your rights and not just theirs.
Tractor Supply is like 5 miles.
All right, that's the closest thing. All right, punch that in. And I'm probably just going to privatize everything until I can swear everything up and redo some old videos. And I don't care about my 4.5 million views. I don't give a shit about that. I make less than $150 a month on YouTube, so I really don't care about that. But I do care about what I'm trying to get done for you, the real people that actually give a shit. So I've resigned myself to not getting involved in any of this garbage anymore. If they're fake, scamming you or whatever, or doing GoFundMes for other people with their own cash apps and all that other horse shit, you can find that on your own, because I'm done doing it. All it does is create fucking more drama.
Hold on.
More drama. And they can leech off their views, clicks and views.
Go ahead.
Yep. So he's saying that he's done with all of everybody who's doing fundraisers for anyone else?
For anyone else?
So if he's done with that, you've got feedback.
Might be her.
That there it's better. If he's done with anyone doing fundraisers for other people, well, isn't that what a charity donation for a charity like a 501c3 type, I don't know, charity organization named SCARS is for?
Yeah, sounds like about right.
Yeah, so that's kind of stupid. Well, I guess he's going to just shut his charity organization down then. I mean, that's what it sounds like. I mean, if he's done with it, then he's just going to shut his own down too, right? Because that's what his own was intended for, so that he could help other people out.
So it just sounds like he's just whatever he says is just a big hypocrisy.
Yep.
What else? Let's see what else he's got to say before he takes this live stream down.
And shit like that. So I'm not about that. But the smoking out was successful to a certain extent. I don't know how detrimental it's going to be to my mission at this particular moment.
Abort mission. Abort.
You know,
abort,
happy wife,
soldier.
happy life,
Abort.
kind of thing. So that's all I came on here to say. And am I just going straight down? Okay. Well, I don't think we need the GPS anymore. It's the one right by the Texas Roadhouse or whatever. Okay. Need a double hitch. One that I can put a trailer on and the winch on top of that, like a double hitch. That's what I need. I swore I had one. But or no, I need a I know I got one. I just need a ball for it, I think. I don't know. It's probably I can't remember what's the most common yeah, that's on there now. It's the most common 2-inch is the most common. Yeah, see, I don't know if that's gonna work. Yeah. chance, to be honest with you. Unless they make one that goes into a 2-inch and then has two 2-inch receivers on it. It's the only way
What the hell is he incoherently rambling about, bro?
I can't see the chat in driving, so that's all I wanted to say. Look, see, not calling anybody out, no drama, nothing, and there's only 30 people in here. I start running my mouth about people and it'll shoot up to 100. Hey, attention.
Yeah, because the other motherfuckers don't like it.
Clowns like call themselves accountability specialists, auditors. They're there for you and your rights. Pay attention to them.
Well, here's the thing. I just
Right,
want to say this too. Are we close to the end? Maybe. No, he's still going. No, I want to say this too. You know, I would have no problem, and I still do have no problem backing the idea that this was an unlawful arrest that occurred. However, the problem again is the lies, and I don't want to be lied to.
Well, it's not an unlawful arrest. It's a unconstitutional arrest.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me.
Well, because the thing is, I understand your point, Brick, but let's get in the legality of it. South Carolina states on their soliciting policy that they can't solicit business, employment, or donations to automobiles, and that's what they're actually like stopping and detaining him for. The only problem is he decided to evade, then resist, and luckily, they didn't haul him off to jail.
Yeah, so
he got lucky.
So there's a difference between
and he
the
said
legal.
You guys stepped up, and you guys are going to pay for it, and was walking away after it was all said and done. The lieutenant said, "Yeah, whatever," and laughed. Now,
the Constitution doesn't secure anything for me, honestly. Because
what's that?
I mean, I said the lieutenant laughing doesn't secure anything in my heart, because as I was being hauled off to the Tri-Cities jail, the officer hauling me off was laughing the whole time. Does that make sense? Like thinking they're right because their arrogance and ignorance. You know what I mean? So that doesn't solidify anything in my heart for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's the same thing for me with the trespasses and all of the other occurrences within my lifetime.
Right.
So
it doesn't
all of
really
the different
solidify anything, but the only thing that it can ensure, if it does ensure anything, is that he did possibly do something wrong, and that's why he's laughing it off. But they laugh off shit that they do right and wrong all the time. So to me, that it's not a very good stance to stand on, because it's so wibble wobbly. You know what I mean?
Let me bring up another point.
Okay.
But let me bring up another point. Remember, he also said not only the gang tackle, which we've already addressed, but he said that nobody there was professional. Nobody gave their names and badge numbers, but he got everybody's, and they were professional, as we saw on camera. So there is another one.
That is a valid point. Now, that to me is a valid point. Very valid. Because his statement is not correct. His statement stated that no one gave him any information to be able to do FOIA requests, to be able to get information on officers and all of these things. But we find out that, yes, he got every single one of their names and badge numbers. So it's very inconsistent of what he has said. That's showing inconsistency and lies.
Brick, do you remember that statement he made about nobody giving their names and badges? He didn't have any of their information, but then we just saw it on video where he went car by car, officer by officer, and they didn't give him a hard time about it. They were professional, gave him the name and badge number, and went along their day.
Yeah, I remember that. And I put something in the back chat for you too, by the way.
Okay, let me take a look.
But yeah, I mean that is literally like one of my primary reasons why I say that my view is that he lied, you know, and he's doubled down. And so, yeah, I mean like I said, I believe that constitutionally you should be able to lie. I believe that constitutionally, that you should be able to threat. The problem
If
is
they
that
can, we should. That's how I feel. If they can lie, we should be able to lie. They could threaten us, we should be able to threaten.
the problem is that for me, once the threat or the lie comes, now I have the option to disassociate. And so in the case of Tav, not only am I going to disassociate, but I'm going to also point out the lie. And I have a constitutional right to do that regardless of whether I believe it or not. That actually is a constitutional right, is to point out a lie. So, yeah.
My thing is, I feel that I have a duty for somebody who has brought my name and taken it out of his mouth for me who was helping him and have reached out to help by him for his so-called organization that helps people and veterans like myself. That
you were trying to help him. Even you and I got in an argument over it. You were trying to help him. I will verify that. You and I got into a huge argument, didn't speak to each other for a few days because of it. And so I will verify that as a truth. And that is a truth. He did. He really did sit there and say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this, or not wrong, but maybe there's more right to it than I see wrong. So let me find the right in it. And so he's trying to find the right in it, emails this person, texts this person, conversates with this person, feels like things are in a up and up and a better, tells me this. I get in a disagreement. I have an argument with him. I don't speak to him for a few days. And what does he turn around and do? Every fucking thing that I said he was going to do. He proved me right. And that was without anyone knowing, and it was never on a live. That was a one-on-one conversation. And you, Tav, proved me right, the troll.
Well, I mean, I pointed out the lies out of his own mouth on his own videos today and yesterday. You know, it's just, when are the lies going to stop? I mean, unless you're a schizo living in some sort of weird fantasy land and think it went a certain way. I mean, like Brick said, if you misstated, correct your statement, but don't keep doubling down and lying.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, look who's here to the show.
Nice. Yeah, I was going to say switch him up so you can see him. Oh, and he's in OBS.
Yeah,
he's practicing his
GS,
OBS.
what do you think about all this? Is he? Is that what he's doing?
Sorry about that. I was looping there for a second. I didn't get it turned off in time. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you got the OBS symbol with the camera off.
Roger. Yeah, I gotta, because right now I'm working on. I don't want you to see a bunch of. Well, I mean, if you guys are okay with it, I'm just setting up my chat and stuff like that. So it's what's up? How you doing, Texas gal? It's good to see you.
I said my eyes are on. Let's see it. My eyes are there to see.
Oh, you want to see me?
No, I'm joking. I make stupid jokes. If you know my personality, I make stupid jokes, dad jokes all the time.
I'm very glad it's not against the law. Otherwise, I'd be screwed.
GS, did you see the video part where in Tab's video he let out yesterday where he was running from the cops before they tackled him, or so-called tackled him?
I have not watched it. Like I said, I've been really trying to work hard on getting this all set up.
Well, it looked like this when he ran from the cops. It looked like this. This is how he was running.
Oh, see, that's what I feel like every time I think. You think in your mind you're super fast, dude, and then reality and gravity catches up to us real quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not for this one. Not for this little one. This one is fast and quick on her feet.
Well, skinny mini. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I
I'm
know. And
getting slower with
jump
age.
and climb too. Fuck that.
I was fast when I was young, but now that I'm getting a little older, it's starting to catch up with me.
I'm old.
But the
Rick,
crazy,
I'm old.
but the crazy thing is, in your mind, you still think you're like that guy on the football field. And then you take your first 5 or 6 steps, you're like, oh crap.
Well, yeah, man. Like, it's
What is
like
that
I
in my
said.
leg called pain that I didn't stretch?
Exactly.
Well,
Actually, when you get that adrenaline in you, you really think you're at top of the world until you get about 12 steps in, and then it's it doesn't feel too good.
And then the top of the world hits the bottom.
Yeah, I'm pretty good, but then like I could probably still scrap pretty good, but I need like 2 weeks sitting in a recliner going, what was I thinking? Everything hurts. Just kill me now. Yeah. No, it's funny though. I mean, some people make some good points, we get all tough on the internet, and at the end of the day, I don't know, man. People don't realize some things are for keeps, man. You can't take some things back.
Absolutely.
Well, he thinks he can by taking all his live streams down. The only problem is I made sure that this morning at I don't know what time did I go live, 9:45. I made sure I didn't make that same mistake I did yesterday on your live stream. So what I did was I streamed his whole video without interruption. So if you want to go back and review it without my commentary, the first 30 minutes is his video of the arrest.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't. Were you planning on reviewing it at all, GS?
Yeah, I don't listen. Like I said, this has got me like. Nero's trying to help me out. I'm really trying to get this done before my StreamYards kind of runs out, because I'm kind of loath to waste $431 when I can do it with free sourced things. I can kind of have the same quality, or maybe a little less. Maybe it's a little less convenient, but I want to try to be respectful to the people that are opening up their wallet and saying, hey, we want to support your show. I want to be respectful of that money and put as much of that back into the show to make it better as possible. And then eventually it'd be nice.
Spend money to make money, motherfuckers.
Exactly. But at the same time, I also eventually would like to give myself a paycheck so I can look at my wife and go, see, this pays off, right? Now you don't have to work.
That's right. That's right. Penny saved is a penny earned. So right now we're actually reviewing his most recent live from 3 or 4 hours ago. So this one isn't the arrest video, so you won't have to worry about us like.
Oh, I don't mind.
No, well, I was gonna say, so that way you get a fresh mind when you go to reviewing his arrest video.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I do appreciate that.
And if for some reason, if he takes it down, all you got to do is review the first 20 minutes of my live stream, because I just let it play. Without my commentary, we had to keep stopping or fast forwarding.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got to be a little bit more. I got to be a little more cognizant of how much I pause and opine as well. I think, because people are there to kind of see it, and they're kind of there to hear us, but at the same time, they're kind of there to see the video too. So I guess there's that perfect balance. It's
hard to balance things. I mean, I was a bartender for a long time. It took me a long time to balance my margarita the exact way that tastes great for everyone.
It's like Tav running.
Everyone.
Hard to balance.
Just hard to balance.
No, I'm not here to make
hard to balance. So
again, going back to originally
hard.
I said I'm not here to make fun of the guy for his unlawful arrest or anything like that. But if you're going to run, you better be fast.
Yeah. So, and I said earlier, I saw that BZ put it up. And if you don't mind me kind of positing something about, I really think just to hear him in his live recently, like 5 minutes ago, he kind of sounded like he had a lot of regret in his voice. And I think his Angie, his wife is, I believe his wife, was in the truck with him, and he was asking her a question. So we don't need a GPS, this, that, and the other thing. And then he made a comment about, he's like, man, if I start talking smack about people, I get 100 people in my chat. But if I'm just not talking any drama, there's only 30. And I'm okay with 30. When I first came, when I first came in, I think BZ had 18 in the chat. I mean, I don't think BZ's complaining about it. I mean, sure, would you love to have 1,000 people just chilling and be in a good community? Yeah, but here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to.
I get anywhere from 18 to 40, and again, it goes depending on what the content is, man. And the more drama you have, the more trolls you're going to bring. It is what it is.
Hold on. But I think his point is kind of like what my point is. I want you to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
It's kind of just like I'm okay with having the smaller numbers because that growth would be like legitimate growth. I mean, you're gonna have a lot more
quality growth. Exactly.
Yes, and you're gonna have people that actually are tuning in for that community, and sometimes they're not even there. Yeah, good.
I was like, the numbers are great, but you want numbers that are actually going to fabricate better results than numbers that won't fabricate any results.
I would agree.
Yeah, so if I'm going to go out there and do a survey, because I do surveys, I do surveys for like the elections, right? So my surveys are better if I hit up the more willing people that are willing to do the survey than the people that I coerce to do the survey, because people I have to convince to do a survey is probably not going to fill it out correctly or honestly, but people that are willing to do it will fill it out willingly and honestly. So it's going to be a more valid survey. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So just like if I have 30 valid people in my chat, they're more valid than the 100 people that are not valid. That's the way I look at the numbers on YouTube.
Well, and sometimes even it's kind of funny because sometimes I don't even have to interact with my chat. You build this community up and they get to know each other. I mean, heck, you might even get relationships that might form, children that might be born under your community eventually. And sometimes they're not even there to hang out with you. Sometimes they're just there to hang out with some cool people that are in their circle. And it's kind of a great thing to slowly build that community and just sit back and watch it kind of just naturally grow.
Absolutely. Because I'm like that with other communities, even outside of A1. I watch a lot of scammers that like bus scammers and stuff. And like, I'm involved in those communities. They know my name. They see it pop up, like it's, but I mean, a lot of it's not necessarily just the person that's putting on the show. A lot of the times I go in there just to communicate with the people that are involved watching the show.
Yeah.
But if there's a lot of garbage within their show, I'll dip out because I don't want to be a part of the garbage. So it's the same. Like, I'd rather 30 solid people than 100 people of garbage.
Yeah, but the thing is with 30 people, you'll never get your own private island and private jet.
Oh man, I can't no Diddy things.
No Diddy oil.
Dang it.
Some people are all.
That was my lifelong goal.
Some people are all about that Diddy oil. You know what I'm saying? It's a Faustian deal. You think you want it until you get it, and then you're crying on stage like Bieber trying to reach back for God.
Wet until you can't contain it no more.
Mm-hmm. You're not wrong.
I'm so sorry. Jokes are free. I told you that's why I don't get paid for them.
All these starving, hungry, out of work comedians, you're over here cracking jokes for free.
I know it, man.
No, not free. They're costing me viewers.
Shots fired. All right, I'll be quiet. I'm muting up.
Me too.
All right, I'm gonna go back to playing this and see if his heart actually changes with lies again before the end of the live stream.
I hope that was the right targeted path.
Thank you.
Guys, I accidentally deleted everybody. That'll show you who people are too, because some of the people that were mods got really pissed off, and started running their mouths about me, and that'll show you exactly who. And one of them was a chili mod. or is a chili mod. So,
okay, GS, you heard what he just said. Do you know who the one person was?
That was a chili mod. That was a mod in his channel.
Yep, I know exactly who that was because she's no longer a mod in my channel either.
Is it
Because she
Gloria?
sported this jack wagon. Yes, it was. He
Yeah,
bounced her.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, I'm not trying to stir up any kind of weird drama or anything like that, but there's a particular, I call her the wench without a wrench. The second I took her wrench away, dude, she went Machiavellian. And there's some women out there.
Stephanie Jenks.
No, I didn't say nothing. I did not invoke any kind of names. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying the same thing happened over here on my channel
Investigators
too. So.
investigate.
No, I took Brecky's wrench away for his own mental sanity.
Yes, you did.
Cause it wasn't because I didn't trust him. It's because he couldn't have it. And listen,
Yeah.
I'd rather not have a
I
wrench.
wouldn't
Honestly,
want Brick to be a police officer on my police station. I'm just saying. I don't think he has the mental capacity to handle it.
I'd be calling him a jackboot.
But hey, I would definitely want him on the internal affairs part of it. Does that make sense? Like, get down to the nitty-gritty.
Oh, but see, the problem is he doesn't enforce feelings. He doesn't enforce the law. He enforces natural law. In other words, you pissed him off, he just boots you.
Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing. So yeah, I am very tyrannical in my own home, but in the public spaces, no, I don't put my hands on people. So like I've had conversations with people on the street, and I know the difference between the conversations that I've had with those folks versus the same type of people, and I had the conversation with them in the jail, right? So I see the way that they are on the street versus the way that they are in jail. And when they're in jail, they're pissed off. But when they're on the street, they could be on the street and have absolutely nothing. They're happy. And so, yeah, I have a different mentality than the police. Like, I have a deep compassion for the crazy guy in the corner. He needs an extra minute or two. Let him speak. But unfortunately, these cops don't do that. They don't. They want to tell the guy to shut up, and then when they want the speech compelled, then they force it. And all they want is specific things. They want to identify you, and then they want you to admit to a crime, right?
Well, that's basically what they did to CJ Grisham today, right? Like, they wanted him to comply, and he was like, no, I don't need to because it's not the law, so I'm not going to comply to your demands. He keeps walking through. They detain him. They try, they turn off his phone. They don't have body cams, all of these tyrannical things to enforce however they feel, and he even said it in his own words and his own verification today. If you don't stand, and this is where my problem is what happened with Angry Vet. Yes, did he possibly get introduced to the police because of his actions that he was taking that were lawful? Sure, but he ran from those lawful actions, and I have a problem with that. And what CJ Grisham said, do not run from them. I don't run from them. I'm a lawyer. I'm not going to run from them. I've never run from them. That's why I became a lawyer. I'm fighting for it. I'm fighting for this. Fight. Fight's not running. And if you're a soldier, and a combat soldier at that, like, you should know running from combat is not a solution.
Yeah, actually, that's quite the opposite. You can go to
and I'm not a
you can
soldier.
go to jail.
I'm not
desertion
in the
on that.
service, never done a service, but I can say that in at least, if you're going to be a soldier, be ready for combat. Never run from it.
Yeah.
Never retreat is the word, right? I mean, I assume I got a lot of people here in the service in the chat.
No, and I would say that what I observed with the Angry Vet is not an advance to the rear, as BZ puts it. It was a running away.
It's a tactical withdrawal.
Tactical withdrawal. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there are such things as
No,
baited
yeah. So that's why I said okay. I get that.
Yeah, there are such things as what would be referred to as a baited ambush, in which case that if you're with an aggressive foe, you want to basically create like a funnel. Like imagine a funnel, but where the walls of the funnel, it would be soldiers with weapons.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what you do is you have one person go down where the funnel would, where the water would go out of the funnel. He runs, and then they go into this killing V, basically.
Oh, okay, I get
Yeah.
it.
Typically, that like in the old scenarios of the battles, that's what they would do when the cavalry would come through. If they had the chance, they would funnel them in. Yeah.
Like the Revolutionary War and stuff. That makes sense. Okay. All right. Okay. You guys are teaching me. I don't know stuff like this. I mean, I'm not a soldier. I'm just an American that likes my Constitution. You know, my dad was a soldier. Doesn't make me one, though. But he did teach me a lot about fighting Constitution and standing up for my rights. So here I am, trolling the world with my rights.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna. By the way, GS, if you don't know, by the hanging of the nut situation that happened there.
Yeah. What was? Yeah. What was?
Yeah, a lot of people are thrown off by that, except for maybe Brick and BZ and Carolina Fort Worth. They all personally knew that I have a teenage daughter, and probably some trolls. I don't know how the word got out, but some word got out. Could have been just the internet. Could have been anything. You know what I'm saying? Whatever lines happened. The river flowed down to a path where it affected my daughter mentally and emotionally, kind of in a negative way. So I stood back and said, hey, if this is going to affect my family in a negative way right now, let me stand back and let me focus on what's valuable to me right now, which is my family first and then everything else. Okay.
Yes. So
I stood away, and everyone knew why and didn't argue with me why, right? Then all of a sudden, FOIA request goes out, to figure out what happened to Angry Vet. He throws out some names. Originally, my name came across, but as he said my name, like Texas Gal, just hanging on everyone's nuts. And that was his exact verbiage. So that's why I was like, I'm here just hanging on the nuts.
Right.
And then that's where that kind of came through. And now I have the new troll thing. Like, I'm a troll. Like, look, I have my life that I have had for 44 years, almost 45 now. I've been YouTubing for a year. Like, the YouTube was not the consistent thing in my life. It was a new thing. It just didn't work out as well as I thought it could. And so now I'm here still supporting my A1 community as well as I can. Does it make sense?
Yeah, well, I got a question for you when it comes to the A1 community. Have you noticed that they're like we're looking at the gentleman on the screen right there, Tav,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And it's like I gave him an olive branch on a couple occasions. Sounds like quite a few people, especially VZ, tried to do the same thing, even though others like yourself cautioned him it's a trap.
Okay.
So are you familiar with the story of well, it's not really quite a parable because it's not religious, but the frog and the scorpion, right?
Yeah.
So there's a frog who could swim across the pond. The pond was, quite lengthy, and there was a scorpion that the sun was going down, and his family was on the other side of the pond, and he approached the frog saying, hey, look, my family's on the other side of this pond. I'm not going to make it before sundown, and my family needs me. Is there any way that I could hop on your back? You're a really good swimmer. You're a strong swimmer. Look at you. You can do it. And we can both get across. It won't take you any time at all to go straight across. And, you'll get across the pond, which you're planning on doing anyway. And I'll be able to be reunited with my family, Ricky Tiki Tabby. And the frog said, no. You're a scorpion, man. And we're going to get halfway across that pond. You're going to sting me. And I'm going to be paralyzed. And we're both going to drown because you can't swim and I won't be able to. And the scorpion's like, well, how does that make any sense? So that would be foolish of me to do that, because then we're both going to drown. I'm trying to get to my family. You can trust me. Well, the frog, being the sucker that most of us seem to be in this community, we trusted the scorpion. The scorpion climbed on our back, and as predicted, halfway across, boom, the frog feels a sting, looks up at the scorpion. Scorpion's looking down at the frog. Pincher's clacking. And the frog goes, why would you do that? Now we're both going to die. And he said, because I'm a scorpion. It's in my nature. This guy is a scorpion.
Okay. And I agree with all of those scenarios. I think the difference is how the frog grew up. Did the frog grow up really tough and not have to have his parents and learn really tough in a young life that, hey, things will come and attack you and maybe kill you, and maybe smarter and savvier to see the faultiness in the scorpion? Or were you just a frog that had a good family that supported you, that protected you, and now you're out on your own and you're not really aware of what the scorpion is really about because you haven't been involved in that? And I think that is a lot of the problem with a lot of the trusting part of the A1 community, where I am that little frog that's been kind of wounded since a little frog. So I'm a little bit more aware of the scorpions that are out there than some of the frogs that have been protected a little bit better.
So I guess my overall question to you, as a woman in the 1A community, trying to be helpful and trying to be a part of it,
did she say frog, and did you say something about a trap?
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself with that clip.
Yeah. So I guess my question for you would be, like, having been in a few of these channels, perhaps quite a few more than I have, do you get a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth with some of these people when you start realizing some of the things they're saying aren't adding up with their actions and their behaviors?
I think it's been like that since the day I started this. And if you ask BZ, it's been like that since the day I started this. I wouldn't become friends with many people. I didn't reach out to many people. I didn't talk to many people. I didn't ask many people for help because I didn't trust many people in this community. Now, do I believe in what they're doing? Sure. But that doesn't mean that I have to trust them.
Okay. Yeah, it does. I mean, because I was a little disillusioned, honestly.
And so that's the difference, I think, between some frogs and other frogs with the scorpion situation.
Well, and don't get me wrong, GS. There's some people that play up to the camera a little bit more for their shows and make it entertaining, and I get that, man. I mean, there's some people that are just we are who we are, and whether we're on camera or whether we're not on camera. But those people that are going to say something on camera and be something on camera, and then tomorrow they're saying the complete opposite and acting completely different. That's and then try to say that they're in it for the right reasons. Well, you're not in it for the right reasons if you can't even tell the truth and hold yourself accountable, let alone anybody else.
And I think that's, and so being that I started off supporting Chris Ryder and Tiffany Napier based on what I saw the video that's still up on my video stream. So I think I might have put it behind members now, one of them at least. And then to turn around and have this guy who I went to 3 of his hearings, he didn't feel threatened when I was there to support him. And he didn't have a problem when I was there to support him. But the second I was there to try to be a journalist and actually report on what the findings were going to be, suddenly I'm a subversive. Suddenly I'm working with a government agent. Suddenly I'm a snake. I'm a loose cannon. I can't be trusted. But, I thought you were an activist. I thought you were about everyone's right.
Exactly. An activist.
No, an activist.
Yeah, there's that too. But I mean, not.
No, he's an activist.
Yeah, he acts like
he's
one.
Just acting. He's an activist. He's right.
So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, and then I still got people in here. It's probably, I don't know. That's probably Chris Ryder in here, Tennessee, whatever news network, whatever he is. But I mean, some Ryder simp just running around not being objective. Now, how do you explain? I've been on both sides of this aisle. Like I went from being on board with this guy, having looked him in his eye, thinking that I was a good judge of character, having shaken this man's hand, and having often and loudly proclaimed, I don't think this guy's lying. He seems like an honest dude. Boy, was I fooled. I mean, I'm to the point now where, and this is to Texas Gal, I'm kind of questioning my judgment at this point in time. And I even tell my audience, hey, don't believe anything I'm saying because I keep getting it freaking wrong.
Okay. Wolves are really good when they dress in sheep's clothing. Always remember that. And it says it in the Bible. And I know the other two are not religious. You and I are. Just remember that. The wolf is always great in the sheep's clothing. They can always fool us. You know what I'm saying? Because we think that they're sheep and not wolves. And that's where you got, and so that is not your fault. It's the fault of the lie. Like Brick says, you have a problem with the lie, not the liar, but the lie.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So it's the actual lie that it's not a sheep, it's a wolf. And that's what we're having a problem with.
Yep, you got it.
And it's not within yourself, it's the lie. So don't hold yourself accountable for someone else's lie.
Well,
because that's guilt.
The Bible,
that's guilt, and the Bible talks about guilt. Do not hold guilt for someone else's actions.
Oh, that's funny with the angry vet. Matter of fact, that's hilarious. We're on to me. Yeah, you guys, your imaginations are super active. But yeah, it's the Bible says, "Put not your trust in man; instead, put your trust in God." So that is my responsibility. So, but I appreciate your kind words, though. I really do.
Thank you.
I'm just a fan of taking accountability for my lacks or my insufficiencies. That's all.
It's called learning.
No, but
that's
I don't know who
of
Tennessee,
learning and teaching yourself. But that's not.
I don't know who
that
Tennessee.
was a lack of
I don't know
knowledge
who,
at the time, and that's all
God
you're taking
damn, go
accountability for. My bad.
Tennessee Transparency News. I don't know who he is. I've seen him, but only because he's always in Tab's channel. I don't think it is Chris Ryder, but I mean, the Transparency News and the News Now channels that he called out and shit on yesterday. If I was Tennessee Transparency News, for that statement alone, I'd be pissed off at Tab because he's grouping everybody in just for that statement. And then he has the nerve to come in here and say no free speech in my chat room. So.
Yeah, I'm blocked in Riders. I'm hidden, at least, not blocked. I'm definitely hidden, and which is okay. He has a right to do that. Matter of fact, it's probably smart. Although the irony is, I've always, when I've gone into his channel, I would say always, maybe I was kind of out of pocket a couple times, but compared to how he acts in everyone else's channel and on everyone else's panel, I'm actually rather well behaved.
So, go ahead. So the problem here, Tav, since you're back in here again, you're probably going to end up with another 24-hour timeout. I can't see your chats because you're literally hidden from my channel. I know that BZ's not hidden you yet, but the problem with you again is the lies. I can see you in StreamYard, by the way, so that's how I know that you're in here. But when it comes to the expose, you're not exposing anything, dude. You're just going on your channel, doing live streams, bitching about other people. That's literally all you're doing. You're not holding anybody accountable. What have you held accountable, dude? What have you said or done about me? Nothing. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing that you have said or done to hold me accountable. What have you held accountable? Nothing. Zero, zilch. What have I done that you've gone out and exposed? Words that I said about how that you were lying and you didn't tell the truth? Well, guess what? That's not exposed that I said something that was untrue. You have lied, and you've been lying about this case from the very beginning. You stated that you were gang tackled, right? When it wasn't true. You ran and fell on your face. And I'm not here to make fun of you. What I'm here to do is to tell people how it is that you shouldn't be doing it, because ultimately that's what happens, is then you end up in handcuffs because you ran. You didn't stand your ground. You ran. And I would never suggest anybody running from the police ever ever, because
And
of
if
the
he would have had,
reality of natural law.
he should have bought a 5A cop card.
Yeah, and I do understand at some point there is a point to run, but when you ran, it wasn't that point. And you were intent to stand on your ground. Well, why didn't you stand there and stand on your ground? If it's a case where you're going to be seriously injured or worse, yeah, I get it. But bro, they approached you, and of course, you were doing a lawful activity. Now, maybe not legal, and so you were standing your ground, but then what did you do? You ran. Why take the arrest? Why take the beating? If it is a beating, and it didn't look like much of a beating, it looked kind of like you tripped over yourself. And I'm not saying don't run every single time. I'm not saying don't resist every single time, but it just seems a little inappropriate at this moment, at that conjecture where you were pretending to stand on your rights. You were pretending. That's why you ran. Why run? Why run away from the battle? You coward. You ran. You coward. You're a coward, dude. There's no way you served. All right, I'm done.
I'm just laughing in my head, dude. That shit is hilarious, though. That is like my whole point. Didn't know if it was real or fake. I got brought into some drama. Asked Beezy about it. He told me, like, transparently, like, what happened. Then he even, like, tries to make friends with him. I kind of, like, don't like the situation. I get pissed at Beezy. And this shit, it's just hilarious now because the video's out and it shows that he won't stand for your rights, people, but you support him. He won't stand for them, even if it's right. Like, what he was doing was absolutely right. He had every right to do what he was doing. To run away from the situation or not show why he ran away from the situation. It's all clipped up. It's just weird as fuck.
Yep. It's strange. Strange things are happening to him.
I mean, I would say run too. If you're scared, go to church, motherfucker.
Oh my God. So good. Oh, terrible, terrible. I'm
not
not here
for
to make
real.
fun
It
of
says,
him.
oh shit, I better run. Well, then you better run. If you're scared, go to church.
Well, I
I'm not here to make fun of him.
I got a question if I may. I got a question for Tav. What about what I did was offensive to you? I had you on my show. I treated you with respect. I engaged you in good faith. Matter of fact, you said it was doing your head in. And you said at the end, look, I still don't trust you, GS, or whatever you called me. Can I still call you Wee Todd or whatever? Look, you can call me whatever you want, dude. It's called freedom, man. I put on a uniform. Yeah, I put on a uniform for you to say things that I might not agree with. You know, I'm not an activist. I do believe in generally in protecting and respecting other people's rights, even if I disagree with them. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, in what possible way, when I built a bridge, I mean, I ate a giant soup poo sandwich. I mean, it was a soup sandwich that was just made of utter diarrhea. Just being nice to you from people that I actually have a lot of respect for. And it may have damaged some relationships permanently. Right? So the situation is that I took a leap of faith, so to speak, to try to treat you like a human being, and not only just you, but people that don't really say anything in my chat or don't come into my chat. And apparently you sent them into my chat going, okay, maybe this guy is for real. Maybe he is legitimately trying to act like a human being. And then people were just talking to each other. They were finding a way through arguments and finding some peace in the matter of, hey, we all eat, pretty much everyone eats that I'm aware of. And, you know, this isn't about drama. This is about food. And I think you should do more of that stuff. But what precisely did I do in the coming days afterwards where you turned around and started throwing my name into the mud, man? Like, what did I do to you? I mean, I literally ate a bunch of shit just being kind to you. And obviously it wasn't worth it because you are the scorpion. And frankly, I'm tired of being in the frog in this scenario. So I'm just curious, Tav, by what justification? And maybe you're having this little moment of, well, you only get 30 people when you're not shitting on people. Kind of like, you know, this, you know, maybe that's why when I'm being mean to people, I get a lot of people. Maybe that's not really what I want. Maybe I just want to be nice to people and get fewer people. And you're having this little crisis of conscience, it seems to me, Tav. Right. So, yeah. So Texas girl, I think it's called conviction, Tav. You're slowly being convicted. You're slowly being convicted. And that's a good thing. That means that someone sowed seed, someone watered, and God's going to provide the increase someday. I think maybe listen to Angie. I think she's a good co-pilot. I think God put her in your life for a reason. And I'm pretty sure that she would rather see you do cooking videos and support you that way, because that's what you're good at. That's what God gave you a talent to do. And I wish you the best, man. I wish you Godspeed, Tev. If you get this message, if you're in the chat, if you're not in the chat, I wish you Godspeed. But I will never show you the kind of charity that I showed you, and because I just can't trust you, man.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about the soliloquy.
No, it's good, bro. Yeah, no, I completely 100% agree with everything that you said in my purview. So when it comes to the overturning of the unconstitutional statute code ordinance, I'm behind you 100% if that is the case, if they have something going on there in South Carolina. However, the problem is that I cannot trust you. So I would have to see documentation of that. And I could stand behind you on the whole overturning of that sort of thing if you feel like it's a real thing. So this is my view of the situation there. It was an unlawful arrest in my view of it. However, the problem is that you're lying. And so, and then on top of that, your video is all chopped up. And I just can't trust that. So anyway, BZ, you have two icons up. Can you still hear us?
Yeah, I had to go take the dog out to I take Brownie Bear to go potty, so I brought my phone and logged on to StreamYard.
Very good, very good. I'm glad that you were able to hear all of that, because you know these are the things, you know, and again, it's not the purpose necessarily to hold each other accountable. We want to hold the government accountable. And we're really responsible for ourselves, in my view. We're responsible for holding ourselves accountable. And if we are holding each other accountable at all, we just simply point it out. And if the person doesn't want to take the correction, then I'm sorry, we move on. You know, if you're lying and I point out, you know, that, or if you've misspoken and I point it out, and then you double down. And then you triple down and quadruple down and go on. It's just like, I can't trust you, dude. Just simply, I cannot trust you.
Who's all on the
So
panel?
what you're saying,
I'm
Rick,
so confused.
trust him.
Oh, okay, GS is still here. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, so that is exactly what I'm saying, VZ. I can't trust him. I can't. And again, you know, say it again. I'm down for changing the unconstitutional things, but the lies.
The approach is necessary. Like the lies, I can maybe overcome because we're here to make change, right? So the lies I may be able to overcome, but the approach of how he approached to make change wasn't going to make change because he ran. You got to stand on your rights. You got to be about your rights. You got to show them. You got to educate them.
and walk away with threatened with arrest or maybe take the arrest. Those are your two choices. He didn't take those choices. He ran. He didn't stand. So I'm against. And then it boils down then because he didn't stand and tripled and quadrupled or 18th or 32th or whatever the hell many times it was, more than twice, you know, over and over and over.
32th?
32th, you know, all of them. All
I like
32.
that.
All 32 tooths, you know, like the 32 tooths tell the truth. I don't know. It's like an old Southern thing from Kentucky. But anyway, it's some shit. I don't know. I don't even know if it's from Kentucky, but some of my family's from Kentucky. So that's where that shit, I heard that shit from. But anyhow, you know, like tell the truth with your 32 tooths, you know.
Brains.
But he didn't do it. And he basically doesn't have my trust. You know, he doesn't. And he just if he would have done it the right way, regardless with the laws, you know, their lies, I mean, then I would be okay, but he didn't do it that way.
What is this place we're going to? Is this Tractor Supply or Harbor Freight? Taking the Tractor Supply. Come on, man. Fucking drive. So yeah, here shortly I'm going to be getting rid of a lot of videos. I just got rid. Well, I'm not getting rid of them, but limiting access. So if you want any of my shit, my content, you better get it now because it's going away shortly. All of it.
There's
You don't need any more rosemary bushes.
Damn, so angry.
Angry?
I'll be right back.
I hear McDonald's calling.
Check out Biscuits and Groovy. Good to see you in here. See who's in here. I can't. South Bama Gump in the house. Ray in the house. Billy Cox in the house. CK. John Murray. Mikey. Justin Thompson. Connie Malingus. How you doing?
His
Alex,
roll
Teresa
call is
Johnson.
painful.
Jesse Levesque. John.
What?
Can we speed this up? His roll call is painful. Can we speed this up? It's so painful.
I'm trying to, but you keep talking. I got to keep interrupting.
Adventures.
I'm trying to see what other bullshit he's going to talk about.
All right. Thank you. Oh, 10-4. I would assume they have every they don't. All right. Ding, got it. You got what I'm looking for, anyway. All right. All right, maybe off to Walmart. See, that's right down the street. What time is it? I don't even know what time it is. All right, get change back by 12:30. So I don't know how to mark my lives before they go live to members only. I don't think. But I want everybody to have access to this one, even the clowns. So that's what we're doing. We're revamping the channel. Might have to change the name to the Happy Vet. I don't know. Put a one in the chat if you want me to change the name of the channel.
Bipolar is a motherfucker vet.
Snappy Vet. I mean, snaps.
Maybe the unhappy meal vet.
Snappy scams.
What's the deal?
Scars.
What time is he making your text?
Crappy Vet.
We're leaving at 2.
To be where? I mean, what time is it, Quinn? All right, so I'm heading down. Didn't get what I wanted to get.
You don't have any?
No.
Maybe that's what
Yeah.
Safety first.
Later.
Yeah, that truck is tattling on you.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
About time, because this is painful. So, anyways,
I don't see
that
no
was pretty
seatbelt.
much it. Yeah.
So pretty much the gist of what I got from that live stream is that he's not really happy with the direction his channel's been going. There was definitely some incoherent rambling, and he'd rather be happy than to be angry. Well, I was, the one rooting for you. Well, I believe even GS and pretty much everybody's been rooting for you, bro. Like, it's time to get off of that angry train and get back into the happy saddle again.
We're back.
You see the comment on the? You guys see the comment on the screen?
Back. Sorry.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Well, I mean, the fact is, yeah. Well, I mean, the fact is that you're not supposed to be intoxicated at all, and that includes any drugs, including alcohol. And I, to understand it that he does, partake, which there's nothing wrong with that. But driving while you partake is not good.
Listen, that is true.
I'm not throwing accusations.
I'm not an advocate for it either, just because I've been convicted of it.
Yeah.
So people,
it's not a good
people
thing.
misconstrue one to another. No, I know it's absolutely wrong. Been convicted of it. Did some wrongs in my life. Yes, absolutely. Will be transparent about it. No excuses as the reason why. Did it, done it, been there.
So go get yourself a Happy Meal, Tav, and then maybe not do so many angry live streams. And then if you feel comfortable with it, because I know that you just went through a horrible ordeal of being unlawfully arrested, not standing your ground at the same time. But it might be wise
Is it
that
unlawful if you don't stand your ground, though? That's my one question that we have not brought up that I've been trying to state.
No.
Once you run,
it is.
Once you run,
it is. Yes, you can run. You're allowed to run lawfully. Yes.
If it's an unlawful arrest, if it's an unlawful arrest,
so
it's still true to the police.
If he was a suspect of something, and they asked him to stop, and he ran,
they would have to articulate a constitutional crime. If it's an unconstitutional crime, then it's not a lawful crime, and so running would not be unconstitutional.
That I wanted to throw out there that I thought that could maybe possibly help.
Right.
But
it's like the resisting thing, it's just like the resisting thing, right? Running actually technically is resisting. It can also be called fleeing and eluding. There's also other, I'm sure, crimes that it can be called in other jurisdictions, but those are the two basic ones that I know of. But if you're resisting and it's constitutional, you're standing your ground and that sort of thing, in my understanding, not legal advice, it would be understood to be something that, again, is fruit of the poisonous tree. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with the running, but the thing about running is, one, the natural law, and then number two, you better be fast.
Okay, so that's established. I just wanted to make sure that is out there.
Yeah, I would never advocate for it, even still, just because the thing is
I mean, every
you
lawyer
very
that
well
I've
may
ever
end up.
known or spoken to in my lifetime has always said, like, look, you're better standing your ground than running from it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the way a battleground works.
That's what. And when you stand your ground, that makes sure that it makes more of a stance that what you're doing is correct.
Yeah, and not to poke the bear unless you're ready to stand your ground.
Well,
You know,
right. That's where we didn't have the conversation. Sir, are you lawfully detaining me? Are you, why are you questioning me? Am I doing anything wrong? We didn't see any parts of that in the video. All we
right,
saw
because of the jump cuts.
exactly. Those are the meat of the meal, and all I'm getting is potatoes.
Yeah.
I don't want just potatoes. I want the four. I don't need a 7-course meal. I just want the
Yeah, I mean,
5
he
food
didn't even put
groups
no
in
olive
my
oil.
meal provided.
Season it.
All I'm
There's no
asking for
seasoning.
here, and there's no meat. There's no meat in this. It's like
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're walking across the street, you see them kind of approach you, possibly push you on the back, or you trip, not sure, and then you're screaming. There was something that happened and transpired all between that walk across the street and when they approached you. We never even seen them approach you, or even like you're saying that they just came up out of the darkness, out of the bushes like bushwhackers, and didn't say a word, say we're officers. What are you doing, sir? Sir, you're over here. They didn't say a word to you. Nothing.
They come out like bandits.
Yeah,
Ski masked
that's what.
up.
Oh, okay.
Firearms
Well,
pointed.
shit. Well, shit.
The story was so unbelievable.
National news, motherfucker.
They slammed you on your head.
Way national news.
You come out going, oh, my head.
You didn't take this to a major news source? With
all
this
on
shit?
camera.
All on camera. You didn't take it to a major news source. Okay.
You say that the officer, the lieutenant, turned your camera off, huh? Okay, then how it ended up back
turn
on?
it off before they even approached you?
Yeah, and
You didn't
then
get none of that on film.
later on, they're literally being filmed identifying themselves. Like I don't know, man. It's just so many jump cuts. It's so many jump cuts.
Remember, they never did that.
Yeah, supposedly, allegedly, one time in Minecraft.
Well, that was one time, but this time in Minecraft, the whole fucking building's built, bitch, on my city. In this time in Minecraft, currently, not at that time, currently. Shit.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna jump off here, but I'm gonna let you guys all kind of say your piece and close out and do your thing. So
that's it.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, man, the thing is I'm really here to I want to try to help make and ensure that people aren't getting hurt out there. This is what happens when you run. And even if it's unlawful.
TDO has a great question up there.
Yeah, I don't know whether he actually is on. Wait.
He is on probation.
I don't know whether that's true or not. I really haven't looked into it or not. He did get their ID though. Yes, he did.
Did he tell his probation officer that he had police contact?
Like I said, I don't know. I have no idea whether he is on it or not. I've not seen no paperwork, nor am I really interested to find out. Really, it's kind of like I said with the, I see a pile of shit on the ground and I just walk around it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bottom line, I was just trying to expose the
lies.
I
look at a pile of shit on the ground out here, and I look at that as money.
Well, I was just gonna say,
depends on what kind of shit it is. Bullshit around here, that shit around here, out here, is worth money. When you smell
ice
shit
cream
out here, it's worth money.
That looks like a
it's a drumstick.
Drumstick, yeah, man.
It is.
I bet that thing's so good right now.
Not all shit you walk around. Some
ice cream in the winter is the best.
I like
whenever I see anybody actually listening to her anymore, because I think she's just rambling on it like the angry vet right now at this point.
Like when I see poo on the ground, I scoop it up, I put it in a paper bag, set it on fire on Tab's front door.
That's money.
That's right. That's right. But yeah, I was gonna say this last little piece before you shut it down. I was gonna say, the thing is, I don't want people getting hurt, but I also want us to be able to stand on our rights. So there's a fine balance, and the things that we do, as I know I'm kind of young into it. The things that we do as auditors, cop watchers, yada yada, people out there on our American soil fighting against this type of tyranny. It is a dangerous thing because the reality is that you can get seriously hurt or worse, and then you can also go and get put into a dungeon, right? And you can be cuffed up and put into chains and these things, right? I would always advocate for standing your ground rather than running. And that's my personal opinion. And that's it.
I agree with that. Who's next?
I'm just going to say stand, don't run. That is literally like for the people who cannot hear, stand, don't run. That's it.
GS, you got anything, buddy, besides that wonderful ice cream you got?
Yeah, I was wondering if I'm just going to put it in the private chat. I'm getting ready to go live on my gaming channel, and if people just want to hang out and talk different things or want to see a nerd,
drop the link in there, break for gaming channel.
I mean, no pressure, but I did share
I
your.
a few gamers in the chat.
I did share out this live on, and I noticed you got a little bit of a jump. I sent you an email basically saying I really like supporting people that don't try to destroy or crap on me, and I think in the community we should really try to support people that are in earnest, trying to do the right thing, and stop giving our attention, our eyeballs, and a currency. What is currency? They call it paying attention. Attention is a currency. And when you kind of ignore certain things, they tend to just stop. You stop feeding the trolls, they stop coming around. That's a lesson I'm still trying to learn, but I do appreciate the opportunity to come in and say hi. And it was good to see you, Miss Texas Audits. Now you're the one that has the farm, right? With all that awesome farm.
I went live earlier while BZ was out doing whatever, and I got on my little golf cart and I went out and visited the cows and shit real quick. So you can, I don't know what point of time that was in this live, but you can, I mean, you can literally see me walk out my door, get on my golf cart, go out there on the field and go see the cows. So, I mean,
it was sometime around the 3.5 hour mark.
Yeah, like when you went out, so something like that. But it was just like a quick little trip around. But that was just like the quick way. That has nothing to do with like all the back way where all the mesquites are and stuff. Where that's I need to clean that all up. Honestly, my cows are getting thorns in their hooves, and it's becoming a task. More of a task to take them out than it is to clean it up.
I'll have to check it out sometime. I'd love to interview you on my channel and kind of get an idea what it's like to have that kind of a farm.
If you can just wait until after my court date. I'm not trying to really go too public and do too many things. Many trolls are out there that don't that just try to invade too many things. But I'm all open arms for that once my case is solidified.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah,
And
respect.
That's where I stand on that.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and I'll keep trying to bridge gaps, but it's smart to keep a healthy distance between yourself and people that want to hurt you.
Just know sometimes bridges get taken down by droughts or by water. A lot of things that can take down a bridge.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again, BZ, Brick, and Texas. Good to see you.
Yeah, brother.
I'm gonna go ahead and end this live stream. Call it a day. Catch you all in the next live stream. Later haters, later gators.